games at UConn and at home against Bowling Green. The Pistons, with one roster spot remaining to fill, are less than a month away from their first preseason game at the Grizzlies. A reunion with Malik Beasley remains a possibility. The Pistons can offer Beasley a contract of up to $7.2 million over a season. The Pistons also have a trade exception worth $14.3 million. And former Michigan quarterback Alex Orji's season is over at UNLV. Head coach Dan Campbell says the transfer signal caller's got a season-ending LCL sprain. Orji had just 3 completions this season, but ran for 42 yards and a touchdown. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, let's quick clarification. Dan Campbell doesn't have a side gig out in Vegas. Dan Mullen is the coach of the UNLV Rebels. Good morning, everybody. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gub and Greg behind the glass, and Luke Sloan's going to get it right on the updates.
You mean he's not trying to find a mobile quarterback?
No, that's why he went out there and he's coaching them. He wanted to coach Orji. Oh, God.
Hey, I feel like the universe is sending me a bit of a message.
What's the message?
See what's going on out there this morning when you walked into work today?
Oh, well, I mean
it's like a disco out there.
Yeah, it is very distracting. Yes, we are at the club. What's the message to you?
Well, let's connect a couple dots. What did Heather just say? It's like a what now out there?
It's like a disco.
It's like a I had no plans to do that this week. I have no plans to start the show that way. I'm just simply pointing out the universe is trying to tempt me and send me a message for what the Lions are going to do to the Bears this week. Read into it with what you will, John.
Yeah, and everyone else, just like I did, went.
Please don't.
A collective sigh.
Please
a
don't.
Deep, long relief of
Well, Ben was involved in the last double-digit disco, and now the lights are flashing out there in little bullpen area. Anyway, we'll talk more about the Lions later today. You'll have a chance to win Lions tickets on the show today. Be listening for how to win, and we'll go through the clues for Name That Lion. John, we should probably check back in on the Tigers.
Oh, they're still playing baseball?
I know. Doesn't it feel that way? Like football season's back, or all the talks about the Lions,
yes.
Michigan and Michigan State. The Tigers are still playing baseball, and their magic number is now down to 10. They beat the Yankees. Everybody loves beating the Yankees. You love blowing out the Yankees, and you love seeing Casey Mize put a good start out there.
Well, a good start by Casey Mize, and I wonder how many people knew that Parker Meadows was back.
Kind of snuck in over the weekend, right?
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's his third game back, and he's kind of doing what he did last year where he got right at the end of the year. And 3 games, all right? And he's the one that started things off last night by Torque gets a nice walk. And I think Torque's next at bat was probably his best one in a long time. Started off 0-2, and you're thinking, Then he draws a walk, like the patience of not swinging outside the strike zone. And that's kind of been my takeaway for a couple of games. Now, it wasn't great over the weekend with the Sox, but it feels like over the last week, maybe 10 days, that some of the hitters, Riley Green, Torque, Colt Keith's kind of been that way all year, that they're getting back to challenging pitchers, getting deeper into counts, like they were at the beginning of the season, forcing higher pitch counts by opposing pitchers and then taking advantage of either drawing a walk, getting on base, creating traffic on the base pass, or getting good swings.
Yeah, and I mean, eventually they had to throw him something, and Kerry Carpenter blew the game open even further later.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of like the Tigers, they're kind of floating along, right? Like 500 ball over the last 70, 75 games, just kind of lazy river. We're in first place.
Uh-huh. We did all the hard work at the beginning of the year so we can have vacation.
We're just kind of coasting down the stretch here. They're not playing great ball. They're not playing terribly. They're just kind of existing, just floating into the postseason. And I saw an article from ESPN yesterday where they went through all of the contenders and labeled them as real or not real. Mm-hmm. Simple exercise. And sure, I clicked on it. I wanted to know what they thought of our Tigers.
And?
Not real.
Huh. And what was their? I'm guessing their number one issue was pitching.
Their number one issue was the number 2. Not having a number 2 starter. And they pointed out all the teams that win the World Series and who their number 2 pitcher was in the World Series and how outside of Skubal, this team just doesn't have reliable starting pitching.
Okay, not reliable. But I will say, what did we talk about? Who would be their number two? Who should be their number two? Casey Mize. And now for 2 starts, for some reason, he just keeps winning. All right, and you look at his outing against the Athletics, not a great outing. But before that, in the month of August, he beat KC, beat Minnesota, beat the Angels, beat Minnesota again. And they haven't been great outings, but he just seems to win.
Well,
and then the last 2 is where it gets interesting. Because the last 2, now I know he gave up 2 home runs, 2 solo shots, but you're playing the Yankees.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
And
at Yankee Stadium.
Right. And I'm trying to think when it was. Maybe it was that first game against the Twins in August. Yeah, that's what it was. He went 6 innings and he gave up 3 home runs. And at the time we're thinking, well, that was a really good outing, except for 3 pitches. Okay, and I think I mentioned it at the time because Dickerson was talking about it on the radio. This was a really good outing, except for 3 pitches. Thankfully, they were all 3 solo shots, and it was the same thing yesterday. It was a really good game, and I liked how he attacked Aaron Judge later in the game as well.
It was a quality start, and the game you referred to with the Twins was a quality start. The quality start
no,
is
it wasn't because he gave up 4 runs.
Oh, I thought it was 3, John. I thought John said 3.
Well, he gave up 3 home runs.
Okay.
4 total runs. Yeah.
No, in that first one, it was 3. It was against Minnesota. It's 3 runs.
So he played at the Twins on August 16th. He pitched 6 1/3. He gave up 4 runs, all earned, struck out 10. Am I looking at the wrong game?
8-4. Minnesota Twins. I'm looking at.
Oh, you're looking at. They played the Twins twice in August.
Right? Yeah. I'm talking about the first time that they played them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My point was, and I brought this up last week or a week before when we were talking about them, and we were concerned about who's the 2 in the rotation. They were not getting quality starts very consistently from 2 to 5. Now, quality starts is not a great stat.
It would mean your ERA is 4.5.
But it's a give you a chance stat.
Right.
Their starters were not giving them a chance. All they need is somebody at the number 2
that gives them a chance.
That gives them a chance to where you're not getting blown out. Because the ESPN article says, well, maybe the Tigers could fake their way through the playoffs with their rotation like the Dodgers did last year or the 2021 Braves. The reality of the situation is the Tigers don't have the offense of those teams.
Correct.
So they need the pitching.
They need the pitching. They need quality starts. And they need, like you mentioned, someone to just simply give them a chance. And Casey Mize yesterday against a team that they may not be a great team. They make a lot of completely questionable plays in the field. And I just, every time I watch them play, I'm befuddled by how bad they can be in the field. Befuddled. Yes, that's how I.
He's got the vocab ready today, people.
But Casey Mize just he gave them a chance.
Exactly. And you get to the 7th inning, and then the offense explodes. And the encouraging sign is it's a very small sample size, but Parker Meadows is 4 for 9 in his 3 games back. No strikeouts, which is huge because a guy with his speed, simply not striking out
gives him a
better chance to be on base and start getting runners and moving around, going first to third and all that. So hopefully that continues.
Well, and that's what Benetti and the crew were talking about last night when Parker Meadows got up to bat with the bases loaded. I think it was 5th or 6th inning. I can't remember exactly, but they were talking about bases loaded, no outs. That's the inning that they really went off. And if he just simply hits a ground ball, it's probably only 1 out because he's not going to get doubled up at first. And so, and what happened last year when Parker Meadows came back?
Gave him a jolt.
So hopefully we're seeing this team recalibrate here a little bit. They're 5-5 in their last 10. I think, we were talking before the show, they played at over 100 win pace for over a calendar year. You find me a team in back-to-back seasons that's actually won 100 games each season. It was kind of unsustainable to play at that pace.
Right, but they need to get back to that if they're going to go on a run.
Yeah,
it's now. And I don't know if last night is the start of it. It's certainly something that
you got to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere. Are you curious at all where the other teams are, real or not real? Because I have them
sure.
categoried. Okay, so the teams they labeled as real, and this is not to win a playoff series, but to win the World Series. And I think that's the distinction with the Tigers.
Okay.
You're going to need to win multiple 7-game series, and we're fingers crossed on Mize as the number 2 starter. The teams they labeled real: Brewers, Phillies, Cubs, Yankees.
Yankees.
Teams they labeled not real: Dodgers, Tigers, Blue Jays. Then they have a spoiler category, and of that group, they labeled the Padres, Astros, Mariners, and Mets as real spoilers, and the spoilers who aren't real are the Red Sox, Royals, and Rangers.
So you're in purgatory, right? You're not real, but you're also not an underdog.
Yeah.
Real spoiler.
But
like that's BS.
But that feels accurate, though, does it not? The Tigers are kind of just in this purgatory for the last 75 games.
So they should just be worse and be a real spoiler.
I didn't say they should be worse.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm this is the article.
But that is the accurate feeling of the team, is that they've earned being a contender based on their overall record and divisional lead, but the performance of the team, not for a month, but 2 to 3 months, is lazy river.
Okay. So what do we have now? We have the month of September, which is where I said, okay, at some point, you're going to have to kick it into gear. You're going to have to show a sense of urgency. And I even last night, before I sent my prep, before they even played the game, saying, hey, we'll talk about the game in the morning. And I just felt like there was no juice from the team. And maybe it's just us as fans looking at 162 games going, damn it, can we just get to the playoffs? Can we just get to the postseason? This is a freaking long season, and it is. And maybe we just got a little bit exhausted. We needed a little break, and now we're in September, and the team is matching that where, okay, hey, it's September. We have to have good performances from somebody other than Tarek Skubal. And maybe you're getting one from Casey Mize. What happens next time Jack Flaherty takes them out? That's always a great mystery. But can he string a couple together and be on a high going into the postseason?
Tom put it best, 5-5 in the last 10. And it's like, okay, last night they did everything you'd ever want them to do. They bodied the Yankees. They got a quality performance by Casey Mize, more than a quality performance. What's it coming off the heels of? Losing 2 of 3 to the Chicago White Sox over the weekend. See, that's who they've been for the better part of 2 months.
But I do think could be a nice little moment for them right now to get clicking, because if they win this series, they win this series without Skubal pitching in New York.
And they would own the tiebreaker should it come down to it.
Right.
248-539-9797. The power surge coming up at 6:35. What's John going to do? We saw the Ravens lose. That was his number 1 team. The Lions lost. The Chiefs lost. Who are the top teams in the NFL? It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B, he is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. And what once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. So he believes in this so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son. So forget all of those outdated methods. There's no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you have. So book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and make sure to mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a warm-up next week if you want to make sure your AC's still working well. Or, hey, maybe you've already had the heat on. We've had some cool mornings. You need to get in touch with the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now. You could save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details, or you can schedule a free in-home estimate. They offer same-day service. All you have to do is call before 12 noon. So get on the phone right now if you woke up this morning and you need something. You can also find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, welcome back, Parker Meadows. May have missed it over the weekend. He's settling in. Big night last night. Casey Mize also pitching 6 shutout innings. Well, not shutout innings, excuse me. He gave up 2 solo shots, but a quality start from Casey Mize, and he had a big strikeout total, fanning 8. Good sign because they need a number 2 starter.
Yep.
Okay, some ticket text. Lazy River, what a perfect description of the last 70 games. Kind of like what Wojo and Rieger do with their 6 o'clock show, or how Steve compiles the Wings roster, signed Dan up north.
Both funny.
Guys, remember last year when we beat the Yankees? It's when the Tigers got hot. It's from Mark.
Yep. I mean, it kind of lines up. If you're looking for the stars to align, Parker Meadows returns. You're playing the Yankees. Last year it was a little bit earlier. It had to be earlier.
Yeah.
But all they got to do is find a way to be playing really good baseball at the end of September.
Jim, I hope the disco lights give you a seizure, signed Scott and Carlton.
It looks like the cops showed up.
They're pulling me over. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch.
Can you go fast enough to get pulled over in the golf cart?
You sure can, John.
Okay.
You got to retire the disco. Even mentioning it is a bad idea. How'd that work out last year, Mr. Smarm?
I know. Every time you say it, I'm like, can we not bring up one of the worst moments of one of the worst takes of the show?
I know, but I want.
But you bring it up.
Look at it. It's staring us in the face. I'm not saying I want to indulge the universe with said prediction this week. I brought it up because you can see it, because it's there, because something's going on with those lights.
That's the furthest thing from my mind is bringing up the disco.
What was the last time Ben Johnson was
you could
in
go
Detroit?
you could go to a club, and it doesn't have to be a disco club.
It's confronting me at work.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, the last time Ben Johnson was here, it was the disco. Maybe it's his problem. Maybe it'll be their fault.
I think it's just yours.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We brought up real or not real for the Tigers. ESPN listed them as not real, which I think is a fair read right now. Now, you tell me this is the start of something last night, and we check back in 2 weeks, just in time for the postseason, and Mize has strung together not 2 good starts, but 3 or 4 good starts. Mm-hmm. Parker Meadows is an everydayer, and he's providing a spark plug. They get another pitcher to step up besides Skubal and Mize. Like now we're talking. Now we're talking about a team that can win a couple series. But I think the read as of today is an accurate one to say not real. Not as a World Series team. Not as a go win multiple 7-game series team.
Right. But, okay, so if you're saying this, it's real enough to get to the World Series, what have we been saying all year? Like,
well, I don't think they're winning a single 7-game series today.
Okay. But I think the article, just referring to that, not real in regards to winning a World Series. I think most people believe this team has a shot at getting to the World Series. A lot of things have to go right, but that's what happens when you're talking about a team, 2 teams that get to the World Series. A lot of things have to go right. And as long as you're there, you got a chance. Now, is it a real chance? Doesn't matter. You got a shot.
You got a shot.
So their recipe is Skubal pitches great in the first playoff game.
Yeah.
You win game 1, 2-1, 3-2.
Who cares?
You come in, you get Vest and Finnegan, and that's it.
Yep.
You know. Then the next game, all you need is a quality start. Give yourself a chance to win the game and get in innings 6, 7, and 8. And if you do that,
you guarantee.
Then you're up 2-0, and the history of the game favors you significantly. And it's a crapshoot in games 3 or 4 because the other team starters isn't that good. I know a couple of these contenders have 1s and 2s, but they don't have 3s and 4s.
And the other key to winning game 2 is if it hits the fan, you get Scooball in game 5.
Exactly.
So you can still get out of a first-round ALDS,
Yeah.
and then you advance.
But the 7-game series, like somebody has got to emerge consistently that they can trust and go to. He's only going to get one chance in the ALDS to do it. And if he chooses wrong, it's going to jeopardize that series.
Yeah.
And when it comes to a 7-game series, if you don't know who it is after the ALDS,
That's the excitement of the postseason. Anything can happen.
It'd be nice to get some excitement because it feels like we're just waiting for the playoffs for this baseball team.
Well, and that's what I said a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know if it was just, wanting to get off of the lazy river and the stakes a little bit higher so that this team plays with a little more juice. I think we all just want to get to the postseason.
Yeah. We'll talk about the Lions later in the hour. We'll get to the Power Surge at 6:35. For all our football coverage, it's brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games all season long. $30 for the first year, $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the school year just started for most kids, and already schools in Clinton Township were in lockdown after receiving an anonymous threat on Tuesday. Chippewa Valley Schools said that thankfully the threat was not credible, but they also noted that multiple schools throughout the state have been receiving these hoax phone calls. All originating from out-of-state phone numbers. And officials say the number was responsible for calling in each of those false threats. While there is still an investigation into those threats and other threats, they do say once they find out who's responsible, there will be consequences.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this
Go get them.
This has been happened last year, but it's school just started. Goodness gracious. Hey, just in time for Lions home opener on Sunday, fans can get their hands on a limited edition flag to show their support, a new Lions flag. So this year's flag was brought to you by Meijer and the Lions. They've got a partnership, and it features the words Raise the Roar, and then there's the shadow of the word One Pride underneath, and they go on sale today at any Michigan Meijer store. They're $15, but also Meijer will be donating all proceeds from the flag sales to the Detroit Lions Foundation. So you're also giving back to the community. Proceeds will help tackle food insecurity and increase food access to communities. So
awesome.
A nice way to show support and also give back, right? Hey, we all have heard about Taylor Swift's 12th studio album, The Life of a Showgirl. Well, it drops on October 3rd, and I guess you could say to celebrate or to get ready or to show support, Target announced 500 stores will be open at midnight so fans can go and get their hands on physical copies. And 16 Target stores in Michigan will be participating in midnight release as well. Those stores around this area include Ann Arbor, Auburn Hills, Rochester, and Troy. There's others too. I mean, like I said, 16 of them. So
I wasn't aware people still wanted physical copies, but I'm sure there's a ton of value in having them.
And there's Target edition copies that have some special things included. There's one that has an 8-page lyric booklet, an exclusive poster included. So yeah, people still want to get their hands on them apparently. I mean,
yeah,
sounds like it. If enough stores are gonna 500 stores. For sure. You guys, the Girl Scouts just revealed there's a new cookie coming out next year.
What are they doing?
Yes, they're called Explore Mores, and they're Rocky Road inspired. So they're chocolate cookies that have a cream filling with notes of chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond flavor.
Sounds incredible.
Sounds okay, yeah.
They're always good, I think. I mean, not
just
all
okay.
Well, I am in love with the Samoas.
Well, those are good. I never liked them as a kid.
There was somebody that left the Samoas on the desk out here. I don't think we mentioned it,
Yeah,
but
you destroyed them.
yeah.
The tag-alongs were always my favorite.
I
Kenny
like
just won. It's one box.
And I like Thin Mints, but you can have more than one cookie.
Yeah, I just choose not to.
Okay.
I like what I like.
Do you keep the Thin Mints in the freezer?
Of course you do.
You always
Sure,
do,
that's where I
right?
keep my toothpaste too.
I don't love Thin Mints, but I do I will eat a couple of them. They're always good. I'm sure it will be a good addition to the whole lineup of cookies. So it's not just guests anymore who are taking advantage of the complimentary hotel breakfasts. Apparently, more and more people are just walking in off the streets to hit the buffet to grab a free meal. And according to people who do this, it's super easy. One person says all you have to do is walk in around the time they serve breakfast. They say you shouldn't head right to the buffet. You should head to the bathrooms.
Sure.
Hang out there for a couple minutes
And
and
then come from that direction.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Then
then
you
come-
look like a hotel guest.
Yeah, or you go up to a floor and then come back down in the
Sure.
elevator and
Others basically say as long as you don't look homeless, you'll be okay. I mean, really, they don't know who's staying in every room.
Correct.
You just walk in,
Yeah.
or like put your gym clothes on, like you just got done with your morning run, and like,
Yeah.
just worked out here now. I'm grabbing breakfast.
So I understand the concept of this, and when you're there, right, it's nice to have the breakfast, but I don't know that that's one that I would necessarily go, oh, hey, let's go over to the hotel and have their continental breakfast.
Well, breakfast is all food is expensive
Sure.
these days, and maybe you've got a handful of kids you want to feed inexpensively. And
I think
say,
you got a
"Hey,
better shot at getting away with it if you're sans
One
kids.
person.
I
Yeah.
agree. But others say the trick is, though, is to know which types of hotels to go to. You can't go to like the high-end upscale resorts. You've got to go to like the mid-range, like, I don't know, Hampton Inn, Holiday Inn.
Yeah, Holiday Inn Express.
it's amazing what you can get away with if you act like you belong
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's really watching you. They're not like asking for your room number. You just walk in.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Power Surge 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be slightly temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, buddy, you got your work cut out for you.
That I do. And just to recap a little bit of last week, I had my top 6. Baltimore was 1, Philly was 2, Buffalo 3, Kansas City 4, Detroit 5, Tampa 6. The teams just on the outside looking in, Green Bay, Denver, Washington. Minnesota was the top of that next group. Minnesota, Cincinnati, the Rams, Houston, and the Chargers. So that's where we started off the season. Now we have a data point. Now it's not, indicative of what might happen throughout the course of the year, but this is what we have to go off of. As Doug likes to say, short-term results, to looking at long-term decisions. So I've got 3 groups again. And before I get to my top 6, the bottom of the group, now I'm including 16 teams, so it's half of the NFL. It's Arizona, Cincinnati, Houston Texans, and San Francisco. The Houston Texans, one of the most penalized teams. That's going to be a theme throughout the course here. 11 penalties, that's ridiculous. And the fact that they still are trying to figure out that offensive line. San Francisco, I don't think I mentioned them last week. They do come away with the win, but their tight end is on IR now, which is a big blow to that team. I know he didn't play in that game, but Cincinnati, one of the most worst wins. They won. One of the worst wins you'll ever watch. Arizona, still that sneaky team. I keep talking about Arizona in the NFC West. They're right there with a win. The next group, I've got Minnesota, the Rams, Denver, who got lucky to come away with a win, Detroit, so they're out of the top 6, and Washington. All right, now I didn't drop them down too much, and I don't necessarily have those in a particular order, but I do think Washington is above Detroit, and I put Detroit up above those other teams. So I'll start at number 6, and this is where I'm curious as to what you guys are going to make of this. The LA Chargers.
Okay.
Start off with a good win.
Your favorite coach.
And stop it. I hate you. I hate you so much right now. 3 sacks of Justin Herbert, and that's one of the questions I had was about the offensive line. Now, I think Joe Alt did a nice job moving over to left tackle, but the big thing here is Justin Herbert, no interceptions. And what did I say about the receiving core? If Quentin Johnson can find a way to catch the ball this year, well, 5 receptions, he did well. Ladd McConkey had 6. Keenan Allen had 7. So their top 3 receivers showed up for him. Now, they got to run the ball more. But Amarian Hampton, rookie, finding his way. But to be able to beat the Chiefs, I thought was a good win for them. So they're at number 6. Tampa Bay at number 5. They were 6 last week, and now
big win.
It was a big win. And we all know about Mike Evans. We know about Baker Mayfield. Their rushing attack is okay. But Emeka Egbuka, hell of a first game for a rookie receiver. And that 30-yard catch he had for a touchdown, first of all, that was a laser by Baker Mayfield. A great route by Emeka Egbuka. If they can add him to that, be productive for those wide receivers, and then eventually get Tristan Wirfs back on that offensive line, this is a team that could do some damage. Because we know what they are defensively. That's obviously their coach is a defensive-minded coach.
Your calling card.
Yeah, and so they're always going to be solid defensively. Number 4, the Green Bay Packers, those dirty dogs. And it was an absolute beatdown of the Detroit Lions. Now, we ask the question, was that the Green Bay Packers, or was it the Detroit Lions just being that bad? It's a little bit of both. But I think the Packers Jordan Love showed that he can make some big throws, especially when he has time to read a book and then make a throw. But they do have some weapons. I'm still not a big believer that Jordan Love can win the big games for him, but he did well in week 1. And that defense with Micah Parsons, they're going to start using him more. I thought it was brilliant what Matt LaFleur did with Micah Parsons of bringing him in, not to start the game, but he knew that there would be a big ovation when he brought him in on the first 3rd down. So that has nothing to do with how good or not they are, but they beat down the Detroit Lions. So Baltimore, I have it number 3.
Even though they lost.
So they lost.
And you moved them down.
I moved them down. They were at 1. I moved them down to 3. 410 yards of offense, 40 points. But the question is the defense. This is where I thought that they were greatly improved. Now, is the defense good? They were just playing against Josh Allen. Or is there chinks in the armor? Is there issues defensively? We'll find out more as we get more data points. Number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles. They stay at number 2. And the reason is I'm not sold that their defense is as good as it was last year. A lot of turnover on defense, and obviously we had no idea what they looked like with Jalen Carter because he spit on someone and decided that he didn't want to play. Now, he was kicked out before even taking a snap, so the NFL said, okay, that's your 1-game suspension. You can play next week, but they did fine him. I think it was a game check.
Full game check, right?
$57,000, which that's going to go up pretty quickly within the next year or so. But yeah, so that's why I have them. And it's also they played against Dallas. I don't know. We just don't know what Dallas is going to be. Offensively, I think they're going to be good, but they got to find a way to catch the ball. Number 1 then is Buffalo. Josh Allen doing MVP things. Josh Allen was good. Josh Allen was great. But again, I think the question is defense. I mentioned it. They spent 6 of their 7 draft picks on defense. Now their number 1 pick is out for the season. He's on IR. But was it, much like I mentioned Baltimore, was it their defense or was it Josh Allen? For Buffalo, was it their defense or was it just the fact that they had to go against Lamar and Derrick Henry?
So, how much of it was a Ravens choke versus how much of it was a Bills win? I mean, they scored 3 times in the fourth quarter, but they gave up 40 points in the game.
Right.
They deserve the mantle of the number 1 spot, but they are not without flaws.
So I'm curious. Your thoughts on Buffalo jumping from 3 to 1, Philly staying at 2, and then also I'm curious about you think Chargers should belong in the top 6?
I'd have them in right now. I mean, this is meant to be fluid. It's week to week. It's going to change. I am proud of you for getting my 1, 2, 3 from last week in the proper order.
Oh,
well
okay.
done.
Well, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Well done. Tampa should move up. Green Bay should definitely have moved up. We discussed how important that game was going to be with the Lions. I don't really have any complaints with this list.
Oh, I hit the nail on the head.
I think the only question is going to be how much are you supposed to punish Baltimore? And you could have left them out entirely.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they played the biggest game in the NFL. Not the biggest game for us locally, but the biggest game in the NFL, and they just did come up short. Now, I did see a stat. John Harbaugh, now you have to coach a long time for this to happen, but I believe it was 15 games that he has now lost with double-digit leads in the fourth quarter over the length of his career. That's amazing to me.
Well, they had like 4 or 5 of them a couple years ago, the last time they missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
It was like that. They were 8-3 and completely fell apart. Some of that was with Huntley playing and all that. You know, these are nitpicky things to criticize me for,
Sure.
but I would have Tampa ahead of Green Bay. I want to see how much, like, was it the Lions or was it Green Bay?
Right.
Because the Lions look so bad.
But it was also Tampa eking out a win against Atlanta, and I don't think Atlanta's very good.
Divisional foe.
I agree.
We talked about their schedule last week on the back half and how they're a sneaky team that could get the 1 seed in the NFC. This was one of the tweener games on the.
I'm not disputing or discounting what the Bucks did, but if Atlanta makes a field goal, that game's going to overtime. Green Bay won convincingly in their game.
But there was I watched quite a bit of the Tampa Atlanta game.
Yeah, I've watched it. Yeah.
There was a very respectable grinding out a week 1 win. Things are going to get better. And you also had them in it last week when you didn't have Green Bay. And because Tampa won, I wouldn't move Green Bay ahead of them necessarily. In fact, I would entertain putting Tampa at 3 and putting Baltimore 4.
The biggest issue I have with Tampa is their rushing attack. Against Atlanta, they should have been better, and Baker Mayfield was their number 1 rusher with 39 yards on 5 attempts. They need to find a running back and a running game. Now, it simply may be Tristan Wirfs. Get him back.
So just quickly, I didn't hear you mention the Chiefs at all.
Yeah, did you?
I don't think they should be in the top
San
Francisco, Cincinnati, Arizona.
No, I did. Sorry, I had Kansas City. They were the team that was just out. They were my 7th team. Sorry, I had them at the top here, and I forgot to mention them. Kansas City, And then it's that next group of Washington, Detroit, Denver, LA, and Minnesota. I have them at 7.
So they're just outside.
Yeah.
And then I would probably put Washington 6 and the Chargers 7, simply because I'm still carrying over from last year a little bit and my thoughts on these teams. And I know Jim Harbaugh's been great in week 1 in his NFL coaching career.
6-0.
It's about what they do from here on. So I don't know if there's a full trust. Plus, I know the Commanders played the Giants, not a good offense, but they didn't let them do anything.
Not a
And
great
so maybe
offense,
the
but a really good defense.
But the Commanders' defense might be a little better than we thought.
Biggest game to watch for the Power Surge this week, it's the Eagles and Chiefs. We do these on Wednesdays. It's the Power Surge 97.1.
FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. You heard it right. All you got to do is win. You can then pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere in the app that you want. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want. FanDuel has you covered. NFL season is finally here. We're approaching week 2. The only question is, are you ready to play? All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For the first time in the history of the Power Surge, the Detroit Lions were not included.
Mm-hmm.
Neither was Kansas City. Topsy-turvy week 1 in the NFL.
And it might be 2 weeks in a row. Even if they win, it depends on what happens in the top 6. I don't know that a win over the Bears does much for it. It'll feel really good here because it's Ben Johnson. It's a division opponent. It's a response from last week. But I don't know that it does enough to get you back into the top 6. It's going to take some work for them.
Yeah, a win would be nice.
Sure. Wins are always nice.
It's more that a loss would kill you.
Oh, oof.
Now, looking around to see what everybody else thinks of the Lions, I've got 5 different rankings. Sports Illustrated, Pro Football Talk, CBS, ESPN, NFL.com.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where the Lions checked in. Sports Illustrated put them at 12.
Okay.
Pro Football Talk had them at 11. CBS Sports had them at 11. ESPN said 8, and NFL.com said 8.
So the average is right around 10.
10, give or take. Mm-hmm. Borderline top 10 football team after week 1's loss. Now, that's the national perspective. Locally, as you can imagine, we've been inundated with ticket texts of people starting to predict losing records for the Lions, missing the playoffs for the Lions.
Certainly not winning the division.
The division is very much something people are doubting. John, how much confidence was shaken in the 1 week long term? Like, where do you sit right now?
I can tell you where I sit. I had them at 9.
Okay.
All right, so they're still a top 10
borderline,
team. Yeah. And so it's kind of interesting, too, when you start to put those together and you think about what the reaction here. And now that we're doing this on Wednesday, this is why I like doing the Power Surge on Wednesday, because I have a chance to get over the shock of the loss and start to think a little bit more logically. And I'm curious what our fans are. Are they in that logical phase of coping with a week 1 loss to the Green Bay Packers, where, I mean, everything that we had talked about in the offseason reared its ugly head? How many of those things are fixable, which we talked about yesterday? Now we're sitting here on Wednesday going, okay, how do they match up with other teams, not just in division or in the NFC, but with other teams in the NFL? Because I think everybody believes that the most powerful teams, as I do, Buffalo, Baltimore, are in the AFC. Now, I got Philly at 2, but there's still some question marks about Philly.
Yeah, the Packers,
question marks that I put them at 2.
The Packers at 4 with the leg up now, winning that first of the 2 meetings. I expect the Lions to be in the playoffs as we sit here today. Now, look, if they lose to the Bears, you start looking at the history of teams that start 0-2, you got about a 10% chance to make the playoffs. That shifts things pretty dramatically. You start 0-2, and then you get a date with Baltimore on Monday night at their house, and you may be staring down 0-3, and then the sky is falling. Then full panic will take over the city. I'm not going to do it after the first loss. Mm-hmm. I still feel like this is a playoff team. The other thing that I'm looking at, John, is not obviously just winning this game against the Bears. The trenches. The personnel is not there in terms of Ragnow and McNeil. I need to see some more from those 2 position groups, or even a win against the Bears doesn't mean anything.
Right. And so what I need to see from the defensive line, and whether it's DJ Reader and company, they're not a pick a side, swim move, and get on the quarterback right away. They're not a spin move away from getting to the quarterback. That's not who they are. Who they should be is a team that can push you back into the quarterback's lap. A very powerful bull rush, stand your ground, and compress the depth of the pocket. That in and of itself will make the quarterback a little bit uncomfortable. And then I don't have any faith that they're going to get any push from one side, but you should be able to get some pressure from Aiden Hutchinson, even if it's a double along with a chip, along with a lot of other things.
Because that's the reality. Is he has to win some of those. I know he's to split a double consistently is not normal. But he's not supposed to be normal. He's supposed to be superhuman. He's supposed to be one of the 3 or 4 best defensive players in the entire league.
Well, yeah, and if we think, going into the season that he could have the potential of winning Defensive Player of the Year, defensive players of the year find ways, not every time, but frequently to beat double and triple
Yeah,
teams.
they're doubled. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
the life of a
Myles Garrett's going to get doubled.
Yeah, an elite defensive player is going to get doubled. If you look at the guys who win Defensive Player of the Year, I'm willing to bet, John, that the other team, that offensive coordinator, likes to chip that player, likes to put a tight end in to help with that player, and they overcome anyway because they are the best defensive player in the league in a given year. So that's the challenge for Aiden. And the Lions they've put him in this position. They've assigned him this lot in life with their decisions on that defensive line. He's going to have to rise above it. And they're going to have to blitz more and get home with the blitzes because they didn't get home against Green Bay. Where are you guys at? 248-539-9797. How much of that loss lingers with you? The team will move on. The team will play this week. How much lingers with you? Like, are you some of these people who don't think they're making the playoffs?
Yeah. Are they flat out outside, if you were doing your power search, are they outside the top 10? Or do you think it was one game, it was a bad game? Dan Campbell hasn't lost back-to-back games in how long?
Since 2022.
Is this going to be that bounce-back game for a Dan Campbell-led team, and they're going to be firmly in that top 10, maybe not in the top 6, but they're going to respond?
Well, they have to. And he even said that, like, we're going to win, we have to. If you lose, you're 0-2. If you win, you're 1-1. And we talked about, hey, just survive the early stretch of this season where you
get to 3-3.
Yeah, and I know you're not someone who ever wants to concede losses, but I've kind of used that as my barometer. 3-3 is kind of a target through the first 6, knowing they have to play Baltimore, know they're going to play Kansas City, they're going to play Cincinnati. The ones you got to win, Cleveland and Chicago, right?
Yeah.
A couple home games against teams that finished last in their division a year ago. Got to win those, and you got to win one of these tough road games. Like, you do have to beat some good teams.
Well, and as we learn more, like I don't have the Chiefs in my top 6. Maybe that trip to Kansas City isn't as formidable as it felt like before the season. The trip to Cincinnati, Joe Burrow looked terrible.
Right. Cincinnati's a game I thought they'd win before the season started. And Kansas City now doesn't have Rashee Rice for that game because of suspension. And I don't know the timetable for Xavier Worthy, but he's also injured in that receiver room for Kansas City. 248-539-9797. Lions fans will check in with you guys on the phones and the ticket text. Your confidence is shaken to what degree? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers' magic number to clinch the AL Central is now just 10 after a 12-2 win over the Yankees in the series opener in the Bronx last night. A 9-run seventh blew this one open. Parker Meadows had 3 hits and took advantage of that short porch and right at Yankee Stadium. Casey Mize got the ball for the Tigers, going 6, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts for him, earning win number 14 on the year. Former Lions offensive coordinator, now Bears head coach Ben Johnson, says his team is preparing for, quote, a playoff-like atmosphere at Ford Field on Sunday. Johnson says the Bears will go with a silent count, calling Ford Field something else the last couple years. Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley teases he's ready to make a decision on where he's signing for the upcoming season. In a post on Instagram yesterday, Beasley writing, "My decision is near." The 28-year-old now cleared in his gambling investigation, averaged 16 points a game last season, shooting 41% from 3. The Pistons, Cavs, Knicks, and T-Wolves are rumored landing spots. The Niners releasing former Michigan kicker Jake Moody after he missed a kick and had another block during the opener at the Seahawks this weekend. Moody, who was drafted in the 3rd round, made just 74% of his kicks in San Francisco. He won the Lou Groza Award for the Wolverines in 2022. And the Phillies' Kyle Schwarber, the first player in the National League to 50 home runs this season. This after a 3-run shot against the Mets last night. Schwarber still trails the Major League leader, Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh. He's got 53 bombs on the year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Thanks for getting up with us. It's a Wednesday, and that means it's time to play Name That Lion.
Ooh.
So here's how it works. On Wednesdays, we play Name That Lion for your chance to win tickets to see the Lions play. And this week, it's tickets to see them in the home opener with Ben Johnson in the building in a can't-lose game. Here's how you win. You listen all hour. We're going to sprinkle in clues. When you hear those clues, they're going to give you a real good shot to name that lion. There will be 3 clues this hour. We will play a sounder at some point this hour. That will be your only chance to call in and guess. So if you try to guess right now, Greg's going to say,
thanks,
goodbye,
yeah.
Click. When you hear the sounder, call in, name that lion, win the tickets. Clues coming in the next hour. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect. We got phone calls to get to because we want to know about Lions fans and their psyche today. How much was your confidence shaken based on one game? Because we got a lot of ticket texts this week about missing the playoffs, losing records, forget about the division. Let's check in with people. Dave in Mount Clemens, good morning.
Morning, guys.
How you doing, Dave?
Good. Long lines of one bad game. John, I used to always say they're never as good as they look. They're never as bad as they look. They're just an average team. That was the same old Lions. I think they've proven they're a good team. With you factor everything in, they didn't have a dress rehearsal effectively with play calling, both coordinators across the board. I feel like let's give them their due. Let's give them their earned shot of like a bigger sample size before we jump to rash decisions.
Yeah. The only thing I would say, the only caution I have about the, hey, they didn't have a dress rehearsal for the play calling. It took Ben Johnson 7 games before he was the guy that had a good rhythm, and that was back in 22. They were 1-6. I hope it happens a lot quicker than that. Now, talent is much better than Ben Johnson had early in that season.
Yeah, and they can't afford to start that slow. Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, Dave, I'm with you. I don't want to panic and knee jerk after the first game. Like I thought they were winning 12 games when we locked in our preseason. This is one I had them winning, so I suppose that they're down to 11. 11 is still enough to be in the postseason, and depending how it shakes out, still win this division.
Yeah.
Now you lose to the Bears. That's also one I had them winning. You're going the wrong way fast.
Yeah. With a very tough schedule on the horizon.
Ticket texters. I'm a firm believer the Lions have the potential to win the big game, but statistically, impossible. I have no faith. Knock off the Rust Boys.
Wait a second. How did that one start?
John, I just read what he sent. It didn't make sense
It
as
says,
I was reading
I believe they can win the big game, but
until it's statistically impossible. So he'll believe until it's mathematically over. He says, I have no faith. I've lost no faith. Knock off the Rust Boys.
Oh, I think you missed it.
Boy, I butchered that really bad.
Yeah.
That was terrible. We're going to start over. Good morning, everybody. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Guys, I'm a firm believer the Lions have the potential to win the big game until it's statistically impossible. I've lost no faith. Knock off the Rust Boys. Yeah, they have to knock off the Rust this week. Texter says, I feel like if we lose this week to the Bears, the SOL days are back, and there's a better chance that we lose in the games than win 10. So he'd have with a losing record.
Yeah.
Well, 9-8, I suppose, is 9-7.
It's a winning record, but
he doesn't see him getting to 10 wins if they lose this game, which is, I guess, the math I was doing. If I had him at 12, then you take 1 away, you take 2 away. You're running out of steam, running out of games. Sean in Detroit, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Hey, Costa, man, I am a fan of yours, man. I think you got some racy takes, man, but I think you're dead on this one, buddy.
Okay.
I'm not in panic mode, guys. I'm just worried. I'll say that. Beginning of the season didn't look great out there, man. We got some parts, and I think John can attest to this, that really worry me, man. When you look at some of the offensive line play, man, Christian Mahogany and those young kids getting pushed around out there, that's really concerning. The only thing that I will say is this. It's early in the season. I still think we got time to make some moves, but I wonder that, signing J-Mo for $83 million in a year that I don't think we needed to sign him for $83 million is want to come back and bite us. So I'm just wondering what you guys think about that. And thanks for taking my call.
I mean, I have questions about that extension as well. What does it mean moving forward? But I mean, that's for problems down the road. The issue right now is if they believe that he's an $83 million receiver, then we need to use him more.
Yes.
get the ball to him down the field. Now, and okay, we've all seen the film now, and it was tough to get down the field. That's why there was dink and dunk Jared Goff.
That money that they're paying him doesn't affect the salary sheet this year. But the fact that they wanted to save money for the future does impact the roster this season.
Right, because they didn't go out and sign an edge. They didn't go out and sign a guard in free agency.
Right. Ticket Texter says, guys, I had this team at 9-8 before the season. And that's where I still think they'll end up. The offensive line is trash and too young. Ben in Lake Orion.
They played like trash. But I don't think it's not a top 5 offensive line, but I don't think it's a trash offensive line. You're going to get better play out of Penei Sewell. You're going to get better play out of Taylor Decker.
You're not going to face the bookends of Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary on a weekly basis. It's a problem if you're going to win the division, but make the playoffs, those two should hold up.
Yeah, right now I'm all about just being 2-2 after 4 games. Win the 2 easy ones that should be easy, the Bears and especially the Browns. And they're probably going to lose at Baltimore. And if they start 2-2, they're going to have to get one of those Chiefs or Bengals games probably. We've always said 3-3 would probably be tolerable as this team works through its growing pains, and then you get McNeil back for the stretch run.
Yeah.
I am worried right now that the interior of this line is not going to be completely fixable. And my biggest thing with the Lions' success over the last couple of years, and I love it, and it's the kneecap mentality, is the Lions have imposed their will and dictated tempo in virtually nearly every game they've played the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Of note, the Green Bay Thanksgiving loss, Green Bay came in here and got a lead, and they kind of dictated things on the Lions. So could be a Matt LaFleur thing a little bit here. Where, I know the Lions have beat them for the most part, but I think too defensively that first drive, the 3 3rd and longs, that can't continue. You got to get off the field. Yeah, it was a 3rd and 9, a 3rd and 10, a 3rd and 6.
Like, what did you make of them dropping Aiden into coverage on some of those plays? Like, I know they've done it in the past, but if you're struggling to get home, he's got to be one of the guys going to the quarterback. I like it as like a deception.
Sure.
Occasionally, 1 snap here, 2 snaps here. Key 3rd down, get his hand in the dirt, go get the quarterback. Right?
Yes, because, it takes away your only threat to get after the quarterback. But it is, there are
strategic reasons. Because, again, if you're going to bring blitzes, quarterbacks are taught to throw hot. Ideally, you're dropping D linemen into those shallow areas, and you can get a cheap interception. I get why they've done it, and he's even had an interception that way in his NFL career. But
against
was it
the
against
Bears?
Oh, he's got the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
It was, wasn't it? Ticket Texter says, I think Campbell is the catalyst in this situation. He will right the ship. He directly observed what didn't work, and I truly believe he will fix it. Look, there's a lot to be said about this team gets better as the year goes on, and there's a lot to be said about not losing back-to-back games. You want to put your confidence in anybody, I think Dan Campbell's the guy to put your confidence in. Conversely, this Ticket Texter doesn't see it that way, John. This is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. The Lions are a 5-win team. Campbell without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn is nothing more than Matt Patricia. Them's fighting words.
That's doing them dirty. Wow.
I actually think that's meaner than saying he should be fired. Like, we had the guy call in on Monday and say he should be fired, which is ludicrous after 1 game and all the success. Comparing him to Matt Patricia is even more offensive. Agreed?
Yes, because the Patriot way was an absolute joke. The Campbell way has gotten them to an NFC Championship game. It's gotten them the number 1 seed. Now, it hasn't gotten them to the Super Bowl.
Back-to-back division titles.
Yeah. That's a little on the bizarre side of things. And I don't care really how bad things get. I don't think that they're a 5-win team. At worst, I think you're looking at 9 wins.
The 5-win scenario involves a quarterback going down.
Sure. A quarterback goes down. If Goff were to go down this week, I think you'd be happy to get the 5 wins.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, ticket text. Get people's thoughts on where we're at with the Lions.
This is the most challenging, trying to figure out what this team is really in the last 3 years, because we kind of knew going into that 22 season that we had hopes, but they were 3-13-1 the year before, and they started off 1-6, and at that time, I think that's actually when Sheila gave Dan Campbell the vote of confidence. Now, like, we're on the right path. We hired the right guy. We've all gone back to that moment of patience that Sheila had at that time, and then we saw the results. It ended up being a 9-8 season. Just missed out on the playoffs. Then we saw the following 2 years of 23 and 24. But right now, there's major questions of offensive line because there's players that are unproven. Yeah. And even after a game, very unproven. In fact, the proof is that they're not good. But you do have a chance to get back in the meeting rooms. They're young players. I think that both of those guys, Mahogany, all three of them, Mahogany, Glasgow, and Ratledge, will play better.
It's one of the big questions before the season, and now they have a chance to improve on that performance. All right, your first clue for Name That Lion. And there'll be 3 clues this hour. Listen to all 3 of them, then the sounder for your chance to win Lions tickets. Clue number 1, I won a playoff game with the Detroit Lions.
For the Lions, it's
a small group.
It's a small group.
I won a playoff game with the Detroit Lions. All right, guys, keep the conversation rolling. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. And I talk about that relationship all the time. I've been able to build a great relationship with them because they're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. I already mentioned it. That's what they've done for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
If you're injured in a car accident, you're going through one of the worst days. You need someone who can help make it better. Call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country that specializes in car accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard. He wins, and he wins big. So call my guys over at KG Law. They'll take care of you. If you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need KG Law, and you need it now. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. It's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. I got to love the Yankees unraveling. We're going to check back in on the Tigers at 7:35 this morning. Magic number down to 10. And do I see a pitcher not named Tarik Skubal beginning the game and pitching well?
Might be.
Hey, maybe start of something. We'll get to it. I have your second clue for Name That Lion.
Ooh, already. All right.
I'm trying to get these out to people. If you're listening, you're going to know. I was a second-round draft pick of the Detroit Lions. If you're starting to piece it together, listen for the sounder, chance to call in and win Lions tickets when they play the Bears this week. I was a second-round draft pick of the Detroit Lions. All right, some ticket text about the Lions. John, we asked people, all right, how big of a deal was the first loss of the season? Texter says, my biggest takeaway was how awful the best secondary in the league looked, Sam in a car. And he put best secondary in air quotes.
Right.
Look, I think when you're not getting pressure on Jordan Love, you're begging for him to beat you. If everybody's in man coverage, all it takes is a receiver eventually creating separation down the field. You do yourself no favors.
Well, and it was early on, Jordan Love just picking apart that secondary. And, I don't think I ever called them the best secondary in the NFL, but I thought that they were going to be much better. Terrion Arnold, and I think, while I don't know that any of them played really good.
He got picked on.
DJ Reed didn't look great. But now you're down Terrion Arnold. We don't know if he's going to be available for the game or not. So now who comes in? I mean, okay, Amik Robertson. But then if you go nickel, is it Khalil Dorsey? Rock Yassin?
Yeah, not great. Ticket texters. No pass rush and not a good O-line at the same time will be very difficult to overcome. No doubt about it. Texter says, I'm not upset with the loss, but it's a reality check. My issue is they looked stale, Nick in Oxford.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, too. It's just
a good word choice.
Yeah, they just kind of looked blah.
Like their offense, too, like they won TOP, but they didn't do anything with it. It's just running in place. You take the L and you build off it. Campbell and the crew won't let it happen again. It's Nate in Allen Park. Tex says the Eagles started 2-2 last year. The year prior, they had a terrible end of the year, and they wanted Hurts and Sirianni gone. We are good.
It's a good way to look at it.
So I will say about that example, because the Niners are an example, too. Before last season, the Niners had an outstanding 5-year run. They lost 2 Super Bowls. They lost 2 conference championship games. But lost in that shuffle was kind of a lost season a little bit. Now, some of it was injury-inflicted. Personnel was turning over and stuff. But I do worry. I don't think not to that degree. Maybe this is that one-off season, like he pointed out with the Eagles, or even what I said about the Niners, where you just had a few flaws. The schedule got you a little bit, and you go 9-8 or something like that. I mean,
well, and what happened, that also is happening here for that Eagles season. 2 coordinators.
Exactly, but then they replaced both last year and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I really don't want to do, guys, this year's going to suck, but it's an omen that 2026 is going to be great.
Super Bowl year.
I think big picture-wise, though, that Texas, the Detroit Lions roster is a really good roster. Mm-hmm. I think they have the right head coach. But sometimes things catch up to you a little bit, and your flaws, you thought that you had things covered, and you didn't.
We're good.
Yeah. Or maybe one of those Niners teams went 9-7. It was still the 16-game schedule, and made the conference championship game. So things happen sometimes in the NFL.
This is maybe the best text we got in the batch, and I started this one. The Lions are a good team. I believe it's going to be an ugly season. Lots of losses in the first half. When the true star of the defense gets back in Aleem McNeil, then they will be better. He says they'll miss the playoffs by 1 game. I mean, every single one of these is going to matter now.
It will.
Tex says it's on Brad Holmes. He's thinking he's smarter than everybody else. He's getting it wrong. Needs to upgrade the trenches, and he did not do it. This is directly on Brad Holmes.
Well, he didn't, as he told us, he didn't water the garden.
Okay, so I'm going to make a comparison quick of the Tigers and Lions. Everybody thought with Harris it was the bullpen. Now we're starting to see it might be the number 2 starter.
With Holmes, we thought it was the edge, and it still may be.
Thought it was the edge, but it's the neglect of the O-line.
That garden that's now got like the brown leaves.
Got some weeds.
And, it's got to get taken care of. Hey, speaking of Holmes and Harris, we are going to intertwine the two later in the show here. But let's get to Heather with the news.
Do you guys remember that feel-good story I shared with you where this Detroit man was gifted $100,000 from a famous YouTuber? Remember, this man was like outside of a pawn shop. He was about to go pawn his wedding ring for some extra cash, and this man came up to him, said he was blind. He needed just any money to spare, and this man was like, "Oh, yeah, I'll help you out. Give me 1 minute. This is all I've got on me. I'm going to go get money for my wedding ring."
Yeah.
And he was gifted $100,000. It was such a feel-good story from this famous YouTuber. Well, anyway, just weeks later, I mean, almost like a month after the happiness happened, this man, what's his name? Curtis Dixon, that was the man who was pawning his ring, claims that he was kidnapped, beaten, and nearly killed. So last Monday, he was allegedly discovered tied up in this burned out SUV in Detroit. He said that he was kidnapped. He was forced to withdraw money from several ATMs before he was basically left to die in this burning vehicle. Well, there is a source that claims there is some inconsistencies to his story and everything is under investigation. This week, federal officials, specifically the ATF, took over the case from the Detroit Police Department. So lots going on. The man is said to be, laying low in an undisclosed location, but I can see how something like this could happen. All of a sudden you come into a large sum of money and people want some of your money.
Yeah.
But there could be more to the story, so that's all unfolding right now. A Detroit wine bar has been honored with the Resy One to Watch Award, which is a great distinction. Ladder 4 Wine Bar is being called one of the most exciting restaurants in North America today by industry group North America's 50 Best Restaurants, which is, pretty wow. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the Resy One to Watch Award, I'd never heard of it, right?
I've never heard of this
But
either.
it basically honors a rising star restaurant with a distinctive vision and culinary excellence. And the chef at Ladder 4 says that Detroit's dining scene is full of dedicated chefs, bartenders, farmers, the people who own the restaurants. And when one of them wins, it's like they all win. And he went on to say that to receive this honor feels like a recognition for everyone who's building something here. We're grateful to be part of the story and to share this moment with our team and our city. So if you haven't heard of it, haven't been there, it might be something you want to put on your to-do list. It's in this 115-year-old building that was recently a fire station.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Ladder 4. Yeah.
It's a wine bar, a restaurant, and a wine shop. Their menu is always changing, but they usually do have steak, John.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah. I'm in the
some
game.
locally baked bread, dishes made from farm fresh vegetables. So
That sounds awesome.
I don't know. Go check it out. Sounds pretty cool. Jalen Carter's spit just cost him a wad of cash. So the NFL hit him with a $57,000 fine for spitting on Dak Prescott. The NFL revealed the punishment on Tuesday, basically stating that the fine will be his game check, which comes to a total of $57,222. He was suspended for 1 game, but the league said, quote, because Carter was disqualified before participating in a single play, the suspension is considered to have been served. So the NFL Players Association says Carter's not going to, appeal this decision, this discipline. And so there you have it.
Okay.
That's what he's facing. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I was shocked when I found out this next piece of news. Reality Worlds will be combining soon for the next season of The Bachelorette.
Ooh.
Taylor Frankie Paul, who is from The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives,
A favorite of John's, I'm sure.
was just announced as the next Bachelorette. So it was announced on Alex Cooper's Call Her Daddy podcast.
John, do you know who any of these people are?
No, I usually start ignoring it when they go by 3 names.
And I was shocked by this. So Taylor, she is a single mom of 3. She rose to fame on TikTok. She's now starring on The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Now, she was also once involved in a swingers scandal with her
So
ex-husband.
you know who she is.
Come on.
And other Mormon no, I don't think.
Is there Acosta in there?
No, I don't believe you're Mormon.
I'm not
other
Mormon.
influencer couples. So anyway, she says being chosen for the next Bachelorette is surreal. She says she's nervous and excited. And season 22 of The Bachelorette will air next year. I have feelings on this. I feel like The Bachelorette is the show, the franchise is struggling, and they're pulling at strings to get new viewers. And she has a big following. There's several other stars from the Mormon Wives, that show, that are going to be on Dancing with the Stars. They have a big following. So I think the Bachelor series is hoping that people will follow them there.
Well, this is an admission that their franchise has struggled mightily.
I think so.
Yeah.
I would be more interested in watching a random woman found off the street. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not interested in watching more of her. I've tried to watch the reality show that she's in, and
It's not for
it's
you.
cringy. To me, it's not for me, but I know a lot of people do watch.
Not in on either.
Sounds like it's going to be the biggest season of The Bachelorette ever.
Ever. The drama, the tears, you don't want to miss it.
Of course. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we're going to work the Tigers in. Check back on them. You may have forgotten about them. They're still playing baseball. It's 97-1. Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is here, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, is back as the official tequila of the Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory, especially if it's this week, never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. 3 different Yankee relievers in the inning. You just love a good Yankee implosion.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, especially when it happens in New York. We love it here. We get to enjoy it, and we did that earlier in the season, but when it happens in New York and you hear the boos, that's something special.
And seeing Casey Mize get on the bump, go 6 innings, strike out 8, and he gave up a couple solo shots in little bandbox, but he limited the damage, and he put together one of his best outings in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's back-to-back decent outings for Casey Mize, who has struggled since July.
And it's against good lineups. So both New York teams. Last time he took the mound was against the Mets. He went 5 innings, only gave up 1 run, and then this time it's at the Yankees, and he goes 6 innings, only gives up 2 runs. Those are both 2 solo shots, and we know if there's damage going to be done, it's going to be by that New York lineup because they just hit more home runs than anybody else.
Yep. The 7th inning for the Tigers was awesome.
Yeah.
Watching the other team trip over themselves, Tigers not trying to do too much. Hey, you get hit by a pitch, you take your walk, and finally Kerry Carpenter gets something and hits triple. And they blew that thing wide open, a 12-2 win against the Yankees last night. I have your third clue for Name That Lion for your chance to win Lions tickets. Your third clue. I attended Ohio State University. Listen for the sounder. It'll be your cue to call to guess for Lions tickets. Name That Lion every Wednesday. All right, John, with the Tigers, where are we at? Because now that football season's here, and because they've just kind of been hovering around 500, it feels like they've been kind of out of sight, out of mind for people. I've kind of likened it to this lazy river where they're like a 500 team for 70, 75 games.
Yeah.
ESPN.com did their real or not real for every team in the mix.
Yeah, contenders for a World Series championship, correct?
Yes, this is to win the World Series. Can or can't win it all, real or not. And for the Tigers, I clicked on it, I wanted to see. They said not real. And they specifically said starting pitching outside of Tarek Skubal is why they can't go on to win the World Series. They are not real. Do you
Understandable.
Agree? Do you agree with that?
I agree with it for the last 2 months. I don't know what this pitching staff is going to be by the time we get to September. Because if they are what they were for the last couple of months, then yeah, I don't think they're real contenders. If Casey Mize pitches as he has the last 2 games, and I know that, ERA is not good, but he's given them a chance to win. And when you look at the last 7 starts, let's even go 8 starts, they've only lost 1 of those games.
Right, but how has he pitched? Because that's going to be more indicative.
I understand that. But if the Tigers just simply win when he pitches, yeah, you want him to be pitching good, which he has for 2 games. And this is what I've always said. You need to be pitching well. Your bats need to be active when you get to the end of September, and hopefully that carries over into October and however far you can get in the playoffs.
So I'm looking at it. Casey Mize last 10 starts that go back to July 12th.
Mm-hmm.
They are 7-3 as a team in those games. He has an ERA over 6. It's incredibly misleading. That is not sustainable. You will not win 7 of every 10 games if your starter has an ERA of 6.
No, but when you get to September, and only 2 games. ERA is 2.45.
Yeah, I like what the last 2 starts have been.
Can he now string together 3 starts? That's what you have to look at and say, is he going to be a guy that when you need him most, he shows up?
See, I just think ideally he's a number 3 because he's a bit of a nibbler.
I'm not going to argue that.
Because he's a bit of a nibbler. Like, he'll battle. Like, if he gets into trouble, he can work through some of it. I've been impressed with his ability to limit damage when he runs into problems, but he doesn't have big-time swing and miss, so he does profile more as a number 3. Now, he may be the 2 by default, and certainly want to see him play like he did in the first half of the season where he was an all-star, because that can give you a 1-2 punch and get you out of a 5-game series. But the question was win a World Series. And if we're still trying to nail down the second spot, you don't have the horses to win 2 different 7-game series. I thought it was fair. I don't like that reality, but right now they're not real as a World Series team.
I mean, I can understand that because you're going off of not necessarily what happened in April, May, or June. It's more indicative of who they are now. And we can make all those determinations that we want, but who they are now doesn't mean that's who they're going to be, come the 1st of October.
Well, and I'm hoping that last night is the start of something because it's Parker Meadows, too, and he was part of that turnaround last year.
Against the Yankees.
Very quietly came up over the weekend. I know football's on everybody's TVs. He had a big night last night. You tell me I get, how many games are there left? 15 to 20 here?
Yeah.
You give me a good 2 weeks out of Parker Meadows. You give me another 2 good starts out of Casey Mize. Maybe Flaherty. Okay, we can revisit this. But as we have the conversation on
17 games.
As we have the conversation on September the 10th, I would put them in the not real category. If you're curious what they said about all the other teams, they had the Brewers, Phillies, Yankees, and Cubs as the real contenders to win the World Series.
So the Yankees are the only ones out of the American League, even though they're not winning their division.
Correct. And they didn't even win last night. The not real of the contenders, the Blue Jays, the Dodgers, and the Tigers. Everybody else was in the spoiler category. And of the spoilers, they said the Astros, Mariners, Padres, and Mets are real spoilers. And the spoilers who are not real are the Royals, Rangers, and Red Sox.
Okay. So that's not written in stone.
No.
And a lot of things can change as they have the ups and downs of a Major League Baseball season. I just simply want to get to the postseason and see who AJ picks as who's going to be game 2 starter. And how do they perform? What is Jack Flaherty going to be? That's kind of the biggest mystery, because you look at Morton, you're like, okay, 41 years old, maybe we can get 4 or 5 good innings out of him, maybe a couple of good starts. Flaherty has been such a roller coaster. The highs have been really good. The lows have been really bad. And you look at Casey Mize and you say, okay, well, the Tigers just simply win when he pitches. Even if he doesn't pitch well, they win. For Flaherty, it kind of feels like it's the opposite.
Yeah.
And so it's just
much more uneven and they don't win.
Yeah, it's just been a huge roller coaster. And for a little while, it was every other start. And then you have a couple of bad starts. And so I'm hoping that Flaherty, some of these guys that are more veteran players, and I wouldn't even put Casey Mize in that situation because of the injury and the fact that he just doesn't have a lot of years of service, but that Morton is a guy when he came over and he pitched a couple of good starts, that he is that guy that just the light bulb hits and he is pitching because he doesn't have a lot more years. He doesn't have more opportunities to get to the World Series or be a part of a World Series run. So you're hoping that you get the best of Morton. There's a lot of hope in there.
I know. And that's the issue is in a 7-game series, you need these guys to make more than one start. And if you're uneven, you're not going to get to a 7th game. You're not going to get to a 3rd Scooble appearance in a 7-game series. Texter says we're too hard on Mize. The stats aren't great, but he does what he needs to. When he takes the hill, gives him a chance to win. I'm okay with them. I feel like they've won in spite of him since July. The numbers are the numbers, guys.
Well, the last 2 he's been a part of.
Well, that's why I'm
the reason
encouraged.
they've won.
Yes, but by and large, in the second half of the season, they've won in spite of him in the majority of his outings. Texter says they're not real because our genius boy GM decided to be the smartest man in the room and shop at the bargain bin instead of going to an actual store. Text says we have pitching chaos in our back pocket if we need it.
Yeah, but you're still using all the same arms.
Mm-hmm, and they're not as good as they were a year ago on the mound.
But you have A.J. Hinch. And is he just going to pull that genius card out and create all the best matchups and outmanage other managers?
Look, speaking of genius boy GM, there's a lot of criticism for Harris and Brad Holmes right now.
You think?
Yeah, we've been sitting in this studio all week. Yeah, we're well aware of it. We're going to throw the two out there together in an intertwined conversation. That's coming up next. Greg, hit the sounder. You know the drill. Name the Lion. Your chance to win tickets to see them play the Bears this Sunday. All right, if you're going to the dentist, if you haven't been to the dentist, if you're stressing about the dentist, it doesn't have to be that way. Not with Brightside Dental. You're getting back in your fall routine. You got the kids back in school. If they've missed the dentist appointment over the summer, get them back in with Brightside Dental. And if you yourself haven't been in a while, Don't worry. They're not going to lecture you. They're not going to give you a hard time. They're going to give you a comfortable, painless experience. Brightside Dental has 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. If your current dentist can't see you soon, call Brightside and they'll get you in quick, often same-day appointments. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment. Get back in that routine. Call 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We have a winner. Congrats to Mike from Port Huron. You want a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Chicago Bears this Sunday, September 14th, and a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market from the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back. It's by the Bullseye Event Group. It's all you can eat and an open bar for 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today.
All right.
He was able to successfully solve the riddle and name that Lion. John, the Lion was?
Chris Spielman.
Chris Spielman, who played at Ohio State, was a second-round pick of the Detroit Lions, and won a playoff game.
It's a small group, and if you listen, and here's the key: if you haven't figured it out now through 2 weeks, we're not going to give you clue number 1 more than once. We're not going to give you clue number 2 or cue number 3. We're not going to, before the sounder goes, give you all 3. You must listen for the entire hour.
And we pick a different hour every Wednesday because we know, hey, different people, different commute times. We want everybody to have a chance to win Lions tickets every Wednesday.
So the 91 team had another Buckeye, but he was drafted in the 4th round. It was William White, not related to Walter. And then also Taylor Decker was on the team that won recently, but he was a first-round pick.
Yep.
I did tell Greg we need to be a little more careful with this maybe because of the portal if you're choosing a recent player.
That's a fair point.
And the guy that came to mind, he was drafted in the 1st round, but was Jamison Williams technically attended Ohio State University.
Right.
So note to ourselves.
Be very double-check, triple-check.
Yeah.
We were good this time.
And we actually, I mean, maybe we have to say graduate, but what does it mean to graduate from Ohio State?
Words are very important. Is my point.
Does it actually count?
Also, Sam Laporta was a second-round pick of the Lions and won a playoff game, but he didn't go to Ohio State.
No.
Right.
No,
yeah.
no.
So that was good. We've done a couple of these. Next week, another chance to win.
The portal complicates everything.
I know.
Trust me, for the 2 Grand Slam, I'm like going through now and looking at all these. Hey, did maybe he have a quick stop over there?
Yeah. It complicates everything.
Other part of Wednesday is the power surge, 8:35. John has the tall task of deciding what to do.
Where do the Lions fall?
Where do the Lions fall? Your number 1 team lost last week. Some good stuff coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's get into this Harris-Holmes conversation. Let's pit the two against each other and take the pulse of the fan base this morning. There's a lot of frustration towards Brad Holmes this week. Why didn't he do more to address the trenches? Not just edge, but the inside of the offensive line. And, okay, great, we're keeping our own. Don't we need to get some guys from the outside to put this team over the top? There's a lot of frustration towards Brad Holmes. Not to be outdone, Scott Harris' deadline inspired no confidence, and the team has floated along in a lazy river, playing 500 ball for the better part of 2+ months. And whether you think they can win a World Series or not, the odds are stacked against them with this current rotation. Who are you more frustrated with, Brad Holmes or Scott Harris? 248-539-9797. We can collect ticket texts on it too, but we want to hear your voice. We want you on the phones today. We want you to explain why one of these guys is more frustrating than the other.
Normally I go first on this. I'd like to hear your take on who you're most frustrated with.
Can I tell you it changes by the day?
No.
No?
Well, okay. Yes. What's today? Wednesday.
Wednesday, September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
I am more frustrated than Scott Harris.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm not making the wholesale determination on the Lions after 1 week. I feel like I've watched the Tigers play enough, and I know the shortcomings are legitimate. They are real. And they had the window at the trade deadline to do something, and they didn't. At least last year at the deadline, I felt like Brad listened to the edge concerns and did something. But it changes every day. Like, I was upset on Sunday, obviously, at what that product was.
Mine would be Brad Holmes. And it's because of I brought it up in the last segment, and he talked about watering the garden. We asked him about it in the draft. And, they go out and get Ratledge. But they didn't do anything with Zeitler. And I don't even know if Zeitler would have been signable. He wanted to go home. He's from Tennessee. He wanted to play there. I get that. I did that at the end of my career. And there's something really awesome about that. So I don't know if that was a chance. But there were other individuals available, even if you were just looking at building depth of talent up front. I know that they didn't have a determination by Frank Ragnow as to whether he was coming back or not, but they always knew that there was that risk that he would just wake up one morning, and it wasn't one morning, I'm simplifying it, but and give him a call and say, I'm done. That happened, and now we saw what we saw on Sunday, where it's two inexperienced guys and Graham, who is older, underperformed. But it was more that the entire offensive line underperformed. It is, and I think the biggest one is the edge. And I asked Dan last week if Hutch is going to get double and triple teamed, where do you expect to get pressure from? And he mentioned guys are going to have to win one-on-one battles. I don't know that Marcus Davenport can win enough one-on-one battles. He's going to win some. I don't know that Tyleik Williams, DJ Reader, Al-Quadin Muhammad, I don't think that those guys can win one-on-ones. And they're going to be forced to do that because if you double team Hutch, everyone else on that defensive line is going to be singled up. And then it's, okay, well, we need to generate it with blitzes. All right, well, then that puts the secondary at risk, which you can do at times, but it can't be your number one form of creating pressure.
And you're not going to beat elite quarterbacks relying on the blitz.
And the schedule came out soon enough. Not the schedule, but the teams that you're playing. They knew who those were going to be going into the season. And I think that does have to somewhat dictate what you do in regards to building your team for that year. And it's not you go out and you spend $150 million on a pass rusher, but you have to find a way to improve your roster. There were a lot of ways to improve the roster, and it didn't have to be going to get Trey Hendrickson or Myles Garrett.
We've chronicled almost every name that was available.
Right.
I mean, I liked Khalil Mack. He didn't end up making it to market. We talked about the A-list guys, the B-list guys, the C-list guys, Za'Darius with the familiarity, and even, how about this, Jadeveon Clowney, who's still out there. I mean, we've been beating that drum for a long time because you saw what it looks like on Sunday when Aiden gets doubled. He's got to win some of those, but they have assigned him a life of double teams with the moves they made this offseason or the moves they didn't make this offseason. And up front, again, I see the frustration with Brad Holmes. Up front, instead of drafting Terrion Arnold, what if they took Graham Barton, who went a couple picks later, who's the starting center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Yeah. It would have been a year early on Ragnow. They would have been planning for his eventual retirement. What you don't want to do is he retires and you go, fingers crossed on this second-round pick.
Yeah, but let's go back to that draft that was here in Detroit.
Yeah.
What was the biggest need at the time?
Corner. But he went corner. Could he have taken an offensive lineman in
the
one
second
of the
round.
first two picks?
Yes, yeah. In the second round, that's where I think that he could have gone, because what have we seen from Rakestraw? Nothing.
So you're saying, hey, watering the garden, but it's with the little measuring cup of water. It's not like a real effort to water the garden.
Well, you can get some high-level offensive linemen in the second round.
Yeah. Name one.
But my point is, you continually have to address offensive and defensive line. Every single year, you need to address it. And he has, but it's been Manu a project, or it's been Kobe Sorsdahl, later in the draft, and that's been a disaster. Now, if Mahogany can show signs of improvement, we know he can play better because we saw it last year.
Right, but with full circle, because it's Harris and Holmes. Why I ended up going with Harris is you're at the deadline. You're in first place. Act like it. You don't get a million cracks at this. I know they like to think we'll just be in the playoffs every year. Well, mission accomplished. You'll be in the playoffs. Can you do anything when you get there? Like, his chance to upgrade the team was tepid at best.
Okay, so I'll take that same thing. In the middle of the season, you're in first place. They don't do anything. You're a team that went to the NFC Championship game. You had the number one seed. Now, you were devastated by injuries, but you're so close.
248-539-9797. Both guys have built these teams into contenders, and neither guy has had the urgency to get them over the hump. Which one are you more frustrated with, Holmes or Harris? 97-1.
Brought to you by University of Michigan Credit Union. The Tigers use a 9-run seventh, beating the Yankees 12-2 last night, slimming their magic number to win the AL Central to just 10 games. Parker Meadows had 3 hits and a home run. Kerry Carpenter driving in a couple on a triple. Casey Mize got the start and was very good, earning win number 14 on the season with 6 innings, a 2-run ball, and 8 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch on that outing. This is the first time Mize has gone 6+ innings since August 16th. The Lions have signed 6'7" offensive tackle Devin Cochran and former third-round pick linebacker Monty Rice to the practice squad. With Jamarco Jones' season-ending ankle injury and Dan Skipper missing practice last week, Cochran could be in line to be the Lions' primary backup tackle against the Bears on Sunday. Linebacker Anthony Pittman, the Wayne State product's also been released. Michigan State's out with its non-conference schedule for the upcoming season. Tom Izzo's team will play Kentucky in the Champions Classic, Duke, Arkansas, North Carolina, Oakland, and UAD. The Spartans will have 2 exhibition games at UConn and at home against Bowling Green. The Pistons, with 1 roster spot remaining to fill, are less than a month from their preseason opener at the Grizzlies. A reunion with Malik Beasley still a possibility. The Pistons can offer him a contract up to $7.2 million. The Pistons also have a trade exception worth $14.3 million, and former Michigan quarterback Alex Orji's season is over at UNLV. The transfer has a season-ending LCL sprain. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
In this city exist 2 very good teams, the Detroit Tigers and the Detroit Lions. Built by 2 men, Scott Harris and Brad Holmes. And in this city exist 2 frustrated fan bases that neither of those guys will do more to put the team over the hump. We've asked you the question, who are you more frustrated with? 248-539-9797. Kareem and Canton, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So my thing is with I think Holmes is the one that I feel is the most egregious, just because we are trying to get this team over the hump, and we had the ingredients to do that. Now, I know Ragnow stepping down was unsuspecting, but we still needed to find ways to improve the O-line. And the O-line is significantly, not just slightly, but significantly weaker this year. And that's going to be what drives our offense. And if we can't get our running game going, we can't get our passing game going. And obviously the defense, I don't think the guys on defense are going to cut it. We really needed to add some all-stars. And watching every other team around us add great players, and we're just standing still, it really is frustrating. And I don't think Brad Holmes is taking the season seriously, if I'm being honest. I don't think he thinks we're going to win a Super Bowl with this roster. I think he just wants to wait and see what to do next season, if I'm being honest with you guys. I don't think he'll admit it, but that's how I feel. So,
Well, I don't think Brad Holmes went into this season thinking, I put together a roster that won't win the Super Bowl. I don't, but he may not be right, but I don't think that's how he's going into the season.
Right, but the flip side is he building a roster that will win the Super Bowl?
Okay, well, I mean, tell me a team that's built a roster going into the season that says we will win the Super Bowl. Like, there's only one team that's going to win the Super Bowl, and I think he's went into this like we heard from Dan. We're good. Like we asked Brad. I don't know what the conversation is or why you keep asking about the edge opposite. I
think that irks people too.
Well, and here's why I say Brad Holmes too, because I said this last week. This is, in my opinion, the most talented group of skilled players, from receivers to running backs to tight ends. And I think Jared Goff is a quarterback that can distribute the ball. He can't under pressure, and he can't without a running game. And the superpower has always been, when they got good, the superpower was the O-line. Mm-hmm. It's not the superpower anymore.
They dictated tempo with their run game, and Jared Goff needs a running game. When he had success in L.A., he had Gurley. They ran the ball. They had a balanced offense. So right now, I think that parallels on these two are amazing, because they each had 2 flaws: bullpen, starting rotation, and it was kind of in that order, but it may have really been the other order for Harris. And then with the Lions, it was O-line and edge. And my concern after week 1 is definitely the O-line. I think they can generate a pass rush, and McNeil comes back, things can be good. Should he have gotten somebody? Probably. But I think they can survive that. But the Tigers, the eerie similarities are Brad Holmes is putting a lot of faith in Graham Glasgow. And it could have been addressed more. Were there guys out there? Look, if you want to make a deal, you can make a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But he may be past being able to play in this league. We'll see. Things can get a lot better after 1 week. So, but Scott Harris did it with Cobb. The faith in Alex Cobb coming back to this team and helping this team, that he could help them right now. So at the last second, because of the timing of the injuries and Olsen and all that, he had to scramble and go get Morton.
Yeah.
So now, I think Charlie Morton and Graham Glasgow are two humongous figures for both these teams, and that's a little weak.
It is weak when you're chasing a championship to be relying on those links.
Yeah.
Look, the parallels are there. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Billy in Clinton Township. Billy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So right now I want to go with Harris. Reason being, Brad's done great for us over the last couple of years. Never really give us anything to doubt him on. And he's gotten us far, right? My thing with Harris is, these guys had a great season last year, came back out of nowhere, leading the league this year. You come to the trade deadline, and he doesn't go get any arms, knowing that our bullpen, I've always criticized our bullpen. And, yeah, we needed a starting pitcher or so. But the fact that he sat on his hands and didn't do anything, to me, is a bigger thing. I don't know. That's my take on it, honestly.
Yeah, it felt like the team had given him the signal to go for it, and he didn't want to. And then the comments after to say, my job is to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. They both have had these public moments. We mentioned Brad Holmes saying, I don't know why people ask about Edge. Scott Harris, my job is to make the playoffs. Boys.
Yeah, it's right here.
Come on now. Come on. You're frustrated with both these guys. Who are you more frustrated with? Let's get to Matt in Sterling Heights. Matt, you're on 97.1.
You almost made me spit out my coffee. You said that Harris and Holmes built playoff contenders. Harris, look, position by position, catcher, first base, second base, or I mean, not second base, third base, all the outfield positions, the best starter, the second best starter, all Avila's guys. Harris signed Alex Cobb for $15 million. He signed Maeda for $22 million. He goes small when he should go big at the trade deadline, and then he goes big to give these old guys all that money.
Recorded.
It's unreal. He has benefited from his predecessors' draft picks. He's done very little aside from Torres and maybe McKinstry to make this team a contender. He's a bigger disappointment. Holmes got to start with nothing and see it come to its fruition. Harris came in on second base.
I want to be careful giving Avila too much credit.
Tom?
He wasn't born on third base, was he? No. You knew I was going.
Right. Avila, all of these players, you go position by position, they were all here when Harris got here. Even a couple of the pitchers. He brought in Torres, who's been great. Was great. McKinstry was pretty good, but 90% of this team was inherited by Harris. So born on second base, third base, whatever you want to say.
Well, if you don't want to say third, okay, I get the point you're making. I do want to give him a little more credit than that because these young players were going nowhere. Developmentally, the organization was in a bad place. Developmentally, they're in a much better place. I give him credit for that. I'm not giving him too much credit because I agree with the gist of the call, which is do more.
That's a tough one because you do look at the players, and a lot of them were brought to the organization by Al Avila, but the organization was going nowhere. So where's been the benefit of Scott Harris? And is it simply, okay, he brought in his opening press conference, talked about valuing the strike zone. Well, then I know we had Javier at the beginning of the season, but why is Javi still here?
All right, don't dismiss the signing of Torres. You signed an all-star second baseman. That's a genius move. What else are you supposed to do?
Who's Brad Holmes' big external addition?
Oh, can't. We're good.
Who's the big external addition that Brad Holmes has added? An all-star caliber, that of Gleyber Torres.
And right now with Finnegan, his performance has been great. It wasn't the name that people liked, but look at the results.
Yeah.
He's been fantastic. You think
he's been the best reliever signed at the trade deadline?
The Yankees
or
are
acquired.
Yeah.
looking across the dugout and saying, "Oh, we went and got all these big names." And how are they doing?
Yeah. Have to get my Eugenio Suarez update.
Do you have his numbers?
No, I have it on the computer in the bullpen.
Okay, that's perfect. Of course, wait, do you really? You have it like bookmarked so you can
do.
keep tabs on it? That's hilarious. 248-539-9797. Holmes, Harris, who are you more frustrated with? It's 97-1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. So that's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
We all know in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan, you hear me say it all the time, get David, get paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Welcome back, Parker Meadows, and it's always fun to beat the Yankees. Watch them unravel in that 7th inning. Magic number's 10. Tigers just kind of been floating along here. 500 team for like 70, 75 games. Just kind of lazy river till we get to the postseason. They didn't do much at the deadline, and there's a lot of frustration towards Scott Harris. And this week, we got a new batch of frustration towards Brad Holmes. And you realize they're the same guy. They're the same dude. The general manager of the Tigers, president of baseball ops for the Tigers, is the general manager of the Detroit Lions. They have a glaring need that they are just not interested in addressing in any meaningful way. Pitching in the trenches. Pitching in the trenches. The edge,
Right.
Watering the garden, fixing your bullpen, finding a number 2 starter, taking it seriously. We get it. You're a playoff team. How serious do you want to be? At least Holmes will say the words, Super Bowl. But are you going to act on them? Scott Harris says my job's to make the playoffs. Didn't act on winning a World Series at the deadline.
Well, and they believe, and I don't think they're looking at it going, well, we have a team that's just good. They're going to be out in the first round of the playoffs. I think they believe, Scott Harris and Brad Holmes believe that they have a team that can win the World Series or the Super Bowl. They're just not doing it the way we want. And we have a little bit of facts to back it up, because since the trade deadline, where we wanted more arms, more pitching, we wanted another bat.
They've just been
The baseball team has been, as you put it, on a lazy river.
It's
floating along, and there's been nothing to sit there and say, well, yeah, okay, this is a World Series contender. And the same thing for the Lions. We had nothing to go off of until they played Green Bay. And what happened in Green Bay? The offense broke down because the offensive line was insufficient, and Jordan Love picked apart a defense because they were able to apply zero pressure.
Some of the ticket texts, we asked you who you're more frustrated with. And again, it feels like they're the same guy in a lot of ways. Texter says it's easy. Holmes is more frustrating. Football matters more to this city and more to America. Number 2. This one says Harris and Holmes are starring in Twins 2. They're the same guy. Text says Scott Harris.
Which one's Arnold and which one's Danny DeVito?
That's for you to determine. Text says it's Scott Harris. We were the best team at the deadline, and instead of investing in the team, he chose to go for cheap bargain players who wouldn't put us over the top and blows a chance at the World Series. Brad and Scott, they are the same dude. They refuse to get external pieces for big-time upgrades with serious glaring positions of need. They're snarky with the media. They both think they're the smartest guy in the room, when really, they're holding their team back. Tex says, I'm confused more than frustrated with Brad Holmes. I'm no expert, but Brad is. And obviously he thought this O-line was good. I'm not sure, though. He says he's confused.
Well, and okay, we do need more than just one game. The one game that we had was a disaster. And, I mean, whether it was communication issues, it was just lack of performance on both sides of the ball, it was a disaster. Now we do get a chance to see more. We have more to go off of what this season is for the Tigers. Obviously, they're 17 games away from the end of the regular season.
It just feels like more of these guys are concerned about making sure their team is in the thick of it in 2027 and 2028. And they're not going to make moves that compromise 2027 and 2028 when staring them in the face is a real chance to win the 2025 championship in their sport.
Well, and it's it's somewhat easier to look at. Now, you're looking ahead for the Tigers going, okay, well, it might be no Skubal, but you got McGonigal, you got Clark, you got some of these guys, Brasenio. Okay, so they could be a part of it in next year, 26, maybe 27. But you have, it's something tangible that you can look at, see, and look forward to. For the Lions, you have no idea because there's no farm system.
Right.
So the farm system they're picking from is he going to address the offensive line? Is he going to address the edge? What is he going to do to continue to build this team? And so what we have to go off for him is simply how he's structuring contracts.
Yeah. Who are you more frustrated in, Brad or Scott? Ticket Texter says Steve. Signed Dylan in Royal Oak.
Boy, that Dylan in Royal Oak, he's a frequent texter.
He's a big time listener. And the last one I have for you. Out of Holmes and Harris, the person who frustrates me most is Jim Costa. Hey, I'm avoiding temptation because when I got into work today, the universe was trying to send me a message about the Lions and the Bears this week.
Why you got to keep bringing this up?
I'll explain at 8:50 today, and we'll get back into a Lions conversation. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So there's a woman from Washington, D.C. who is now suing the Nationals after being charged more than the quoted and advertised price for tickets.
Oh.
So this woman filed a lawsuit after noticing that when she looked at her credit card bill or her statement that she had been charged a higher amount than what was advertised. And she claims that the higher fee she ended up paying for Nationals tickets was done using two type of junk fees practices called drip pricing and petition pricing. And she has asked that her lawsuit be certified as a class action on behalf of everyone who bought Nationals tickets from the team through the app, the MLB Ballpark app, or through MLB.com prior to July 16th of 2024 and had to pay all those extra junk fees. I mean, we all know them. I mean, everyone has seen those before, but the Nationals stopped using junk fees in July of 2024. So this woman is seeking the millions of dollars in junk fees that fans have not been refunded for.
Someone's sticking up for fans. See how it goes. Yeah, I'm curious.
Yep. Let's see. Jalen Carter will be eligible to play in the Eagles game against the Chiefs on Sunday after it was announced that he was issued a fine and will not face additional suspension for spitting on Dak Prescott. So the NFL issued a $57,000 fine, determined that his ejection in last Thursday's season opener will serve as the one-game suspension.
Because he played no snaps.
Right.
Yes.
Bonehead.
Yep. The newest Bachelorette boys has been named. I know you're
I'm on
very
the edge of my
interested in
seat.
this. I'm very interested in this. Taylor Frankie Paul, she is the star of The Secret Lives, of Morbid Wives. She was announced as the next Bachelorette on the Call Her Daddy podcast with Alex Cooper. If you guys aren't familiar with that show, she is a single mom of 3 kids. She rose to fame on TikTok. Previously married, but did get divorced after being involved in a swingers scandal.
Oh.
She also does have
Why are you looking at me?
Just wondered if, is Jim in this article?
Are you familiar with her, Jim?
I'm not a Mormon or a swinger. I'm not involved in this in any way.
She does also have a domestic violence arrest, so that's an interesting choice as a lead Bachelorette. But anyway, it sounds like a lot of people are excited to see her. I was looking at comments on Instagram when it was announced, and everyone, I mean, there's people saying like, I'm going to watch for the first time. This has got me back. I'm so hype. And of course, there are negative comments as well.
It's going to be lit.
Yeah, but a majority of people are saying this is going to skyrocket The Bachelor's like sinking fan base. Like people are excited to see her as the Bachelorette. So we'll see.
Well, one of the
desperate times, man.
I mean, I've never been a Bachelor or Bachelorette fan.
Well, you will be soon.
Well,
with
the Golden Bachelor, yes. But it seems to me like the initial attraction was because it was normal people looking for love.
And at least it came across that way, that they were actually looking for love. They may have just been looking for fame as well.
But I think it was just the normal people.
Yes.
And now it seems like you got to be a celebrity to be on it.
Well, that's how you get the ratings, right? I know. I would rather see a random woman that's just literally looking for love. I mean, maybe she is too, but the past doesn't seem to say that. We'll see. Anyway, last September on the New Heights podcast, Jason and Travis Kelce discussed the possibility of somebody rebooting the Backyard Sports video game franchise. And lo and behold, somebody has. Back in March, Backyard Baseball 01 was re-released for phone download so that you can play that. And now, with the start of the NFL season, Backyard Sports has followed up with a re-release of Backyard Football 99. So you can go and play that. Is that something you guys are familiar with?
Oh, yeah. Those were big for me back in the day. I know John doesn't play any video games, but those were like little computer games like you come home and play on like
And it's
the
like
home computer.
little children athletes
Yeah.
playing, but then also like
like the Oregon
younger
Trail.
versions of actual
Kind
players.
of. Yes, it's like the same kids in like all the sports too.
Yeah.
It's great.
I mean, I've never played. I've never actually
Yeah.
seen it. But anyway, you can also expect to see re-releases of Backyard Basketball and Backyard Hockey coming to the works too. So
Cool.
yeah, very cool. This is cool too. Just in time for the Lions home opener, you can go and get your hands on a new limited edition Lions flag at any Meijer store.
Is this one you'd hang on the house, or is this a car flag?
I think I actually haven't even seen photos of it. I picture it being a
Like
flag you hang
at
on
your
a
house.
flagpole,
Yeah.
that you hang at your house. This is the second year they're doing this. That Meijer has teamed up with the Lions to create this flag. This one says "Raise the Roar," and then there's a shadow words that say "One Pride." And what's cool about this is not only just the flag, but you're also going to be giving back to the community because all proceeds will be donated to the Detroit Lions Foundation. So it's a way to give back. The proceeds will help tackle food insecurity and increase food access to communities.
It's Heather with
Pretty
the
cool.
news. You laugh. It's actually one of the better roars I've heard a host do.
Okay. So, I mean, let's
Hey,
hear
look,
it.
I'm sitting in a seat, but I'm not going to try to duplicate that.
Really?
No.
You'll sing,
But you
Celine, or
won't- you
whoever
won't
that is,
roar?
Cher, but you don't want to roar?
I'm not trying that.
You won't roar?
I'm not going to roar, John. End of the hour. What message is the universe trying to send me about lions and bears? I was confronted by it when I came into work today. Coming up next is the Power Surge. It's 97.1.
Hey, the weather's starting to cool off a little bit, and if you took time outside the gym to work on your fitness, Planet Fitness wants to welcome you back into the gym. Right now, the Classic membership is just $1 down and $15 a month. It's a limited time only. Starting this weekend, the September sale has been extended. Just $1 down and $15 a month. You got everything that you want in Planet Fitness and even more because while you were out, Planet Fitness has been working on their facilities. Rochester Hills, Commerce, Woodhaven, Livonia on 5 Mile, the Planet Fitness locations have been totally remodeled. And if you're looking for one of the gyms with the new strength equipment, if it's in your community, Clinton Township, Southgate, Novi, Belleville, new cardio equipment in Lake Orion, Auburn Hills, Lapeer, and more. So the whole key is they took the time to improve their facilities. I've been to a number of these Planet Fitnesses, and every time I walk in, they're welcoming. It's the judgment-free zone, but it's also very clean. Locker rooms are great. Showers are great. So get back into the gym as the weather starts to get bad and work on that fitness. We also know that you can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Calling all homeowners. Rapid Roofing has your Labor Day deal covered. For a limited time, you can choose $2,000 off a new roof or get 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit. Their expert crews use the highest quality materials, back it up with the strongest warranties in the business, and can finish most roofs in just one day. And with winter on the horizon, fall, we know that brings wind, leaves, everything. Take care of your biggest investment now. 888-360-ROOF or go to rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection. Hurry, because the offer ends September 30th. It's not valid with other promotions. Other restrictions may apply. See website for more details. That website is rapidroofing.com.
we get into work bright and early. Sun's not up yet. Still waking up.
Yeah.
Little coffee, little energy drink, whatever your fix is. You're just trying to get your day started. And I got my day started with strobe lights. Confronted by those disco-esque lights that are still going off at 8:50 in the morning. And I felt like the universe was trying to send me a message. John, should I pick up?
No. No.
Just let it go to voicemail.
Yes. I don't even know why you bring it up. I get the lights
is
in
the
here.
universe trying to send a message about the Lions-Bears this week at Ford Field? Because
you could have taken it a lot of ways.
Does the caller ID say scam likely?
Yeah. Yeah.
how else am I supposed to interpret these? And for people who've been watching us on the stream, it looks like I'm getting arrested because it looks like police lights behind me. Like I'm.
Maybe it's a sign. Don't be worried. It's a 10+ win season coming.
That
Okay.
sounds much more reasonable.
Okay.
Why you have to whip out the disco and start getting all crazy
I'm
again?
not whipping anything out this morning. Let's be very clear.
This is going from bad to worse. It really is. Thank God.
But it does bring us to a conversation about where your head's at beyond Sunday, right? Like we've gotten texts this week from people saying losing record, which would mean less than 10 wins. We've had people saying they're going to miss the playoffs, less than 10 wins. Division, a lot of doubts. How shaken was your confidence from that first game, John?
Well, it took a shot. There's no question about it. When all the concerns that we had appeared to be confirmed in one game. Now, it's not shaken in regards to what I believe Dan Campbell will do, and is address all of those concerns. They are playing at home, so some of those communication things are going to be ironed out. They're going to have to get them fixed before next Monday night. They're going to be on the road in a ruckus environment as well, but they're going to be in the friendly confines of Ford Field. So you won't have to worry about the nonverbals. It's all going to be, hey, we're going to fan. 52 is Mike. Whatever it is, right? You're going to be able to communicate. So communication should not be an issue. If it is, now we've got bigger problems. I do think the offensive line only has one way to go, and that is up. And I think it's going to be up because of the three vets. I think Graham is better than we saw. Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, better than we saw. And I do think that both young players now having a real live game to look at and experience and feel will now, and I'm not going to say the light bulb goes on for everything, but there's a lot of times where, you're looking at your coach, and it's Hank Fraley in this situation, and he tells you something, you're like, yeah, coach, I got it. And then it happens in a game. You come to the sideline, and the coach is looking at you with his hands out going, didn't I tell you? And now that light bulb goes on and goes, I understand it.
What was your first game like, regular season in the NFL? Is this at all relatable for you?
Yes and no, because there's nothing that prepares you for the speed of an NFL game. It's against the Dallas Cowboys. And the benefit I had was 4 preseason games. And I played in all 4 of them, played a substantial amount. And it wasn't at game speed, but it was against, and that was the time where a lot of starters played. So I was going up against guys like Simeon Rice and Kevin Hardy. And I had a chance to play against Tampa and see some different looks in the secondary, not like you see in the regular season, but it was more so than the players have now. And I think that's one thing, and we asked Dan about that yesterday. And he admitted, yeah, maybe I should have played him more. And that's what I love about Dan is he's not going to be fixed on, no, this is the decision I made. It was the right decision, and you're wrong. Like there is opportunity that I could have done things differently.
I think he's a very emotionally intelligent person for as much as he gets labeled as some dumb meathead caveman.
Right.
Just go for it all the time. Well, a lot of those decisions are actually smart decisions.
But then going from week 1 to week 2 and week 3, where I'm now playing against Michael Strahan or Robert Porcher. Like that was the start of my NFL career. And having been able to have those preseason games, but then also being, I don't want to say eased into it, but Dallas didn't have a Porcher or a Strahan at that time. I had the benefit of not having to go against Micah Parsons in week 1.
So leap from week 1 to week 2, you felt it as a
it's
player.
Huge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's huge because you do. You finally get a chance to look at things because you go home Sunday after the game, and every competitor is going to be playing that game over and over in his head. And there's some plays where you're like, okay, that was good, but boy, I really messed up on these 10 or 15 plays. I could have taken a better step. I could have done this. Boy, it happened a lot faster than it happens in practice. So now all of a sudden you get to a chance to adjust all your angles, to adjust your expectations of what you're going to see when that game finally kicks off. So I do think Mahogany, now he did have that experience last year, but it was only 2 games. Certainly Ratledge, I expect there's going to be a big jump between what we saw last week on the road in Green Bay versus what we see this week against the Chicago Bears.
Big picture, are you worried they missed the playoffs? Your confidence in this team, what it was a week ago, where is it today? 248-539-9797. John, you gave out your power surge. If you want to know where everybody else has them in the league, Sports Illustrated has the Lions 12th. Pro Football Talk had them 11th. CBS Sports put them at 11. ESPN has them in the top 10, still at number 8, and NFL.com still has them in the top 10, also at number 8. I do not think this team is missing the playoffs based on the first game of the season. I'm not willing to go there. I still expect them to be in the postseason. Mess around and lose on Sunday.
Yeah, then things get real bleak.
Okay, I have a label for you for Sunday, and it doesn't involve disco lights.
Oh, thank you.
And it's not the must-win that you said last week. It's can't lose. You can't go down 0-2 to a first-year coach coming back to your house. You can't lose this game and then stare down the Baltimore Ravens on the road on Monday night and a very real possibility of 0-3. 0-2 teams hardly make the playoffs. It's like 11, 12%. Even with the extra spot, it hasn't made a big difference. You can't lose. You want to talk about shaking confidence? I'm okay with the 1. I'm a little concerned about the personnel, but I'm okay with the 1. You can't lose 2. You can't start 0-2, and you can't lose to Ben Johnson at home in his first year with the Chicago Bears.
I agree, and I'm going to give you another concern I have if that were to happen.
All right, we'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers' magic number to clinch the AL Central is now just 10 after a 12-2 win over the Yankees in the series opener in the Bronx last night. A 9-run 7th blew this one open. Parker Meadows had 3 hits and also took advantage of the Yankees' short porch and right. Casey Mize got the ball for the Tigers, going 6, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, earning win number 14 on the season. Former Lions offensive coordinator, now Bears head coach Ben Johnson, says his team is preparing for a playoff-like atmosphere at Ford Field on Sunday. Johnson says the Bears will go with a silent count, calling Ford Field something else the past couple years. And Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley teases he's ready to make a decision on where he's signing for the upcoming season. In a post on Instagram, Beasley writes, "My decision is near. The Pistons, Cavs, Knicks, and T-Wolves rumored landing spots after he was cleared in his gambling investigation." At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, fresh batch of ticket text. Your confidence, where it was with the Lions, where it is today. How much has it been shaken? Do you think they missed the playoffs now? We've gotten a bunch of those ticket texts this week, and I understand the concerns because this team's built in the trenches, and they got whipped in the trenches both sides of the ball. Now, John, you've spoke about, hey, 1 week to 2 weeks, young offensive line, at home, line calls, all that stuff. You should be able to clean it up. It's the Chicago Bears. You should win this game. And we can't call it a must-win. We should call it a can't lose.
Can't lose, and you absolutely must look better offensively. Because if you don't, all right, it's a trip to Baltimore. And again, it complicates things because it's going to be loud. Communication will be an issue. Got to get those things ironed out. But then the next week against Cleveland's offense is not a good offense, but nobody's ever doubted their defense. And just if you have any questions about that, look at what they did to what we believe is a really good offense in Joe Burrow with a number of top receivers. If you struggle to move the ball or have any rhythm offensively, I don't know that you find that rhythm against Baltimore. And then you're looking at Cleveland, where the defense is the strength of the team with a very good defensive front. Now all of a sudden, that game, which we were penciling in as a W, is in doubt.
For the season, I had them at 12 wins. You had them at 11 wins. We both had them beating the Packers, so shave one off. You're still a playoff team.
Right.
But
now the scenario I gave you is sky is falling.
Yeah.
I don't think the sky is falling.
I don't either, but we're painting the picture of just how important a Week 2 football game could be. You're going to see all those stats probably next week about the teams that start 0-2, and it's that 11-12% chance to make the playoffs if you start 0-2. Those teams weren't all playing this gauntlet of a schedule that Detroit has. You know, those would be 2 NFC losses, 2 NFC North losses, and it would inspire zero confidence that they were able to make meaningful changes from Week 1 to Week 2. It would be sky is falling panic. Like, the amount of emotional investment that we're going to put into Sunday is probably unhealthy, but it's the reality. Now, the Ticket Texters. Ticket Texter says, Jim, you should be arrested if you do push that stupid disco narrative.
It is funny, though, because if you're either on Twitch or on YouTube, which you can watch the show if you want to on either of those platforms, behind me is just nothing. Behind you is the disco lights.
And again, on the camera, you can't see like the purples. It just looks red and
looks
blue,
like the cops are here for you.
Like the cops have stopped by the studio to make sure I don't do anything stupid today.
Like say double-digit disco.
Right. Those do give off disco vibes, and the universe may be sending us a message. I have enough invested in this game already. I don't need to put that on it.
Oh, what'd you put down on this game?
No, like emotionally. We just got done talking about like how much it's going to swing this. Like, it'll be okay. It's all right. It's just one game to full-fledged panic. Texter says, 3 weeks ago I predicted 8-9 and everyone laughed at me. I hope I'm wrong. Getting more of those this week. Text says, guys, I didn't have high expectations. I don't believe the powers that be have high expectations either. I had them at 8-9, 7-10 with a slow start, 1-5 to 2-4, no playoffs, rough season all around.
The powers that be, I don't think the powers that be, and I mean, let's just say the powers that be are Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, and I don't think they're going into this season going, yeah, I think we're an 8-9 team. I just don't believe that.
Got a text from Roy who says, I am penciling them in the playoffs, but it's certainly not in pen. That's his level of confidence right now.
Okay.
How about confidence? You want this one, John?
Yeah.
I firmly believe the Lions are going to double-digit disco the Bears on Sunday based on what I saw. The Bears' offense was still not in sync, pre-snap penalties, couldn't get in a flow, couldn't run the ball efficiently. The Lions will be pissed about how they looked. Ford Field will be insane. The Lions players are probably even extra motivated with this being against Ben Johnson.
Is that signed EV owner in Royal Oak?
It is an unnamed ticket text. Tom can confirm, not sent by my cell phone this morning.
Correct. And I think it would be very unfair for us to pull that Jim saying that. Because you did it as
now you gave that
Correct.
now you put that out there for the afternoon show. This is your fault if they pull this. For anybody who listens later in the day, if they try to pull that stunt, that is not me giving that proclamation.
They're doing it with the Chase Brown thing, too.
Which is a fantasy football name sent in by a listener.
No, that's what he does for a living.
With his Red Wings car flag.
Oh, no.
Hey, they start in less than a month.
Yeah. Excitement begins. Get those tickets ready.
Dripping in sarcasm, I hope. 248-539-9797. Greg in Detroit, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show.
What's up?
As always. I just want to say, it's really no reason to panic. We just had not figured out Green Bay yet. They just seem to have our number because we remember 2 years ago on Thanksgiving, they beat us bad at home on Thanksgiving. It was horrible. Then the following year, which was last year, we played against an injured Jordan Love, so we were able to eke out a victory. But then the next game, we played against the backup. and still lost. Green Bay just seems to have a number and have us figured out. We just haven't figured it out. But it's no reason to panic or anything. This group, the Coach Campbell is going to get it together, and we're going to go back into the lab, and we're going to figure this thing out. But it's just Green Bay. I think it's just our nemesis. They have a number. We just haven't figured them out yet.
Greg, didn't you call in last week? And, I mean, if we haven't figured them out, like you said that they were going to be 17-0.
You remember me? Yes, I thought we have Green Bay figured out, and this grounded me some more. Thanks for remembering that, and thanks for saying that on the radio. But yeah, I just now my feet are on the ground, and I'm looking at things differently. But you know, the Lions are still going to make the playoffs. They're still going to be successful, and we're still going to the Super Bowl. They're going to figure some things out. They always do, and they never lose the next game after a loss.
So have you backed off to 16-1?
Well, my feet on the ground, and after listening to you guys, I would say 12 wins.
Okay.
That was a 5-win swing. What happened on Sunday, huh?
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm not trying to pick on you, just having some fun.
Hey, we pay attention when you guys call in and talk to us.
Uh-huh.
We both looked at each other. We're like, that's the 17-0 guy.
Uh-huh. In terms of confidence, I am curious because we know what we saw on film. Film don't lie.
Yeah.
That's we've heard that a bunch of times. And now that people have sat on this, and they also understand what Dan and his coaching staff, albeit a little bit of a different coaching staff, but it's all led by Dan Campbell, we know his history. And his history since 2022, the middle of that season, is they don't lose back-to-back games. I'm curious as to how many of our listeners, how many Lions fans think that Dan will get it right this week. I'm not talking about Baltimore. I'm not talking about Cleveland or Cincinnati. I'm just talking about, do you still believe that's still true?
My hand's in the air. I do.
I do too.
I mean, it's until proven otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at some point,
they're going to lose
back-to-back games. Yeah. I don't know if it's this year or...
But specifically this, like, you got to clean stuff up. You're coming home. You're playing a team that finished last in the division. It's got to look better here, and if it doesn't, that's a DEFCON situation. How about the flip side? Tex says, hypothetical, what if we go in and win 42-7? Is everything fine again? Not necessarily. I mean, I'll feel great about that day. But Baltimore all of a sudden becomes a really good litmus test then, right? Because if you want to be a Super Bowl team...
Yeah, because you're trying to figure out, okay, are they more the team that lost in Green Bay, or are they more the team that won at home against a Chicago Bears team that we don't really know what Ben Johnson's going to be, or Caleb Williams?
And the bar isn't beat the Bears. I mean, it's necessary for our mental health,
right? But
the bar is so much higher. Supposed to be anyway. Texter says, you can't be an 11 or 12-win team without losing 5 or 6. It's math, people. Says people overreact quickly. This team will get better as the season goes on and they gel. They'll have less wins, but be a more balanced and better team than they were in 2024.
Right, and we've said if they can get through these 6 games, the first 6 games 3-3, yes, to get to 12 wins, you're going to lose 5. And I understand losing 3. That doesn't mean you're out. That's kind of what we said as the line develops. Thought they were going to start at a higher level than they did.
Mm-hmm.
The coordinators. And I think, let me ask you this. Who did a better job in week 1? Calvin Shepard or John Morton? Or maybe it's who did a worse job?
I think Shepard was the better coordinator.
It felt like there were more adjustments defensively.
Yeah.
That made a difference. Not enough of a difference, but a difference.
And they had different wrinkles. The blitzes didn't get home, but it wasn't for a lack of trying to throw different things out there. And in the second half, they did allow much less. Right? Was it just the 1 touchdown in the second half?
Yes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the offense sputtered all day.
Right.
And
there
seemingly
just was
had
nothing,
no answers.
Until Tesla made a heroic effort.
Ticket Texter says, guys, I don't understand the pessimism at all. Kansas City got manhandled by the same Lions team 2 years ago, turned their season around, and won the Super Bowl.
Not sure I'd say manhandled, but they did win. But that's just what Jared Goff does to Patrick Mahomes.
Tex says, I heard on other radio shows they lost their last game of last year and the first game of this year. That's 2 in a row.
The stat is regular season games.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It doesn't include playoff games. They've lost back-to-back playoff games.
They have.
I just annoyed you with that. I know. It's
You play different teams, though.
I know. I'm just.
I know. The team is different, though. I'm talking about
in the same season. Week to week, you got 6-7 days to get back up and play the next week. They have not lost back-to-back since 2022.
But I do appreciate the fact check.
You're welcome.
So that text was from you?
No. No, I brought it up a few days ago that it's going to be
Yes.
tested this week.
John, you know this. Our ticket texters are our best fact checkers. They'll let us know as soon as we screw something up real time to the minute. Nothing gets by them. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. Maybe you need a new truck in the driveway? The answer should be yes. Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 a month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, and it is built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower, and that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit is required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for details.
Hey, football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're both absolutely delicious and available in a convenient variety 8-pack. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's been pointed out, and I did double check. Lions laying 9.5 is plus 162. If you think those lights are any sign of what's to come for Sunday.
Just let it go, dude.
To the phones we go. Where are you? Somewhere between confident in Sunday and not very confident after last Sunday. Joe in St. Clair Shores, what's up?
Hey, guys. So first and foremost, I still believe we're going to go about 10-7. Okay. But this whole narrative that I hear all the time saying, we're going to, we could win 12 games and be a better team. No, we cannot. We cannot be a better team than we were last year. Okay. Frank Ragnow was a top 2 center in the league, even with a torn pec, even with a debilitating foot, even with him being only 50% of who he really could be. He was a top 2 center in the league. Graham Glasgow could never be a top 10 center in the league. He was barely a top 10 guard in his peak. If in the NFL, if you are not getting better, you are getting worse. We did nothing to get better this offseason, which means in a salary cap league, which the NFL is designed for the bad teams to get exponentially better year to year, we did not get better. We're going to be a worse team. We're going to be a better tested team because we're going up against all of the top quarterbacks. But we signed Levi Onwuzurike knowing he had a knee injury, and all of a sudden, boom, he's out for the season. We let Zadarius Smith go, who had given probably not a major impact, but he had a top 10 pass rush win rate. If Davenport's going to be out there to set the edge on plays 1 and 2, why is it so bad to have Zadarius out there on play 3?
Joe, I'm with you.
I don't understand what everybody truly thought. Last year when we came into the season, everybody was talking Super Bowl. Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, everybody. This year, I heard barely anybody mention Super Bowl outside of the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
It gets me so mad hearing, oh, well, we'll be a better team. You guys don't know ball if you think we're really going to be a better team than last year. We don't have the guys. We didn't bring in anybody else to make us truly better. We are the same team as last year.
And I think what people would tell you is that last year's team, if healthy, could have won the Super Bowl.
And maybe, but that's not the way it played out.
But Joe, I like how you phrased it. They won't be a better team. They'll be a better tested team. To what degree that helps them in the playoffs is an unknown. But personnel-wise, they are not a better team, especially right now with Aleem McNeil out too. I mean, the team that they are putting out on Sundays right now without Ragnow, with the unproven interior, without Aleem McNeil, on the other side of the defensive line, they are not a better team right now.
And guess what? As the injuries pile up, because this is the NFL, people will get injured. As those pile up, it's going to show even more we're not a better team. Like, we were winning with backups last year, fortunately, because we didn't face the toughest of competition that we thought as far as the quarterbacks that we faced were concerned. This year, we're facing all the top dogs.
Yep.
Outside of rush.
Yeah, outside of Buffalo, they're going to face every single legitimate contender on the schedule.
I think the biggest thing I took away from his call is it's starting to settle in with me a little bit. And I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, that they put too much faith in Glasgow, and they've created a vulnerability that's higher than I thought, because they're not going to be able to run the ball up the middle of the field. And that is the DNA of this team.
Yeah.
Like, the defense can get better. It's a work in progress. And, you know, if McNeil comes back, they don't have catastrophic injuries, it can hold its own. But this team, to be good, this team needs to score points. That's how they do this here. You can maybe disagree with that philosophy long term, but they've got to score more points than most teams do, because Philly can lean on its defense more. You know, so if your biggest strength is become too vulnerable, you're gonna be mediocre.
I would just caution people. Let's see what round 2 looks like with this offensive line. I don't think they're as bad as they were on Sunday. That was bad, and it was bad from all 5 guys.
I'll give the room for Mahogany and Ratledge. It's going to take time.
Yeah,
but Glasgow did not have a very good season last year. I mean,
and he's going to be weighed down because he is playing next to 2 guys that he's going to have to hold their hands.
Yeah.
Quick phone call. Anthony, you're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to weigh in on a little bit about what y'all said. First, I just wanted to make this quick point. I feel like a lot of people put a lot of faith into the defense off of what they hear from the practice reports when the team basically is playing each other. And I was kind of optimistic myself when everybody was talking about the Hutch rule and all this other stuff in practice. But what I had to remind people is he's playing against people that he knows. When he goes on the field against a team that he doesn't, a player that he hasn't practiced with, that he's going against, you see a whole complete difference. Just like our defense, our secondary, we got a lot of good names on there, but we were burnt. Even though Shepard did a couple little moves, it still was not enough. Terrion was terrible.
Yep.
When I seen that first thing, I would have automatically took him out. You allowed them to get burnt twice back to back. That was unnecessary, so we got to be quick on that. Plus, we're playing a team this Sunday that we seen Monday night with a quarterback that's using his legs. We know Ben Johnson has a lot of trick plays, and he's happy that he has a mobile quarterback.
Oh, yeah, he's been public about that. Anthony, I know you've seen those quotes. He's very happy with that.
Yeah, and the fact that if Goff was able to give legs with the arm and intelligence, he would have stayed. So now we're going up against...
I don't know about that. Anthony, I don't know about that.
Coach.
I know we got to be timely here. He wanted to be a head coach. Look, I think tomorrow we're going to spend some time on Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
His arrival is much anticipated. Let's get to Heather with the news.
College students are turning to OnlyFans to help pay for the rising cost of tuition.
Really?
It's a quick, I guess you could say, easy way to make money. And somebody who's they're actually making a documentary on it, and somebody who's kind of been watching the trends of OnlyFans says that there's been a sharp increase in traffic since the pandemic. So in 2019, OnlyFans featured approximately 350,000 creators from around the world, right? But then by 2023, that number skyrocketed to over 4.1 million creators on the site. And if you look at the cost of tuition, in 2025, the average cost of college tuition in the U.S. is roughly $38,270 a year.
Yikes.
And then if you're taking out student loans and you've got student loan interest rates, right? You're paying an arm and a leg to get a bachelor's degree, and a lot of students are trying to find ways to
They're going to use their
make
arms,
money
legs, and
other body
things.
parts
Yes.
to make a quick buck. But of course, using that platform does not come without risks, of course. And they say students who choose to put their images online face the possibility of hurting their job prospects. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've heard other people, teachers who are being fired, police officers, because they
have an outside life.
And they're posting photos in their uniform or whatever. Also, they could risk their reputation among their peers in their community. Also, there could be threats, stalkers, risks like that, but also psychological impacts as well. You're creating a dependency on this subscribers and likes and things, and it can affect your self-worth. So I guess if you have a college student. Yeah, exactly. Tyreek Hill is being accused of domestic violence by his ex-wife in new court filings. I guess you could say, I don't know if they're officially divorced or not. Estranged wife claims that there were 8 instances in which she was abused by him during their 17-month marriage. And he's accused of shoving her, throwing her, ripping her hair out in several of these instances, amongst other things. Now, his attorney says that these allegations are part of a shakedown, and his attorney says that this is just an attempt to generate bad media coverage for Hill.
Well,
So
he's done a lot
denying
of that on his own.
Yeah. There's a new survey that talked to more than 3,000 football fans about their drinking habits. And it was determined that Arizona Cardinal fans are the biggest drinkers.
Okay.
So nearly 19% of Cardinals fans admit to drinking 5 or more drinks on game day.
Got to drink to get through those games.
So that's what they're doing. Buffalo Bills fans are next, followed by fans of the Houston Texans, Carolina Panthers, Tennessee Titans, Washington Commanders, LA Chargers, New York Giants, New Orleans Saints, and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So does it say for Arizona, are they all pint-sized?
I don't
Like
know
their quarterback?
how many, the size of their drinks, right? Yes.
Shot glasses.
You want to guess the team?
I can't believe the Browns aren't number one.
No.
I mean, everything they've been through.
Do you want to know the
Their team
team
moved.
that has the least, like the fans
sure,
that drink
yeah.
the least?
The most
Want to
sober?
guess?
The most sober fans.
Yes.
Probably people who are winning a lot.
I don't know. Seattle?
Nope. They're up there.
How about
They're the
Kansas
second
City?
least.
Did you say
Oh,
Kansas
well, I
City?
was close. All right.
Packers fans.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, there's no
That's what it
way.
says.
Wisconsinites
Oh,
love their
there's
beer.
flaws
Maybe
in
it's
this
like
study.
when you go to the doctor and you have to say like,
You
how
don't
often do
admit
you
to it,
drink?
yeah. Yeah.
Once a month.
Yeah.
You know,
uh-huh.
you
Yeah.
kinda
How
fib
many?
a
Yeah,
little
1 to
bit.
2 a week, 1 to 2 a month.
So maybe they're not being truthful.
Lions?
Seattle Seahawks fans, they're like right kind of in the middle-ish, but closer to the bottom. So Seattle Seahawks fans are the second least, followed by the Steelers, Dolphins, Patriots, Chiefs, Bears, Colts, Lions, and the Jets.
Okay.
So there we go. Hey, a lot of people are finding a way to feed themselves for free.
Oh.
They're just walking into hotels and eating from the breakfast buffet.
Continental breakfast.
Exactly, which is a perk when you book and you stay at a hotel. You get that nice free offering. But a lot of people are saying, hey, you know what you can do? Just walk in, pretend like you belong there, and eat from the buffet. Some people say there are some things you should do, some tricks. You should walk in and go into the restroom for a few minutes before
Approaching the buffet.
Others just basically say, hey, as long as you don't go to this like a big upscale resort,
Yeah.
you can go anywhere. So if you go to
And if
like
it's a buffet, you can hit the bathroom on your way out, too.
you could go to the middle range hotels, the Hampton Inn, the Holiday Inns, the Days Inn. You can just go and eat for free.
Reminder: you are stealing the food.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
But people
are
if,
doing
if
it,
you're
apparently.
confident and act like you belong somewhere, you can get away with more than you realize. All right, that's Heather with the news. Speaking of Heather, well, our next conversation's all about you.
Oh,
There's something you said you would never do before you had kids.
that's true.
And now,
I may be doing it.
all right, we'll get to it next. 97.1. I will be out of my element on this one, but I think it's a great conversation. You were in my spot at one point.
Oh, yeah. So before you have kids, there's always things you see and you're like, oh, I would never do that as a parent, right? It's so easy to make a judgment when you're not in those shoes, right? It's just human nature to do that. And there's things that before I had kids, I kind of always said, like, oh, I'm never going to do that. And even after I had kids, I still said, I'm never going to do that, right? Yeah. And one of those things that I never wanted to do, and still kind of don't, is have a swing set in the backyard.
Well, you don't like sending the kids outside to play? I
love going to the park. The kids love to swing and play on a playground. What I don't love is, to me, they're kind of an eyesore. Maybe not originally. Maybe not when you first get them set up and they're all new and the stain looks great on the wood and the fabric, if you have one of those tent things on the top, isn't sun faded, right? They look great. It's fun. But they sit at the house forever. Like, if you go to a house to buy one, most likely if they had kids, there's an old, like, rotted out swing set, a playground in the back corner. They just never leave your house. They sit there forever. So it's like a fixture of your home that never leaves. So I've always said, like, you know what? We've got lots of toys we can play with in the front yard, in the backyard. We'll go outside and we'll go to the park. We live by a lot of amazing parks. So it's fun to just go and take the kids.
Can you walk to a park?
We cannot walk to a park. Actually, you know what? I take that back. We have walked to the park. It's about almost a mile walk. So it's
not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. So yeah, we can. We typically drive there, but yes, we can walk. The other night, Emily woke up in the middle of the night. She had a stuffy nose. She couldn't breathe well, and she was crying. And I went into her room and made sure she was okay. And after she stopped crying, she looked at me and she said, "Mama, can we get a playground in our backyard too?" Because we were just at a friend's house who had one. So it was like like 3 a.m. and that's what she was dreaming about, right? Was having a playground in her backyard. And gosh, I thought about it. I said, you know what? Not in that moment. I said, just let's go back to bed. And I thought about it when I got back to my bedroom. I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should get it. Maybe a playground would be nice. So I started looking them up and finding out how expensive they are. Like the nice ones, not like the old school metal ones that I used to have growing up, but like the wood ones that have like a lookout and the slides and the rock climbing and swings and sandboxes and picnic tables. They're like $2,000. They're super expensive. Yikes. But I'm considering getting one just because of this little plea at 3 a.m. Yeah. And I know the kids would love it. So my question kind of is like, what are the things you've said you wouldn't do and then you totally did because your kids wanted it?
They guilted you.
Yeah.
So first thing about the play set. Now, I know Brooks isn't old enough to yet go and play on it by himself.
No.
But when he does, along with his big sis, that is peacetime in the house. Because does the living room, does the kitchen, do you have windows that look out onto where the play set would be?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the play set would be the way our backyard slopes.
The grade, yeah.
Unless we fix that for said playground. I think it has to be off to the side. So no, the only place you could see it is if you're out there with them. But I do know what you're saying. You're saying, hey, I could be able to watch them out the window.
Open the door, kids go and play. Yep. Come in when the dinner bell rings.
The idea of a swing set. Like, I don't want to be a Grinch. I just don't. Before I had kids, I always saw them as like, they just sit there forever. They're expensive. They get nasty and no one ever moves them, right? Like,
but you can.
I know. You know what? I see them listed for sale for still like $500, but it's like, come disassemble it, take it in your car, and then reassemble it at your house. And it's like, and they're all junk.
But there are also companies that will do that for you. So
I'd rather just buy a new one. But you're saying when they're done, I could have a company take it away?
Or you could say, you could do the dirty work and say, I'm going to list this on Marketplace because you do a lot of that.
I do.
And here is the cost to have this company disassemble it and assemble it at your place.
Pass it off to them.
Yeah. And so we don't currently have one at our house. I wouldn't be opposed to putting one up for Teddy. But I have had those before, and I've actually done the disassemble and reassembled. Yeah, it takes some time, but then you don't have, when the kids are done playing with it, you don't have it in your,
just sit there.
Yeah.
See, that's my fear. But anyway, I mean,
So
I want to hear more though. Besides just.
Do you have
playground.
other things too?
I do. Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I think it will. I always in my head pictured how I would dress my kids. They're all stupid things, but I'm never going to put them in the character shirts that have words all over it. And I'm not going to give the light up tennis shoes. And the characters have already infiltrated
the
our
light up
home.
shoes are awesome.
We've got Elsa
Kids
shirts
love
and things.
Oh, yeah. Teddy will stand there. He's got a pair of sandals that have the light up bottom.
Yeah.
And he'll stand there and dance in place just to make the lights go off. And it's hilarious.
Well, we go shoe shopping and Emily gravitates towards the ones that are Frozen shoes that have Elsa and snowflakes all over it and are baby
'Cause they're
blue. And I'm
cool.
oh, but look at these cool,
Vans.
trying to go for the trendy. No, I want the Frozen shoes. And I'm always in my head, I pictured how I would dress my kids. And it's, of course, you're going to give them what they want.
Yeah. The
But
one
it's-
thing that I said we would never get for the kids, but then I was kind of well, I kind of want it too, was a trampoline.
Oh, that's on my list too. That's a no at my house.
Uh-huh. It was, we ended up putting one up, and it was there for probably about a year and a half. And it had the netting on the sides, all that stuff. And then there became a point where the kids just didn't use it anymore.
And the
so
grass is dying
the
underneath
grass is,
it.
because then you have to, I would move it every time I would mow, so I
sure
could
do.
mow underneath it, and then I would move it back, because they're not hard to move. But
But
it
a
just
lot of
becomes a
people
pain in the
don't.
butt.
They don't
Yeah.
move
Well, then
them.
it looks terrible.
I know.
Yeah. And then I took it down, and I'm like, hey, no, this is
Yeah.
done, because of the risk of severe injury, because they were just getting too big
They
and
can be
getting
quite
too comfortable.
dangerous.
Yeah. But it was a hell of a lot of fun.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's funny you bring up trampolines. One of the first texts we got.
Yeah.
My kids are 18 and 15 and won't let me get rid of the trampoline.
Yeah.
They don't even use it anymore. Bob in a car.
Who doesn't love jumping on a tramp?
This next text, Marcel and Macomb. Heather, officially a Karen in the making.
Oh! Not at my house.
Your eyesores with your playgrounds in your
Yes.
yard.
It doesn't go
I'm
in
saying
my
I'm
neighborhood.
probably going to end up
Wouldn't be
getting
in
one.
my
But
yard.
it's the things you don't know until you have kids. It's easy to say I'll never do these things, and then you have them and you're instantly doing
Yeah.
it. It's we still don't really do this, but I do know a lot of people do the watching iPads while you're eating.
Oh, yeah.
The only time we've used an iPad is when we travel, but a lot of people say, well, I will never let my kid watch an iPad while they're at a restaurant, and then your kid acts up and you're putting on the iPad. It's easy to say you'll never do these things until you have kids. So it's something I'm sure I'm looking at playgrounds right now currently, but it's
So is it before you're a parent, you have this idealistic
Yes,
thing? This
I
what it's
think
gonna,
it's gonna be like this.
and then you run into the stress and the lack of.
and then you realize that kids rule it all
Yeah.
and they have final say.
Don't make a scene in the restaurant. Here's your iPad.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, "Don't buy one, Heather. You'll be trying to sell it and end up having to give it away. Just go to the park." Josh and Warren.
Oh, that's what we currently do.
Text says it was Walt Disney World. I never wanted to go. Now we go twice a year because of the kids.
That's how I think Colin will be. He's always been adamant, he is
He
not
doesn't.
against Disney, but just no, we're not doing. There's so many other things to see.
Yeah.
Why are we going to Disney? But now he's like, I can't wait to take the kids to Disney.
Right.
He's so
It's-
excited.
Because it's like the place that, right, when you see your kids and, Emily gets a chance to meet Elsa. Yes. The smile on her face is worth it, all of it.
My neighbor growing up said he would never buy a minivan. Guess who ended up buying one and still has one to this day?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was just talking to somebody that works here. I'm not sure if he wants me to give out his name, but he's a dad, and he has said that he never thought he would, but now he actually wants a minivan.
Wants one.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you at the break and see if we can.
Okay.
Well, it's not me because I don't want one.
No.
But it is me. That I said I'd never own a minivan, and when we had Sam and wasn't planning on having Sam, Sam changed the plan.
Well, yeah, you needed a bigger vehicle.
When we come back, I want to pair two conversations that I've heard from Heather over the course of working here. And I think that there's something that I see in your future.
Okay.
I don't know what this is. This is
Me
going to be
neither.
fun. All right, it's coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere on the app, all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever your style. As I said, whatever you want. FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and week 2 is on the horizon. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app to get started today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now. Control bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Love watching the Yankees unravel. Love seeing Casey Mize put out a strong outing. 8 strikeouts over 6 innings, only gave up the 2 runs, couple solo shots at that little bandbox. It's going to happen. He pitched well, and they need him to pitch well if this thing's going to go anywhere. John, finish your thought.
Well, so real quick on YouTube, some of the comments. You just made a big payday on the garage sale.
I did, but I
Get your
already know
kids.
what I'm doing with that money.
Oh, and it's not going to, it's just for me.
It is. I need a new computer really bad. I need a new laptop. Like
Emily needs a playground.
Yeah. I mean, do you like seeing Emily smile?
I do, and Brooks. They love swings and slides and all that stuff, which is why I'm leaning towards getting one.
Uh-huh.
That's true. I could use the garage sale money for that.
And you mentioned the shoes, and that she loves Elsa.
She does.
And does she sing the song and
She does and
watch the
dances.
movie endlessly?
Yes,
And you're a big fan of Christmas.
I am.
I see an Elsa inflatable in your front yard. Olaf is an absolute hit because I know you have an absolute disdain for inflatables. And then you get a chance every time you pull up to the house and your daughter's face just lights up. Elsa is welcoming her home. Olaf is there with his carrot nose.
No, that's not in my future.
You won't budge on that.
I'm not budging on that.
Okay.
You just don't like to see your kids happy.
I hate the inflatables. I do not like them. I don't see that in my future. I shouldn't say never because a child, my daughter or son could persuade me, but no, that's no. It's not happening.
You just said, because before it was never. No, I hate those. And now it's well,
not
I don't want to say never. This is how it begins.
I thought you were going to say Halloween,
Mommy.
like we're going to be Elsa. We've thrown that out, like an Elsa
Sure.
and Olaf and Kristoff and Sven.
Yeah.
We could all be a
I'm going with your disdain
family.
for inflatables.
It's not happening.
Trying to hit you where it hurts. Some more ticket text, 248-539-9797. The conversation was things that you said you'd never do, but your kids changed everything. Once you have a minivan, you never go back. Are we choosing to keep the person anonymous at the station who wants a minivan?
Yeah, I didn't check with him, so I don't want to out him right now.
Okay, that's fine. Trampolines have come up on the ticket text. Text says it used to be called a jumpaline until your mom got on it.
There's a whole show about that.
Oh, is there?
Oh, yeah, the Man Show. You guys don't remember the Man Show?
With Jimmy Kimmel back in the day?
Yeah.
This text says, I stopped listening as soon as Heather said swing. I immediately thought of cookies, and I thought the show was going in a very different direction.
Mm-hmm.
My wife bought one for the kids.
Never thought you would.
Text says that their wife bought a swing set for the kids years ago. It eventually rotted and became a liability. Don't do it, Heather.
That's what I'm saying.
Then you go through the effort of taking it down and getting rid of it. It's just a little bit of effort and a whole lot of joy in between.
Don't do it, Heather. My kids have every toy imaginable, and I hear daily, I'm bored. It's like anything you buy, once they use it for a week, then it becomes an eyesore and you have it forever.
Then you kick them out the door and you say, go play on your play set with your brother. And you get a chance. Now, if you can't see it from the inside the house, you guys have a patio or deck in back, right? I mean,
I think we could see it from
you
the
talk
deck.
about the new hot tub. You could be sitting in the hot tub watching them play.
It's true.
Then they come in and cannonball.
Water everywhere.
Here's a new
Have they not cannonballed yet?
They've never cannonballed.
Really?
No, not yet.
Is Teddy?
Oh, well, we don't have a hot tub, but yeah, he'll cannonball in.
Well, the thing with the hot tub, you have to turn it down for the kids to get into. Like the temperature we keep it at for adults is too hot for the kids, so it takes some prep time for the kids to get to the hot tub. And then at the pool they've never cannonballed. Anyway,
There's a new nickname for you, Heather.
oh gosh,
Come on, Swingzilla. Just get one for your kids. They'll love it, and you will too, Jody and Romeo.
I'm telling you, you will. The kids will have a great time. They
I know
will love
they
it.
will, which is why I'm probably going to get one. Maybe.
Does Heather have a husband? Can't this dude just build the swing set asking for a friend?
Of course. Like
The effort involved in that is very high.
And it's so time consuming. And if you have kids, you know that you have very little time in your day to do these types of things. So it comes down to our time. Does he want to spend his time building a swing set or just buy one and have somebody else assemble it for us?
So you can have somebody assemble. You can also get one that is delivered, and it comes. I've done it before. They come with great directions, and you can
just assemble it.
Yeah,
but it takes a long time.
Erect it yourself.
You can. What now?
They're very large, so it takes a long time.
Oh, are they?
Yes. I mean, they can be. Not all of them are.
We did get some
I
response.
love a good vocabulary.
We did get some response on the hotel chain breakfast stealing.
Oh, yeah.
Heather, every hotel chain in Michigan and abroad would like to thank you for letting everyone know how to steal food from their business. Really? Is that something we want to put out there? Inviting thousands of criminals to do the same?
Apparently it's
in the
already
news.
happening.
Yeah, yeah. And
Now, there's a member of this radio station that has done it. Are you aware of that?
Oh, I did hear about that. Yes, yes.
And I think that member is actually walking into the studio at this very minute. So we'll get a live update from someone who has committed said crime.
But I do have to. I'm going to go full Clark Griswold on you here.
Yeah.
I already brought up the inflatables. Jim, the lights behind you, they're not twinkling.
Oh, they're not.
It's done.
Well, they're on.
They're just.
Yeah, but they're
just
not
not
doing
twinkling.
the disco effect anymore. Gator, when I walked in today, I said, is this the universe trying to send me a sign for Sunday about what's going to happen with the Lions?
That you think is letting you know?
I don't
that
think anything.
It's okay for a double disco, double-digit disco.
That's maybe what the universe was trying to tell me this
Maybe,
morning.
maybe that's exactly what they're trying to tell you.
Now, I was told that you have taken advantage of the free breakfast at the hotel when you weren't staying at the hotel.
That's not entirely true.
That's not what our texters say.
Well, they're wrong. I'll explain it. I was staying at the hotel, and I did pay for the breakfast. We had a bad snowstorm the first year the Lions made the playoffs, and ended up knocking a tree in my backyard. I lost power or whatever. I had to get out of the house because it was like literally
Cold.
3 degrees outside. So I had to get out of the house for a few days, and I stayed at the hotel. I signed up for breakfast or whatever, and it was like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday stay or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so over the week, I'm like, I'll hit the breakfast. It sounds great. Walked downstairs, saw that there was this buffet set up, made myself a plate of food, walked into some dining room, sit there as a bunch of people in there, like we'd expect in a hotel, families, right?
Yeah.
Not thinking too much of it. Went down the next day, same thing. And this time I'm there and I look around at the families. There's not many families left. They're all getting ready to go. And they're clearly, these people are here for a reason. I'm like, this is strange. And then I'm realizing it's mostly girls and their parents. I'm like, okay, this is a little strange. They're all of a certain age. They're all like probably 12 and under, maybe younger than that.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, whatever. So everybody clears out, and I'm the last one there, and I'm just,
sitting there by yourself, watching
enjoying
all the little
pancake,
girls
whatever.
eat.
Everybody, just enjoying my breakfast. And woman, the server comes up to me and she says, "Oh, were you here for the hockey tournament?" And I said, "No. What do you mean?" She goes, "Oh, the girls, whatever, 11 and under hockey tournament." I said, "No, I'm just staying at the hotel." And she goes, "Oh, well, this breakfast was for them." And I didn't realize that. I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm embarrassed." I said, "I'll gladly pay. I just no." She goes, "No, you're fine. You're okay. It's not a mistake." I'm like, and then I felt like I was this tall.
So you're just at the wrong buffet.
Yes.
But the idea that there's this group of hockey kids and parents, and they're like, anybody know who this guy is?
Yeah,
Right.
Who's the guy sitting by himself
All these people came
watching
from
us eat?
the west side of the state. That's the other thing I found out later on. Is the more investigating was like people from the Grand Rapids area had all come across over to this side.
Boy, Detroit's weird.
And then I'm like, wait a minute, was I getting dirty looks? I may have been getting some strange looks. They weren't dirty looks. They were kind of like, all right, we gotta go, type of look. Yeah,
2
like
days in a row, this guy's just sitting there alone.
yeah, right.
I'm like, drooling on his food.
They're not the greatest eggs and pancakes in the world, but it's gonna do on a Saturday and Sunday, and I'm not cooking it, so it's convenient. So then once I was told that, then the next day was the last day I was staying there, and I came in on Monday to do the show, and I'm like, so I go to the front desk first. So where's the breakfast?
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, did you pay? You paid for me? Yeah." He's like, "Oh, it's over there." I'm like, "Okay, great." Completely other side of the hotel. Yeah.
So it was just wrong labeling.
I think
signage was an issue.
I mean, I wasn't being some sort of predator or anything like that. It was just.
Well, thank you for
He's
clarifying.
the only one of everyone else staying there. that
Everyone
found
else
himself
saw the
in
signage,
room
yes.
with the young
Everybody
girls.
was going to pay for the breakfast. I don't know. You know, the fact I was able to get into the hotel I was actually surprised because of the events of that weekend. I figured there'd be a lot of people that were screwed because of the ice storms.
No, but you just so happened to be able to find a room where the tournament was happening.
I didn't
Well done.
know. There was a dining room right across the buffet was in the hallway, and they had like these big, banquet rooms. And I just, okay, whatever.
Doug, you can keep interrogating him if you'd like. What are you guys planning on doing today?
We're going to open with the Tigers and interesting developments here late in the season.
All right, it's next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I think what we discovered with that story, Gator, is that your hunger surpassed your disdain of children, and you were willing to overlook the fact that there were a bunch of kids in that room to go eat. Kang, am I right or am I right?
Nailed it.
Do not have any disdain towards children
Yeah,
whatsoever.
man. How hungry were you to be able to sit in that room with all them kids, man? You must have been starving.
It didn't matter. I don't have any issue with children.
Why are there only Mickey Mouse pancakes?
Ha ha.
How are you today?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was happy with the result last night with the Tigers. You know, it's another day to digest what happened with the Lions on Sunday and just kind of, getting over all that. But, yeah, it was a nice night watching the Tigers continue to cross home plate like that was their job.
Yeah, I mean, look, when a team hands you a game, you take
it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's funny because yesterday you and I were talking about this opening game of this series, and it's the Yankees, and it's a team that's going to contend in the American League. And I'm thinking to myself, more important to me, and I'm glad that they won, but more importantly, and the big thing that happened yesterday was Casey Mize was good again. I mean, he was good again. 4 hits, 8 strikeouts. It's a nice win, and I do care, but I care more about him getting right in time for the postseason. But with that said, That might have been the worst inning of pitching I have ever seen. I mean, honestly,
And a Little League
anybody,
vibes, man.
well, anybody who has had any affiliation with youth baseball, that's an inning.
That was it.
That is an inning. When you score on pass balls, half the RBIs at the age of 10 don't happen because the runner on third scores on a pass ball or a wild pitch. It's just a big part of youth baseball, and it's annoying. And I heard a quote once from a legendary coach, high school coach named Wayne Welton at Chelsea, and he said, "You know what the worst sound in baseball is? The sound of the ball hitting the backstop." He hated pass balls and wild pitches. He won a state championship. But anyway, I like the quote because in youth baseball and even right in through high school, just letting somebody score from third. The Yankees did it how many times? 3 times in the one inning?
Well, I'm looking at the box score, and it only says one wild pitch. It doesn't say anything about pass balls. Colt Keith got hit by one. That was one that went past him as well, but they're like, oh, he was hit. But, I agree with you. I thought there were way more than that. And I don't know if they were just asleep at the wheel in the scorer's table there, but I think the first 10 batters of the inning reached and scored. I mean, that was kind of crazy. They had 9 of them scored anyway. Put up a 9 spot in that inning. It was a strange game. Tigers worked the count very well against Warren, the starting pitcher, in the first inning, and then Warren started getting really quick innings. And Casey Mize gave up the solo home run to Aaron Judge. And like, God, you cannot don't pitch to him. You can't leave it over the plate because he'll crush it. And then they got fortunate with him the next couple of at bats. One was you got underneath it. It was a deep fly ball to center field that was fielded, and the other one was a called third strike that probably wasn't a called third strike. There was some bad calls, as there always are with that, but you'll take it. In the end, when you beat the Yankees, you'll take it. In that ballpark, because it's so small and any mistake can be hammered over the wall.
God, I hate that ballpark.
It's so small. It's just a joke. And then you're watching, and then Trey Sweeney hits this deep fly ball to right center field. Like, it's gone. And no, it ends up being caught at the wall by the center fielder, makes the play, Grisham. And then you're rewatching it, and I'm thinking, that's probably not a home run at Comerica Park. It's like a shallow fly ball, but whatever. I'll take it. Casey Mize, the best thing to me last night for him, no walks. While the other team was walking guys against their job, they had 7 walks. And then you mentioned I think they also intentionally walked Torkelson one time. They had the wild pitch, had the hit by pitch, all that. The guys just getting free passes. Casey Mize, no walks through 6 innings. Chris Paddock, by the way. Little golf clap for Chris Paddock. 3 perfect innings from Paddock, including, because they're perfect innings, no walks, and he struck out 4. That was great. Now maybe the Yankees' soul was taken out of him, and I don't care.
Yeah, at that point, they're going through the motions.
Yeah, but it's 3 innings worth. Yep. You're going to go through the motions. I can see that for an inning or maybe 2, but you do it for 3, then that's just bad on you for doing that.
And don't the Tigers have a pitching chaos schedule for tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't think they've announced a starter yet, so it's likely to be some form of, get your Monteros.
Yeah, because honestly, being able to get through that game without basically using the pen, using Paddock just to eat some innings. I mean, look, he had a 10-run lead. It's like, all right, Chris, here's the baseball. You can protect a 10-run lead, and he did protect a 10-run lead.
Yeah, and they took Judge out, which helps.
Which is, I think, technically one of the easier leads to protect, the 10-run lead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was great to not have to really go to the pen when they got a bullpen day scheduled for tomorrow. Pitching chaos opener. Who knows how it's going to play itself out? But it's always good to take a loaded bullpen into that situation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, do have some Tiger questions we'll get to. It is a Wednesday edition of Carson Anderson, and that means during the football season that we do the college football NIL transfer portal live animal mascot marching band thingy today at 10:30. 6-pack of college football questions, Big Ten and nationally considered. We'll get to that today at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I recently had a problem in my garage door, and this goes back, I guess, several years when I had a sluggish garage door. So I reached out Precision Garage Door Service, and they were awesome. They came right out. They diagnosed the problem. They were able to fix the problem right there on the spot because they've got expert technicians in the field. In fact, Each technician's truck is essentially a warehouse on wheels, so they typically have all the necessary parts on hand to complete the repairs right there on the spot, which was fantastic. Loved it. And I'm passing this information along to you as well because I think you'd like to know about a local company that's proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001 that gets the job done right. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or you can visit their website and schedule an appointment online at your convenience. That's pretty great. At precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Just a minor venting observation, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I am growing really sick of construction. Look, people complain about the quality of the roads in our state all the time. And the way the roads get better is construction. And the one thing that I always find curious, but I know what I don't know. I find it curious when a road that I never have complained about is suddenly getting torn up and getting like repairs done. And I figure that there is probably, again, what do I not know? Is it that the road is, the expiration date on the quality of the stuff that, the bridges and the concrete was laid? Have we hit the expiration date? Is there some structural issues that only those in the industry would know about? But I am exceedingly sick of construction. So just wanted to state that.
All right. I'm pretty sure you're not alone.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we found the guy, Gator.
Was that him?
We found him. Yeah, we found him. Finally.
I have 3 reroutes.
Guy that doesn't like traffic.
I have 3 reroutes on my drive into work, and they used to be very effective. Others have discovered.
I think you used to love the reroute. I think
you think I love it.
Yeah, I think secretly you liked it because you like to find just a better way of doing things. And
I will tell you that the reroute, I take great pride in the reroute. I'm not sitting in that traffic. I'm gonna get off on the exit before. And there's currently 3. Stop it! I am going to exit the freeway. The exit before. All 3 of you are laughing.
What? I'm listening to.
No, you're not anymore.
I am.
I know how this works. I've just undermined talking.
No, so you had 3 reroutes. What?
I have 3 reroutes. I can't stand the construction, but the reroutes were okay. But I feel like everybody's discovered the reroutes, and now they're clogged up. But then you get into now you start rerouting for your reroute.
Yeah.
So anyway, just the drive-in has gotten to be a bit much. A lot of show prep while sitting at left turn lights, left turn signals. A lot of show prep there. Is what it is. Okay, so Gator, you said something in the first segment. You said another day to digest the Lions' loss.
Yep.
As we made it to Wednesday, how you feeling? Because like yesterday, Jared Goff, when we were talking to him, he said, maybe I should go on the show right after the game. And I think all of us, the nerves are a little frayed right after the game. And when they win big, you feel like $1 million. And when they lose the way they lost on Sunday, and it's been a long time since they lost a game like that. But by the time you get to Wednesday, you've moved on, and you realize the sun keeps coming up. Yesterday, on PTI, they did a breakdown of how Penei Sewell struggled mightily against Micah Parsons. And I'm like, I mean, there's out of all the things that you can count on with this team and the things that you believe in, isn't Penei Sewell's performance on a week-in, week-out basis, if not at the very top of the list, near the top of the list?
Yes. He's consistent.
And
consistently great.
I'm watching that, and part of me thinks, every once in a while your team is the buzzsaw where they just have one of those games and they look great at everything they do.
Yep.
That is not who they really are, but your team goes out and just smokes somebody. And you're like, wow. And then they kind of come back to earth a little bit. Did they run into that buzzsaw Sunday where Green Bay, everything was clicking and they just couldn't do much wrong, and Detroit happened to be the opponent on a day where they were the buzzsaw?
I don't think Green Bay was like that. I think Green Bay looked like that maybe on the first drive. They marched right down the field, but we've seen that a million times. But keep in mind what the Lions defense did in the second half. They gave up 93 yards in the second half, right? Mm-hmm. And the Packers, they weren't terribly impressive in the second half. They didn't run the ball well against the Lions either. And the Lions did have a couple of drives against the Packers that resulted in field goal attempts and not touchdowns. So they drove the ball down the field, but they didn't finish the way that we're used to seeing them finish. I think the optics are a lot worse than what the result ends up being. It's still a loss, and that sucks. But for me, the extra day of having this, kind of marinate and sink in for a while is that I fully expect them to get to work and work things out, because I do think it was a lack of execution because guys missed assignments. I think there were probably a lot of guys watching game film, whether to do it on Monday or this morning, probably Monday, I guess, and they're probably smacking themselves in the head going, I can't believe I seriously did that? I did that? That's on film. That was me. My bad, guys. I can't believe that. And it probably happened time and time and again for the guys in the offensive line. I just don't see them continuing to make those mistakes because I think the coaching staff does a really good job of evaluating who needs to be on this team, and part of that is guys knowing what their responsibilities are, what the jobs are. So I'm not that concerned about it like everybody else is. I do have concerns because it's still an unknown with how Mahogany and Ratledge and Glasgow are going to work together, and how long it's going to take before they start to reach their best play. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I think it will happen sooner than later. I don't think this is going to be something like we're waiting week 7, week 8, week 9, and it still hasn't gelled. I think this happens and comes together pretty quickly.
I had a chance to ask a coaching friend last night when I hear that because Dan Campbell, he said, what's the number one thing you got to improve? And he said, communication. I asked a coaching friend last night, how does that manifest itself on the field when you hear lack of communication? And that is one of the biggest ways it manifests itself is in pass blocking. It's in pass blocking. And when you are pass protection, it can make things really, really difficult on a quarterback. And you have to be able to identify where the pass rush is coming from before the ball is snapped. So sometimes, like people say, I hated the play calling. The play calling looks worse when the play is undermined before the ball's even snapped. If you are unable to, either because of crowd noise and you've got some inexperience in the middle of that offensive line, if you are unable to communicate about where the pass rush is coming from, it can look terrible. It can look absolutely terrible because your quarterback is under duress or pockets are collapsing because you're in the wrong protections. And I thought that was really interesting because that's all pre-snap. It's all pre-snap. That's the fixes there. We can do this. And I found it really interesting that Dan Campbell said communication, and he emphasized communication. I'm going to bet that the Lions had offensively plays doomed before the ball was even snapped because they weren't in the correct pass protections.
Yep.
And then we can sit here and talk about play calling, and we can talk about how the offensive line stinks or stunk. And yet, if you're in the wrong protections, it can undermine any play.
After the game, Jared Goff was kind of quoted as saying he's going to take the leadership in making sure that the alignments are right. What that tells me is that what you just said is 100% right. They get up to the line of scrimmage and it was doomed by the coverages that they were in, and they didn't adjust for it, or that whatever they thought they were going to be in, like, no, we're clearly in the right spot, that they weren't, and maybe Goff knew it, but hey, this guy is calling it. He's pretty confident in what he's calling. We're going to go. I don't have time to have a disagreement here on the field, but we're going to address this now that we've got some time to address it. I hope that's what the case is.
Well, that says that the fix is there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just overwhelmed because you're not talented enough to stop the guy across me.
Let's go to Ben on a cell. On 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ben.
Good morning.
What's up?
Well, you said it pretty well when you were talking about the early season. This game last week kind of reminds me. We went to that Tampa Bay game last year, and I think they had 4 or 5 drives inside the red zone that they didn't finish on.
Yeah.
And remember that that 4th down play, which was huge. But if you had, if you wanted to say there's some hope that maybe some of this, could be correctable.
Oh yeah, and that's those feel like relatively easy things to correct. The Lions went 1 for 7 in the red zone in that Tampa game. And this team got into the red zone a bunch, got into Green Bay territory a bunch this past Sunday, and didn't turn it into points. And so, I mean, look, the good news was that Ben Johnson was on the job last year, and now we'll find out early if John Morton has some of those solutions. But again, if a play is doomed before the ball's even snapped, it doesn't matter what the play call is. 248-539-9797. Let's talk some college football next with the Transfer Portal, NIL, Live Animal Mascot, Marching Band Thingy. It is Carson Anderson on a Wednesday on 97.1. Hey, let me tell you about Wednesdays at Twin Peaks, your favorite nights. They're back. Bourbons and brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see the stunning Twin Peaks girls serving up samples of high-end bourbons. The sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. One of my favorites, Oktoberfest, is back. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is their beer of the month for just $6.50 all month long, and the fun doesn't stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen. My favorite is the Chipotle chicken, but they also have the house-smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, fried-to-order favorites like the boneless wings and tenders, and what brings it all together, sports. And also see the dessert menu. That Cinnamon Toast Crunch cheesecake, my God. We got a local baseball team certainly in a fight for the postseason. In-state college football on Saturday. There's two huge fights coming up. Highly anticipated boxing matchup between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. And don't forget Sunday, it's an old friend bringing his Chicago team to town to take on our squad. So you want to watch that there. Twin Peaks, the best. See the difference today. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Scott Anderson, are you ready?
You know it, Doug.
Kang, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready, man.
Well, let's go. Heads or tails, Scott?
Heads.
He calls heads, and it is tails. I will receive today.
Oh, this determines tomorrow's order too, so it's big. It's a big coin flip.
Yeah, it's a big coin flip.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Question number 1. The NCAA Oversight Committee voted to move the winter transfer portal window. It was between December 9th and December 28th. Now it will be shifting to a 10-day period where it would start on January 2nd. Do you guys like this change?
Well, I think it's better, but it should be after the season. In fact, it should be after the school year. You commit to a year when you go to a school would be the rule that I would like to see. You can leave the school if you want, but you can't get in the portal till after the season. And the reason is I think it's important to go through spring ball to see where you end up on the depth chart, let the freshmen come in, but maybe you move signing day back as well. It's ridiculous, though, in college football, and they got a weird thing with the calendar in that their season spans 2 semesters because kids do have to enroll in classes in January. So if you do it like in late January, you miss a month of school. How does that work? But college football is the only sport where the offseason takes place during the season. How is that possible? So I'd move everything back to after the second semester. Put the transfer portal there. You can go practice with your new team in the summer, maybe even signing day there, and have an offseason be in the offseason.
I think it's a better decision to push it back into January when they do, and I get it. It's because you got the semester transition going on, but what you don't have is the end of the college football season because of playoffs and all that. So I think that it's still not the best solution they can come up with. I don't know if moving it completely the offseason is, but I think that might even be better. But here's what I want to add to it. I want a hiring and firing freeze period too.
I don't hate that.
So if you're going to say that the kids can't transfer, if the young adults can't transfer until, January 10th or whatever, then how about you have to, if you're going to fire a coach, then you have to fire them by that point in time as well. Or you need to have a new hire in place by whatever date it is. I think that has to be part of the equation too, because it's not just on the players.
Yeah, I'm not really sure there's a perfect time for this. You guys have brought up a lot of the reasons why, it's good and bad. Unfortunately, the academic part, Doug, kids didn't sign there to play school. I mean, this is all about the athletic part. And I don't think it's perfect, like I said, but I do think it's better. So overall, I think this is the right move for now. But there's got to be something better. But this is the world we live in with college sports. All right, the Big Ten. All of these following teams are 2-0, and none of them were above the 500 last year in Big Ten play. I'm talking about Purdue, Rutgers, USC, Washington, Michigan State, Nebraska, Maryland. Guys, who's for real?
I tell you what, it's embarrassing when you look at the schedule that these teams played collectively. I mean, honestly, you've got like Northwestern played Western Illinois last week. You got a bunch of MAC schools that are in there, which is fine. I get it. Florida International played against a Big Ten opponent, and it's just Kennesaw State, Northwestern State, Middle Tennessee, Georgia Southern. These teams have just got UC Davis just set up for the slaughter. So it's really hard to determine who might be for real. But this weekend you got 2 really good games. Purdue is hosting USC, and Minnesota is at Cal.
Wisconsin's at Alabama.
Right, but Wisconsin, I don't think is part of these teams.
Sure, that's a good point. Yeah, my apologies.
So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, who do I trust the most? And I guess I trust PJ Fleck the most in Minnesota, that they're better, even though their blowout wins have been ridiculous with non-competitive games. But they're having to go to Cal. It's a real game for them.
Minnesota's not on the list either, though.
Oh,
they were over 500 last year.
Damn it. I thought they were on the list.
Yep.
So I got to stick. I got
going
Purdue.
to Ohio State.
So I got Purdue or USC. They're both on this list. I'm going to go with SC just because I think it might be a safe call to make. They usually recruit really well. It's still a place where kids want to go, young adults want to go.
Your point is great. I mean, the best win outside of Ohio State over Texas might be Washington over Colorado State or Nebraska.
Michigan State over Boston College.
Colorado State's supposed to be better than Boston College, and Nebraska over Cincinnati, maybe. But there's not a lot. In projecting this, there's little evidence. I agree with you. I'm going for USC for reasons I'll get to coming up, and I really like Rob Ryan back in the college game, the defensive coordinator at USC. So I'm going to go with USC.
Yeah, this is a tough one, guys. Obviously, none of these teams have played anybody. You guys ended up trying to pick two teams that aren't even on the list. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to go Nebraska. I'm buying into the cosplay of Mahomes by Raiola. You know, he kind of fooled me last year, but maybe this year he really is cosplay Patrick Mahomes. All right, who is the best QB in the Big Ten?
Okay, Big Ten schedules, again, have been light. It's hard to pick anyone. Some crazy big stats, however, have been put up by Jaden Maeva at USC. He's thrown for over 700 yards, 6 touchdowns, no picks. He hits runners in stride. He hits receivers in stride, which is great for yards after catch. And I think Lincoln Riley, when he's got his guy, actually can do some damage. And I think this is the best quarterback he's had in a while.
I'd like to say that, but USC goes through quarterbacks so quickly. I mean, it felt like a few years ago they had their guy, he emerged in a bowl game, and then they went through like 3 quarterbacks after that.
This is the post Caleb Williams era, right?
Yeah, and even maybe probably just prior to Caleb Williams as well. I mean, they had the kid who transferred to like 3 different schools. I forget, is it Caden Slovis?
Yeah,
or Keaton Slovis, or whatever. He was, the next guy until 3 other guys passed him. It just, I don't know if I trust USC to have the one guy anymore, but I get it. The numbers are great. I'm going to go with somebody who's been there for a little bit. It's Luke Altmaier at Illinois. He's been with the Illini for the last 3 years. He started off at Ole Miss for the first 2 years. He's the elder statesman. He's completing 75% of his passes already on the season. They've had decent competition to go against in the first couple of games. Nothing special, but I just like the fact he's got the 6 touchdowns, no picks. He's taking care of the ball. He took care of the ball last year. He only threw 6 interceptions all last year as well. I'm going to go Luke Altmaier, the best quarterback in the Big Ten right now.
All right, guys. I've got Dante Moore of Oregon, okay? Obviously a big-time recruit that went to UCLA, already transferred to Oregon, but Oregon just knows how to produce quarterbacks to put up numbers. And I'm actually a little upset at myself for my preseason Heisman pick. I didn't go with Dante Moore because you could have told me anyone was the quarterback. I would have just said Oregon quarterback as kind of like a long shot. Yeah. I think he was about 20 plus or so to 1 to win the Heisman. But like I said, Oregon just knows how to produce quarterbacks that put up numbers. I think Dante Moore is going to do that this year. They're a very good team. Dante Moore, best quarterback in the Big Ten. All right, which college football fan base should be most panicked?
I think it's Clemson. I think Clemson losing the first week kind of stunned them. They maybe they could salt that away and say, "Oh, it was LSU, whatever." It's a really good team, another top 10 team. But then they came out against Troy and got down 16 to nothing, right? And end up beating them 27-16. They came back with a vengeance to win that game. But I think there are definite chinks in the armor in Clemson. You've got the coach in Dabo Swinney, who has been very reluctant over the years to embrace the transfer portal. He's done it a little bit more now, but this is not the feared Clemson team that we've seen in the past. And you look at the rest of their schedule on the season, they're all a bunch of okay teams that are in the ACC, but eventually they're going to have to come against Florida State, who might be for real. And, everybody pencils Clemson kind of in because, hey, their schedule is going to be light enough to get there. But if they end up losing 2 or 3 games, they're not going to get in the playoff. And I think all the fans expect them to be there, and I'm just not sure they're going to be.
I tell you what, Florida is in a world of hurt, and Billy Napier. Here's the thing about Billy Napier, though, at Florida. His buyout isn't astronomical, so they can get out from under it. I'll tell you, the worst performance I have seen from a Power 5 team in a long time, I'd be sick to my stomach if I were an Oklahoma State fan. Oregon could have scored 100 on them Saturday. So I'll go Oklahoma State.
Guys, I got Alabama. I mean, this team does not even look remotely similar to what Nick Saban used to do over there. And plus a $63 million buyout. What are they going to do? And by the way, do Alabama fans have high expectations? I mean, that fan base should be definitely worried. Texas A&M at Notre Dame Saturday night. Who do you got?
So I got questions about Texas A&M's defense. They've given up the most points per game in the SEC and 3rd most yards per game in the SEC, and they've done it against UTSA and Utah State. So I'm going to take Notre Dame at home.
Yeah, I like the Irish in this one as well. I've never really been sold on Texas A&M. I know that they've been one of the big spenders in college football over the years, and it just hasn't resulted in the win total that they wanted to, or in getting to the championship game. So you look at Notre Dame; they battled Miami in that first game, It was I think it was CJ Carr's first start, correct?
Yep.
And he got better as the game went on, got more comfortable with that offense. They had last week off, Notre Dame did. You give Marcus Freeman another week to prepare for this team. They're playing at home. It's a big-time event against an SEC team. You know, it's not SEC Blue Blood. It's Texas A&M. But it is now they're officially in the SEC. I just like Notre Dame's chances to come out on top in this one.
All right, Catholics versus Crops, isn't it? A&M an agricultural school, yeah. So I got ND in the Catholics, man. Come on now, I like Marcus Freeman. USC beats Florida last Saturday. Oh, USF, sorry.
Yep, it's all right.
I can't read. USF beats Florida last Saturday. Now they play in Miami. Do the Bulls keep it going?
In a word, yes.
Wow.
I like what they got going there, man. Miami, you know how Miami gets? Miami gets ultra cocky about themselves. Oh, they think they're the literal cock of the walk, and they're not. You're Miami. You're going to lose a game. Hey, we're okay. You're going to lose a game that you probably don't expect to lose because that's what Miami does. And I don't think this is any different. USF is for real, by the way. They got an experienced quarterback in Byron Brown who's been there for a while. Last couple of years, I think, been banged up. But before that, he started off his career on a good foot and played a lot of football there. But they have an experienced offensive line. Listen to this. Left tackle's a graduate transfer. He's old. Their left guard is a senior transfer. He's old. Their center is another senior. The right guard is a grad transfer. The right tackle is a senior transfer. These are experienced guys in the offensive line. They can help move the ball, and it's going to frustrate Miami, and I just don't think their egos can handle it.
Great call. USF has emerged as that group of 5 team to beat this year. They took out perennial G5 contender Boise State in their opener. They beat a SEC foe. What's crazy is they were 17.5-point underdog against Florida and won the game outright. Same thing this week, 17.5 points. I like them plus the number here, but I think Carson Beck and Miami's offense will be too much for them. Close game, though.
No, it's not happening this week. That was a nice call last week, Doug, with the upset, but it really wasn't that big of an upset if you go by the Vegas line. Florida hasn't been good in years. I like Miami.
There it is, and that concludes the Transfer Portal NIL Marching Band Live Animal Mascot Blitz thingy.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. You can visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
All right, Gator. What if I told you that a championship for our team is so close that you can see it? What if I told you one of our team has just what it takes to win it all? What if I told you that it's right under our nose and we're starting to see it?
Well, I certainly think that the two teams that are competing right now have a chance to win a championship. I haven't wavered off of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that the Lions lost the opener to Green Bay. That doesn't change my thoughts on the season at all. And watching the Tigers play, there's not one team that has really been dominant in the American League. In fact, the only team that's really kind of been dominant in baseball for a long period of time where they look good doing it might be Milwaukee. And that's in the National League. You don't have to worry about them till the World Series. So I think it's quite possible both teams have this chance. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. If Casey Mize is all-star Casey Mize, how strong of a contender are the Tigers to win the American League?
Well, I think quite strong because you would have the second guy, right? We know what Skubal is. He's the best pitcher in baseball. If you get Casey Mize, like what we saw the Casey Mize last night, 4 hits, 2 runs, 8 strikeouts, no walks in 6 innings, that's awesome. You'll take that. You'll take it all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, he could have pitched into the 9th inning, into the 7th inning, had this been a playoff game situation. But, when you're sitting like an hour because the turnstiles keep going on third base to come on home because of the walk fest going on.
So wild.
Yeah, I mean, why bother? You don't need to have him in there. You can take him out, give some other guys some work, and save the rest of the bullpen. So, I like the idea that Casey Mize can be that guy. I'm not buying it just yet, but he can. Last night showed it. I mean, the other thing to factor in, we talked about it earlier, to pitch in that stadium, Yankee Stadium, and come away with 6 innings where you only gave up 2 runs, that's a win-win. And for the game, the Tigers pitching staff as a whole, which was Casey Mize and Chris Paddock, they only gave up the 2 runs through 9 innings. Yeah, that's a job well done because that stadium is tiny.
Okay, if you look at the postseason schedule, last year the Tigers played Cleveland in the divisional series. Yep. The Tigers are a strong candidate to get that first round bye. They're 4 games up on Houston right now with, 17 games to go or something. They opened the series on October 5th. Then they had an off day. Then they played on October 7th. Then they had an off day. And then they played on October 9th. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, they played on the Wednesday and Thursday, and then came back on Saturday. If 2 of those 4 starts are Skubal and Mize, if they each get 2 starts, I should say, in a 5-game series, and if Mize is all-star Casey Mize, which is the last 2 starts he's given 3 earned runs, and he did it against the Yankees lineup in that bandbox last night, and he gave up the home runs, but he was keeping runners off base, so the damage was minimal. I think the Tigers become an extraordinarily strong play in the American League if Casey Mize is getting back to form here late in the season. And you can debate it, and we're willing to debate it. But I just ask you, if Casey Mize is all-star Casey Mize, do you like the Tigers' chances to win the American League?
Yeah, I really do.
I do too.
I could hedge it and say, well, he doesn't have to be that good, but he's got to be good enough, and then a third pitcher has to emerge. But that's not where we're going with.
No.
You're going to tell me he's going to be the all-star Casey Mize,
yep,
and you couple that with Cy Young award-winning Tarek Skubal. Having 2 stud starting pitchers entering the postseason, that's good enough to beat most every team when it comes to a playoff situation. So I'd like their chances a lot.
So I guess
and then trusting pitching chaos for a third start with whatever Hinch is going to throw at him.
The reason you bring it up is, again, we always talk about the guardrails trying to be as realistic as possible, and we don't always keep the car on the road. But
not always.
Is it realistic that Mize can get back to what he was? And I think we're seeing evidence that it's realistic. 2 games is not the biggest sample size, but in these 2 games, he's been pretty damn good. And, doing it against a Yankee team that you might see in the postseason is not insignificant, if you ask me. Now, the idea he's got to keep it up We've always talked about Fedor being on the job. Has Fedor figured out something? I mean, the last team he did it to was the Mets, right? It was the Mets, wasn't it? It wasn't the Mets. Give me a second to look it up. But the Mize. The Mize is last. That's another playoff team.
His last what?
His previous start. The other one he was really
was
good
against
at.
the Mets. Yes,
Okay,
I'm sorry. So one
back-to-back
inning, one run through
postseason,
5 innings. Yeah.
Back-to-back postseason capable teams. Casey Mize has been really good.
Well, keep this in mind, too. Casey Mize has only had 2 blow-up games. One was the game prior to the Mets against the Athletics, where he gave up 5 runs in 3 1/3. The other blow-up game he had was back in July against Seattle. He gave up 6 runs in 3 innings. Beyond that, he has a few games where he gave up 4 runs, and otherwise he's been really, really good. Like he was, as you mentioned, all-star Casey Mize. You take that guy all the way up through, basically through middle of July. That's all-star Casey Mize. It became a problem after that for a few starts, but he's bounced back. Do I think he can be the guy who's going to have an ERA of 3 for the rest of the way? He can. And to your point, if he is, yes.
It's a game changer.
I think they have it is absolutely a game changer.
It's a game changer. And it was good to see last night. And the people that always talk about and know deep things about pitching talk about his location has been just elite of late.
The caveat I would throw at that, which it has nothing to do with Casey Mize or Tarek Skubal or whatever they do with pitching chaos, it's the health of Kyle Finnegan.
Yeah.
They need to have him back and be 100% ready to go. No issues at all with the groin. Hey, this is precautionary. We've got such a huge lead. We can afford to have him gone for basically 2 weeks. And when he comes back, we know that maybe he was only going to be gone for 5 days. Doesn't matter. We're going to put him out for 2 weeks so that he's completely ready to go for the postseason, because this team needs to make a deep postseason run. He is absolutely key to he's as key to the pitching staff, I think, as Tarek Skubal is.
Well, I mean, the good news is they say it's a mild strain, and I also love that no pitcher's ever thrown a pitch with their groin. So if it's an arm issue, I have much bigger concerns.
Well, you push off your groin.
Let's take it to the next level and talk about winning it all. We'll do that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers send Jack Flaherty to the mound tonight looking for a series win against the Yankees in the Bronx. Carlos Rodon starts for New York. The Tigers won last night's series opener 12-2 on the strength of a 9-run 7th inning and 6 innings of 2-run ball with 8 strikeouts for Casey Mize. First pitch tonight, 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. As the Lions get ready for Sunday's home opener against the Bears at Ford Field, defensive end Aiden Hutchinson says they're embracing the pressure after the Packers' loss. And Michigan State's up 4 spots to number 10 in the latest Fox Sports Big Ten Power Rankings. Michigan's down 2 places to number 7. The top 3, Ohio State, Oregon, and Penn State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, here we sit, which is a couple weeks ago in the MLB regular season. And it feels to me like a couple things could be happening. These are small sample sizes. But, you talk about realistic chances to win the whole thing. We started with the premise, and it could be flawed, and if you want to debate it, let's go, that if Casey Mize is rounding into form and turning back into all-star Casey Mize, that the Tigers have become a considerably greater threat to win the American League. That they, in short series, can throw Skubal and Mize twice. And Casey Mize has been really good the past 2 outings against playoff contenders. Like, really good. That's premise number 1. Here's premise number 2. And to take it to the next level. If Casey Mize is all-star Casey Mize, and Parker Meadows is second half 2024 Parker Meadows, they become a serious World Series contender. Parker Meadows provides speed, he provides defense, and since his return, he's 4 of 9 at the plate with 2 home runs. Again, these are small sample sizes, but I'm intrigued. If you add those 2 pieces and be the best versions of what they can be, convince me this team can't win it all. I think the Detroit Tigers can win it all. And that is something that is, I'm willing to build a foundation of an argument of them being a legitimate World Series contender. 248-539-9797. And am I missing anything? Am I missing anything, or am I overstating how important these 2 players are?
No, I don't think you're overstating it. I think that, if anything, I think what people might be missing if they're going to doubt the team is that who's better in the American League? Okay, great. They're not playing, 700 baseball right now like they were for the first 80 games of the season. They're basically playing 500 since then. Okay, anybody else taking off and playing out of their minds? No. Mm-hmm. They're just as good as anybody else, if not better than anybody else out there. And the thought that Parker Meadows is back to being good, it's you're right. It's too early to say that. But understand this, when he went to Toledo for his rehab stint, he played 13 games there. In the 13 games, he had 3 doubles, 3 triples, a home run, and had an OPS of 933. Again, it's a small sample size, but it's 13 games. You add to that the 3 games he's played here where he's like 4 for 9 with a couple home runs. Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for liking Parker Meadows and thinking that this guy can be that piece. Is he right now? I don't know. Right? That's the big unknown. What he was at this time last year was vitally important to the success of this team. And he gives this team that lift. He gives it the lift at the plate and certainly in the field. I don't know if he'll be in the lineup tonight. They face the left-handed pitcher, so likely out of the lineup if they're going to do the whole lefty-lefty, righty-righty thing, keep him out. So we'll see what happens if Wenzel Perez goes to center field and Javi Baez is the shortstop, which is probably how it's going to go. But yeah, I'd like to see and believe that Parker Meadows is the Parker Meadows from last year.
It's early, but that's two simple in-house things that might be happening in front of our eyes right now that could be the backbone of a World Series championship. Mize and Parker Meadows. And, there's still a couple weeks here to go before the postseason. But I want to get into some Tiger talk about the realistic chances to win this whole thing because, you don't need to be perfect. You just need to be better in a series against a team across from you. But you start talking about adding in all-star Casey Mize and productive Parker Meadows, and you're talking about massive factors in September and into October. 248-539-9797. Willing to if people are laughing at this and you think I'm overstating the case, or if there's something else I'm missing that is a requirement, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Connor. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Connor.
Hi. I was going to say it just depends on who gets hot in the playoffs and the health of the team. I think we're trending in the right direction with health. And when it comes to Olsen, I would say just scratch him for the playoffs. But I think it's going to be more of a bullpen chaos. It wouldn't shock me if Hinch doesn't let Mize go past the fifth inning in the playoffs. But sometimes if he gives us 5 innings, 1 earned, that's all we need from him. And I think we have as good of a shot as anyone else. There's not really one team that stands out to me this year. And, you could say the whole, if this guy gets hot with every single team. So we just got to bank on health and have trust in the players, which I do.
I'm intrigued a little bit. Why do you think Hinch might have an earlier hook on Casey Mize?
You just watch games like the Mets game, 67 pitches pulled after the 5th inning, even though he had a pretty good start. And Hinch tends to do that a lot more in the playoffs. You look at last year's playoffs, you had guys like Cater Montero start 2 innings. You'd have a lot of 2 innings.
Well, they had the opener. Yeah, they were doing the chaos thing last year. I don't know if they're going to do. I think everything with AJ Hinch when it comes to taking out a pitcher, let's say like Casey Mize, because he's a rotation guy. He's not an opener guy. He's actually a starter. If they're going to take him out in the 6th inning of a game where he's pitched really well through 5, my guess is it's because the batters that are coming up, 3rd time through the lineup, whatever metric they has, tells them that this is a bad move to leave the pitcher in. I think they really rely heavily on the metrics of pitcher versus batter when it comes to the later innings of a game when they're going to take somebody out. Like, for instance, last night, if it were a little bit tighter, would Mize have pitched to Aaron Judge another time? I'm not sure he would have.
Watching that game, I thought he was going to get yanked on the spot there.
Okay.
But I was happy he stayed in. You need to let him have at-bats like that to gain confidence for the playoffs. And I firmly believe that when it comes to the playoffs, Hinch doesn't care about starters. You have a guy like Mize who is a starter. Hinch just is thinking in his head, what guy puts me in the best matchup situation to get these next 3 outs? And the one thing that does kind of scare me a little bit about the analytics with Mize, I try not to dig into analytics, but there's something that he has like a 6.5 ERA when he faces the top of the order the second time.
Hey, appreciate it, Connor. Thank you very much.
Those are the things he pays attention to.
Yep.
That AJ Hinch pays attention to, and that's why you'll see somebody get yanked in the 6th inning.
248-539-9797. Alex is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Alex.
Hi, good morning. I want to comment on both the Tigers and the Lions.
Okay.
First of all, the Tigers, I just feel like they're not there yet. I feel like Scott Harris could have did a little more during free agency. Also, against good teams, it shows. Like when they play the Mets, when they play Toronto.
Let me ask you just about the premise, though. What if Casey Mize is turning back into all-star Casey Mize, and Parker Meadows, who's been hot since he returned, is turning into last year Parker Meadows? Do you feel like they then become a strong World Series contender? And if you're not willing to accept that they're going to be that yet, that's fine.
They can be a contender. True enough, but I don't think they will win it all. they got to the World Series, we would probably lose to a National League team, So, therefore, I mean, they could be a contender. But, I mean, to win it all, you got to be the champ to win it all. And I don't think they're the champ yet. And also the Detroit Lions, I just feel like Brad Holmes should trade for offensive linemen now, give up one of our draft picks, even if it has to be a first, second, or third pick. Give up a pick, get a lineman in here. I don't think we have enough with, both Glasgow and the rookie up front. We need another offensive lineman.
So you've seen enough after one game.
I've seen enough after one start there.
Okay.
I can see the hole. I know we need a lineman. We need to get a lineman, like right now.
It's interesting because two of the three guys there are essentially rookies. I mean, the job is Mahogany's for the first time. He's in year 2, and obviously Tate Ratledge in game 1. I think there's a chance that they're going to look a lot better. Glasgow is an interesting debate point. I don't know if they need to do it, as you put it, right now, but it's something, as we like to say, something to monitor. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Are the Tigers a serious contender? A serious, need to be talked about, even favorite, if Mize and Meadows have morphed back into the best version of themselves? Small sample sizes, but good from both of them of late. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Carson. Let me tell you about Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Talking some Tigers here. Do you really think that if Mize and Meadows turn into what they've been here the last, I mean, look, it's a small sample size, but it's encouraging to see Casey Mize in September start to pitch really well, and it's encouraging to see Parker Meadows come back and go 4 for 9 with 2 home runs, that this team goes from looking like they've got some holes to maybe becoming a serious American League Championship type team, or even go so far as say a serious World Series contender. 248-539-9790, 248-539-9797. Text to the same number. Stephen Livonia says, why don't they let Keith play third more? He seems like he can handle it. Where does he fit into their plans? Well, I mean, I think he fits into their plans. I think it's game by game matchup. I mean, he played third last night, right?
Which play? I'm sorry,
Cole Keith.
Yeah, Cole Keith is a huge part of their plans. He's right now. I think they limit him against left-handed at bats, left-handed pitching at bats, but he is getting more of those. The Tigers as a whole, actually, if I look at what is Cole Keith is. He's had 124. He's had 43 at bats against lefties, and he's not done well. He's only hit 163, but he kills right-handed pitching.
Yeah,
he's a big part of it. And the game tonight, like I said, it's going to be interesting because it is a left-handed pitcher on the mound. The Tigers as a team have a 792 OPS against left-handed pitching. Remember all the trade deadline, everybody said, we need a right-handed bat. We need a right-handed bat. And I'm like, they don't need right-handed bats because some of their lefties hit righties, or some of their lefties hit lefties, and all the right-handed bats do hit lefties. So it's not, I don't think it's an issue.
4 of the last 5 games they played that Cole Keith has started, he's started at third base. I mean, I think he's getting plenty of run there.
Yeah, I think that's where they're hoping he sticks. Because other guys coming down the pike, whether it's McGonigal or Max Anderson, if they get opportunities, shortstop, second base type, and perhaps even third base with Anderson, there's a lot of moving parts for the next couple of years.
Doug in Rochester comes up with a very valid argument against the premise. He says, my sample size simply is not big enough to say that. Half the time he gives up 9 hits in 3 innings. Starting pitching is not good enough. It's funny. Casey Mize has this weird 60 pitch through 3 innings starts that he's had this year. And Doug, you're right. And I'm working off an if-then premise. And the if is if Mize is rounding into form. I like that he's faced 2 playoff teams and look good. And I like that it's happening now. This is a really, really good time for him to be rounding into form. But if you need to see more, Doug, I'm not mad at you. Johnny in Rochester says, I believe the hitting is still an issue. It seems to have been an issue against good teams and pitching. Yeah, I mean, that's where Parker Meadows comes in as a helpful piece. But there is no doubt that, that if this is who he is, he will help. But, if you're pitching well, and I've said this about the Tigers, they have a win triangulation. If they're good in the field, good offensively, which includes base running, and have good pitching, they don't need all 3. They have to win 2 of the 3, though. They're the kind of team that has to win 2 of the 3 in a game in, game out basis.
Casey Mize has made 25 starts this year. 20 of them, he's gone at least 5 innings of baseball. So 5 he hasn't. So 80% of the time, he's given you 5 innings. In those games, the vast majority of those games, he's pitched well. The other games, he hasn't pitched well. And there are a few games where he's gone to 5 innings and he hasn't pitched well. He's been a lot better than he's been bad.
This from an unnamed texter. The Tigers are dangerous if they get pitching like Mize did yesterday and Parker performs like he has and like he did last year in the playoffs. Well, look, I mean, these are in-house solutions that I don't feel like are incredible long shots. There's a degree of likelihood that we can get into. How likely is it that this is Casey Mize? How likely is it that this is Parker Meadows? Well, it's not impossible because we've seen them both be really, really good.
But don't you guys feel more confident about Mize just because this year Meadows has rarely been healthy. I know Mize has been hurt too, but the first half of the year he's an all-star. And as far as just a guy in that rotation you need to count on, I think that's just more important in general too. So
Yeah.
I feel more confident in Mize. I feel like he's more important. Meadows is almost to me like a bonus if he can stay healthy and play like this, because otherwise I really don't expect it.
I mean, they won the games without him. You know, they won a lot of games without Parker Meadows. But there's no question him in the lineup makes this a much more formidable lineup when he's playing as good as he can play, like he did last year at the end of the season. He was great. And it's just a couple games here since he's come back, and he's made an impact, and that's great. But, yeah, the sample size is way larger on the Casey Mize side than it is on the Parker Meadows side. So I still have hope that Parker Meadows gets to be what he is. I love the frame. You know, the guy's like he's legit 6'5", over 200 pounds. He's lanky, but that swing, I mean, you saw how quickly the ball gets out of the ballpark. And that's the 2 home runs he's hit since he's come off the injured list to come back from Toledo. They're the same home run. It's just special. Just boom. It's out in a blink of an eye.
More feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox. I hope you're right, but it's been 2 good starts for Mize and only a few games for Parker. Need more consistency throughout the whole team. Also, really need Jack to step it up tonight and get through 6.
There's the key.
See, I don't agree with that. If Mize is going to be this, I mean, look, it's great. You want everybody playing well. To me, it was Mize or Flaherty. One of them has to be rounding into form by the time we get to the postseason. If Mize is going to do it, then I don't care. I don't care. I mean, it'd be good to have Flaherty doing it. And if Flaherty was doing it, then whatever with Mize, like, okay, that's just a bonus. I don't know. Like, what I'm saying is I don't want to ask for too much.
Well, you're afraid to ask for too much. I get it.
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel like Mize is, I'm close to saying he's there, right? Because I think we've seen this for a longer period of time than we haven't. Jack Flaherty has been such a problem this year with the lack of consistency. He has not been consistently good or great like he was last season. Last season, he was so good for the Tigers and then for the Dodgers down the stretch and, wins the World Series. And the re-signing him back in the offseason was a rarity. And to get him back was all exciting for this team and for the fan base. And then he's pitched poorly. I mean, his ERA is 4.85. We keep waiting for him to put together that extended run where he's going to be good 4 out of 5 starts. And it looked like he was there, and then he wasn't. So I think if he gets going, and he's capable of it, but I don't have anywhere near the confidence in Jack Flaherty that I do in Casey Mize, because Jack Flaherty just hasn't gotten there this year. But if he were to get there,
well, I mean, it'd be great.
It's not just a bonus, like I think how you worded it. I think, if Jack Flaherty is good along with Casey Mize, that's 3 guys.
Yep.
That's 3 guys. Takes all the pressure in the world really off of Tarek Skubal to be what he is, because now you've got a couple other guys, and Skubal is what he is. He's fantastic. But if you have 3 guys that are dependable in the rotation, massive for the playoffs.
Daryl is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Daryl.
Hi.
Hey.
Just thinking here. Why not bring up? I know he hasn't hit AAA yet, but why not bring up McGonigal? The guy has bat-to-ball contact. He's going to make contact. If he absolutely sucks, he's going to be better than Sweeney, and he's already a better shortstop than Sweeney.
I don't know if he's a better defensive shortstop than he is.
That's one of the knocks on him.
And he's also not hitting right now. He's, I think his batting average is dipped below 250 now. He's in a little bit of a slump as it is. They've already said they're not going to do it. They don't need to rush him up, and I kind of agree with that. To make the jump from AA to the majors, I don't think you need to rush him. I don't think it's a position right now that they're desperate to fill. I think he's a guy that can compete for the job next year.
But if he hit poorly, he'd be better than Sweeney. I'm just thinking Sweeney's like a hole.
But Sweeney's better defensively.
Yeah, defensively, I don't think there's. I mean, everything I've read about McGonigal is he's a work in progress defensively, and Sweeney's better than him. But I'll just say this: Jackson Jobe debuted in the last week of the regular season last year, which was fascinating to me. I did not expect it at all. I don't expect it this year either, but they did bring up Jobe.
Well, Didn't Jackson Jobe also pitch at AAA?
Of course.
All right.
Just saying, Gator. Just saying. Maybe
Low
there's
A,
something
high
out there.
A, double A, triple A, majors.
Okay, well, I'm trying to win a World Series. Sorry. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Got a question about something going on at Michigan, whether or not it's ever been you. We'll get to that coming up in the next half hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, I know that you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They are everywhere. They're there for a reason. They're out there helping good folks like you and me. So if your furnace or boiler, they're ready to fight against the crisp fall air that's here and coming here, and we got warmer weather this week. Well, the good folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. You don't just take my word for it. Please check it out. They've got the A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've got a bunch of 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, boiler, water filtration, air conditioning, whatever it is that's giving you an issue, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Tigers, the Lions season starts and they become sort of, they get overwhelmed. And, I get that there's some huge Tiger fans out there. Probably feel like their team hasn't been talked about enough. Last night, the Yankees, you talk about having a total meltdown. They melted down and handed Detroit a close baseball game. But when someone hands you something, you politely accept and move on. And if there's one thing that happened last night, there's two things that happened last night that were really, really positive. One was Casey Mize's start, and two was another good, productive night from Parker Meadows at the plate, who's 4 of 9 with 2 home runs since he returned. And if these guys are the best version of themselves, I think it's a complete and total game changer. I think if Mize gets to be what he has shown that he can be, all-star Casey Mize, you're serious. The Tigers become a serious American League contender. And if Parker Meadows, who has been for long stretches of time really productive at the plate, if he hits and gets back to that form, I think they're a serious World Series contender, like to win the whole thing. Others, the biggest hesitation we've gotten back from the people, yeah, fine, keep doing it. Like until we see him do it longer, and that's fair. Is there anything else I'm missing? And you brought up Kyle Finnegan's injury, and that's valid. That's not expected to be anything major. A.J. Hinch's quote was that it was mild. So,
well, let's hope that's the case.
Bob is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. Just an add to what you were saying about the pitching. I read an article that Olsen has begun rehabbing, and there's an outside, actually barring a setback, a chance that he'll be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, it might be the second round of the playoffs. It's possible he could be ready that early.
I just know what I read. And,
yeah, no, I'm just repeating for people who didn't understand.
Same article wrote off Cobb. Cobb is through for the year also. So
yeah.
Just thought I'd throw that in.
Well, I mean, look, if Reese
Cobb
Olsen,
hasn't been a factor for the Tigers.
Yeah, Cobb, I think the whole world has moved on from Alex Cobb. Did you read his letter that he put out explaining what happened?
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for somebody who made $15 million doing nothing, but that was a painful read. Like you could tell
because he wasn't doing nothing.
Yeah, he wasn't right,
look,
but he did nothing for the team.
Yeah, didn't pitch in the majors, right? But the battle he tried to fight to
it
make
sounds like
this
he
roster,
emptied the tank.
He really did,
and that's too bad.
Yeah.
Again, it's not sympathy. It's just
$15 million to try to make that happen, and he didn't. And he's had a couple surgeries, and going to go under the knife again, or if he hasn't already in the last week or so. But yeah, it's a hip issue, and wasn't able to figure it out, get comfortable pitching. It was always uncomfortable for him, always painful. And even when if you could watch there were various clips that came up on Twitter that you would see of him pitching, it did not look like he was comfortable at all. It's too bad. He didn't factor in at all, and we'll see if Urquidy does. He pitched the other night. I think it was 3 good innings for Urquidy the other night. Alex Lang pitched a shutout inning last night. These are other guys that can get back. I keep saying it's going to be a lot of auditioning here in the next couple of weeks, the last 17 games of the season, if they can get guys back to see if they're going to make the playoff roster or not.
Yeah. In the meantime, on the Tiger front, there's a story today in The Athletic about some sexual harassment charges and employees that were let go.
Stuff that's been dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, we want to bring it up. It's a news story, and people can see it and see the details. It does appear that they had some issues, and hopefully that is something that in their front office, and it was at the executive level. You hope it's behind them, that they've. It's disappointing, but it sounds like everybody that was accused here was either let go or resigned.
There were suspensions handed
Yeah.
out, all types of things. But
Yeah. I mean, these stories,
and
when you get into
changes in policy.
when you get into very serious stories like this, I assume to not get into speculation about what happened, and just let the reporting be what the reporting is. Hopefully, that is something that they've cleaned up and they've put behind them. But there's a story in The Athletic with some of the details. Inappropriate stuff was taking place. People have been replaced. And maybe it's the end of maybe the Tigers organization will be a better place because of it, but it should never have gotten to that. It never should. But okay, want to shift gears here a little bit. Gator Biff Poggi was named the interim coach for Michigan this weekend. Biff has been around the program for a while, and I'll be intrigued to see if he goes sleeveless on Saturday. He did that famously when he was the head coach in Charlotte. But our question for you at 248-539-9797, did you ever take a job on an interim basis? You knew it was interim, you knew it was temporary, and how did it go? Because you actually have done this.
Yeah, it happened to me in two different ways. One was I was a kid and I was 16 years old. My best friend and I were approached by one of the parents on his younger brother's baseball team. Hey, I need some help. There are games and weeks that I can't be out here managing a team. Can you take over coaching? So we took over that year on an interim basis.
How were you connected to this team?
My best friend's younger brother was on the team.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
And so the parent knew us,
Mm-hmm.
knew us pretty well because I think he had older kids that were our age that knew us. So, and knew that we were both active in sports, and my best friend was a really good athlete, so that was kind of a no-brainer to ask him to do it. And we were, it was it was a lot of fun, and we ended up deciding to take over the team the next year on a full-time basis because we enjoyed it so much on the interim basis. So we coached that team for a year and a half. But professionally, before I was on air, when I was just getting started here for the first couple of years, at one point I was a part-time producer, but the promotions director had quit. And they had a big event coming up in like 3 weeks for one of the weekend shows. It was like some big kind of seminar they had in this building, and they were expecting hundreds of people and had to get signage made and all types of stuff that had to go down. Like, hey, we need some help with promotions. What do you say? So
Did you have any background in promotions?
I had none. And I'm like,
and
sure.
you're just trying to break in.
I was just trying to do anything I could to keep myself employed at the state. Like I said, it was part-time at the station as a part-time producer, screener. I was a courier at the time as well.
Great career advice. Say yes to everything when you're trying to break in.
100%, which is what I did. And I ended up being paired up with this woman who did have some experience in promotions. And together we had to head this whole thing up and put this big event on. And I think a couple weeks into it, I'm like, I'm so in over my head. It's not even funny. I have no idea what I'm really doing here. And she was like reassuring me, no, you're doing fine. Just, if you need help, let me know. I'm like, yeah, I need help, but it was doing things that I've never done before on a computer and this is forever ago. Right. So this is before everything became easy. Just, drag, click.
Gator in promotions.
Yeah. And having to get stuff like the signage stuff was a real thing. I'm like, hey, here are logos. We need to scan these logos. Here's what we need. I needed something that's going to be 10 feet by 12 feet, adhesive on the back or whatever we had to do. And I'd never done any of this stuff before, and I was entrusted to do it.
He was flying blind, people.
Yeah, we were able to pull it off very successfully, but I was not comfortable with that.
I once got asked to fill in years ago. There was a television show called Wolverine Sports Magazine that I was I started on the interim basis. Somebody was going to be out for a while, wasn't going to be able to host, and I filled in, and they kept me.
That awkward smile, Doug?
Little. I mean, I don't. It was interim, and then they're like, "Hey, can you stick around and keep doing it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can stick around and keep doing it." But yes, so that was probably the only thing I can think of. I mean, I filled in for some play-by-play gigs here and there. I got to do. Remember when Comcast was doing like local sports broadcasts?
Yeah.
I did a couple hockey games. I don't know if that was necessarily interim or they just didn't have anybody else.
I did one football game as a color analyst.
Did you?
For high school. It was the Andover-Lasser Battle of the Sword.
Yeah.
Eli Zaret asked me he goes, hey, I'm doing this thing. It's your old high school. And, what do you want to do? You want to do the color commentary? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I had a blast. Eli and I did the game, and it was so much fun.
That's cool. Legend. All right. Did you ever have an interim gig? What was it, and how did it go for you, sports or otherwise? Filling in to coach a team, or part-time interim job where you had to be in charge? Like Gator was in promotions, and he had no clue what he was doing. Zero. Have you ever had an interim gig? 248-539-9797. Hey, FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, just bet $5. And if you win, you get $300 in bonus bets. So I've talked about the formula here. Go find a heavy favorite. Make sure you opt in. Do all that stuff, the banner at the top, and click the toggle when you make your bet. But you bet your $5 on your heavy favorite on the money line, which means you just bet on that favorite to win the game, not cover a point spread. And when they do, guess what? Then you get your $300 in bonus bets, and you can do with it whatever you want once you've done that. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Did you ever have an interim gig? Why I have complete confidence in Gator doing marketing. One word, BAMF. That's from a listener, Scott.
Yeah, marketing is one thing, but the whole promotions of setting up an event, that was different stuff for me. That's a whole different ball game.
Yeah. Kang, did you ever have an interim gig where you got a promotion, a temporary promotion?
No. I filled
knew
in for my neighbor one time, though. It wasn't promotion because I didn't do this. He had a paper route growing up, and he was
Yeah.
going to be, like, I think they went up north for the weekend or something for the week.
Worst
and he
job
asked me
ever.
if I could do his route for him.
Did you say worst job ever?
Worst job ever.
I loved being a paper boy. These jobs don't exist
Kang,
anymore.
did you enjoy
No, they
it?
don't. I enjoyed, like, I wanted to make money. You know what I mean? I didn't have a
Sure.
job. You know, I
Yeah,
didn't, make any money. So I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And it was okay. I only did it for like I think a few days before he came back. But like the whole getting the paper, or wrapping up in rubber band or whatever, I forget the whole process and everything.
there's
and
a lot to
there's
it.
You bag it onto what do you call those things you put in the back of your bicycle where you put the papers
Basket?
in? No, it was like an actual like cloth.
So it was a bag. They had a canvas bag.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I
it
could
was
wrap
canvas.
around
Yeah.
I could wrap around the handlebars of my bike.
Yeah.
I had a dirt bike, and I would just ride.
Yeah, and you just ride up and down driveways and
grab
throwing them
it.
into
it
into
was-
porches.
I thought it was awesome. I had paper route. I had a paper route for like 5 years. So you were a temporary.
Yes,
a
I was
temp.
interim. I was the interim paper boy that week.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797. Did you ever have an interim gig the way Biff Poggi has an interim gig for Michigan this week? So I had a chance to be down there yesterday, and Sharon talked about it. And in a perspective of, hey, look, I was that guy before. Now I'm on the other side of it. And we talked to Biff, but what he's going to be in charge of are things like any discussions with the officials. He's in charge of doing, challenges and stuff like that. Fourth down calls. But like the coordinators are going to handle their jobs. They're all going to be just doing their jobs. You have Chip Lindsey calling the offense, Wink Martindale calling the defense, J.B. Brown in charge of special teams, and Wink is going to be the.
Does he get to decide personnel?
I don't think so. I think it's exclusively going to be just up to the coordinators. So,
Is his real first name Biff?
his real first name, it's fascinating you asked this because I figured I better find out. His real first name is Francis. He is Francis Biff Poggi.
Biff is his middle name.
I don't know if it's his. I actually.
Or is
I'm-
it just a
maybe a
Biff
nickname?
strikes me as it's got to be a nickname. Much like Wink is a.
Yeah, his name's Don Martindale,
Yeah.
but he.
So you have Frank and Don running the show.
Well, now according to Wikipedia, because if Biff is in quotation marks, does that not mean it's a nickname?
Yeah.
Biff is not his middle name then, but he does have another fascinating middle name.
Yeah.
Yep. Francis Xavier Poggi.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why Biff? How old is he?
He is 65 years old.
So, all right. So he's older than us by a lot. Yeah. But what would be like Biff was from Back to the Future.
Yep.
But I wouldn't imagine you get the nickname Biff when you're in your 20s.
Well, let's see.
Which is how old he would have been when the movie came out.
Yeah, that's the only Biff I've ever heard of. Okay, Biff Poggi's nickname, this is according to a quick Google search, Biff Poggi's nickname came from his older brother, Spike Poggi, who was given the
Spike?
chance to name the newborn and chose Biff when the other nickname choice, Spike, was rejected by their mother. Here's the breakdown of how Poggi got his. Francis Xavier Poggi. Biff stuck. So, whatever, he's been known as Biff because of his brother. Let's go to Harrison. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Harrison.
What's up, guys?
How we doing?
Good. I was in college and I had kind of worked my way into the color commentator seat on our hockey broadcast at Ferris.
Nice.
And 2016-17 season, like 2 weeks before the season started, the play-by-play guy comes up to me and goes, "Hey, I'm leaving 4 games into the season, and the interim job is going to be yours." I'm like, "Oh, great." My first game solo on play-by-play was at home against Michigan, sold out. So I'm
fun. Got the atmosphere.
Sweat through my dress shirt after the first period, settled down. Turned it into a full-time job, and I was there for 6 years.
That's great. That is awesome.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Now, did you guys make a Frozen 4 run in there?
So no, we did. I was a senior in high school when they made it, and then I got to Ferris.
Okay.
And I was with them for the 14 and 16 NCAA tournament. So
I absolutely love the story that you sweat through your shirt in the first game.
Yeah.
Because
I had to go run into a closet and change shirts. I had brought a second shirt because I knew I was going to be nervous.
That's smart. That's forward
So
thinking.
I ran
right
into
there.
a closet in the first intermission and changed. So
smart. Did you settle down, or was it 2 shirts every game?
No, it was the only time it ever happened. No, it was the only time it ever happened. I have thrown out and burned the tape from that first game. I'm sure,
dude, yeah.
you as a play-by-play guy, like you probably listened to some of your early stuff. And you're like,
painful,
I don't want to listen to that.
Harrison, I remember the first time I had to do a talk show. I was sitting around and I was so nervous. I thought to myself, maybe I should just get a job at Kroger. Like, I was so scared. I was so, like, why did I choose this? Why am I putting this much pressure on myself? Thank you for the phone call. Did you ever have an interim gig, and how did it turn out? Brandon in Clinton Township. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I had an internship. My first job ever was working at the Federal Reserve Bank downtown Detroit when I was 14. It was the first job ever. And, man, I used to work with the maintenance staff, and we used to destroy old money. So I'm 14 years old looking at billions of dollars every day in these big containers that we used to have to shred the old money to make room for the new money. And then also, we used to have a check of fame. A check of fame is like any big checks that was cash. Like, I seen Steve Eiserman signing bonus. I seen Barry Sanders signing bonus. We used to have it on the wall. So it was pretty cool working at the Federal Reserve Bank. The problem was they wanted to hire me when I was still in high school. My dad said no because he wanted me to go to college. Man, I wish he would have let me do that.
You would have taken a gig. You would have taken a gig full time, huh?
Oh man,
Okay,
what?
hold on. Now, let me ask you a question. A 14-year-old kid. You said billions. I don't know if it was billions, but a lot of money that you had to destroy. How does a 14-year-old kid be given a responsibility to not take all the money?
Okay, so here's the thing with that. They marked the money before we destroyed it, okay? So I was actually supervising. Not only that, it was armed security guards watching us like hawks. Like, it wasn't nothing you could really do.
Because that's a lot of temptation for a 14-year-old kid. I'm glad they had it on lockdown. Thank you. David is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hi. So I think it was like 2012. It's been a while, but the head coach for Saginaw Valley State University's softball program was fired and halfway through the season. And so I was promoted to the assistant coach, and the coach became the head coach. And we ended up going to the World Series for the first time in school history. So it was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. We didn't win it all. We ended up making technically fourth, but it was quite the Cinderella story.
David, what was your tie-in? Like, how did you get that? Were you like were you a volunteer? Were you a manager?
Yeah. So I had a minor in coaching at the university, and I was doing an internship essentially with the softball team because at the time they were the best college team. And I just kind of stuck around, and I enjoyed learning from the people that were there and the coaching staff. And then so they were just like, hey, we need an assistant coach, and you're the person who knows the girls the best, and we think you'd be a great fit. Would you want to stick around? And yeah, and we're like, yeah, let's do this. So me and the other interim head coach just banded together with the 4 team captains, and we were like, it's us against the world. And we ended up going to the World Series. So
That's awesome.
It was a lot of fun.
Very, very cool story. Thank you, David. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Currently, I am an interim golf course superintendent. Things are going fantastic, and it's going to be huge for my resume moving forward. That's from Will. Golf course superintendent. It sounds like
It's a lot.
it sounds like pressure.
Well, yeah, it sounds there's a lot of responsibility there. Make
Yep.
sure that the golf course is maintained properly.
Are you responsible for every blade of grass?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Pin
don't-
placements and
Unnamed texter says, I don't know if this qualifies, but I volunteered at my son's first grade split class. The teacher asked me to teach them math, and he gave me like a 30-second tutorial on what I was supposed to be doing. I was completely and in all other ways flying blind, but I tried to be funny so the kids like that.
ask you to teach on the spot. Hey, I need some help for math
in math in kindergarten. What?
Nick and Ipsy says, about 15 years ago when I was 10 and my brother was 15, he had a paperboy job in the summer and he couldn't finish the last 2 weeks in August due to football practice. I took over and there was no less than 20 complaints the city received about papers not being delivered, scattered all over their driveway, etc. Still got paid though, so those were good curmudgeon. Those old curmudgeons can shove it. All right.
Well, maybe you should have kept the newspaper together, my friend, and then there wouldn't have been complaints.
10 seems kind of young. When did you start your paper route, Doug?
5th grade. So I was probably 11,
11? Yeah, that's
12,
about that
yeah.
age.
Yep.
This is where Gator, his love of bikes and helmets first started.
100%.
Right?
100%.
Yep.
Although
and
we didn't
delivering
wear a helmet
information
then.
too.
So, and when I
Doug didn't
got
wear a helmet then.
Yeah, he was.
No, I wasn't.
not at
I
10.
wasn't at 10.
Yeah, right.
No, but
Because you
back
had all that
then,
hair?
Nobody knew.
No, and back then I remember my parents got me a helmet and they looked like an egg. They were bike helmets when we were kids looked comically ridiculous. Now they don't look as ridiculous. I know people point and laugh, but the helmets are actually kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
They got
Keep
the
telling
MIP,
yourself
MIPS,
that.
MIP system.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't love that.
I worked for my local township as a landscaper, lawn crew, park ranger when I was 16 for a summer job. I showed up for about a month. After about a month in, I was informed by the director of parks, a.k.a. the foreman for the cut crew, had been fired. For a full 24 hours, I was the interim director of township parks and maintenance at 16. Needless to say, I did not get the job full time. That's funny. Douglas Scott, last season, I had to fill in as my daughter's soccer coach for 8 and 9-year-olds. I have coached much older hockey players and quickly realized had parents of 8 and 9-year-olds did not appreciate the intensity, he puts in quote, that I brought to coach with. Hysterical. 248-539-9797. Scott Anderson. We got our first pick on Sunday's Lions game with the Bears. What an NFL insider says is going to go down. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The NBA conducting its own investigation into gambling allegations against Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley. The 28-year-old was cleared in a federal probe earlier this offseason. The Pistons among several teams with continued interest in signing Beasley. Jack Flaherty takes the ball tonight for the Tigers as they aim for a series win over the Yankees in the Bronx. Their magic number to clinch the Central, down to just 10 now. The Tigers last night winning 12-2 in the series opener. Casey Mize got the start very good. Win number 14 on the year, 6 innings, 2-run ball, 8 strikeouts for him. Manager A.J. Hinch on that outing. Carlos Rodon goes tonight for New York. First pitch, 7:05 here on 97.1. And former Lions offensive coordinator, now Bears head coach Ben Johnson, says his team is preparing for a playoff-like atmosphere at Ford Field on Sunday. They'll go with a silent count. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So apparently the Bears are expecting to be kind of rowdy Sunday at Ford Field. Working on the old silent count there, Doug. That's what Ben Johnson says he's doing with his team.
Good.
Because it's going to be rowdy. Loud.
What was there an Amon-Ra quote today?
Yeah, there was.
And where was that from?
I forget where
He's on a podcast?
Yeah, I think it was probably part of a podcast, his own podcast, I imagine.
Okay.
It was his own podcast.
Okay.
He said, paraphrasing, that the fans are going to boo the F out of him. They're going to say F Ben Johnson. They're going to boo him because that's what the crowd will do. And I fully expect that to happen. I'm really curious to see what the crowd's going to look like on Sunday. It's going to be a jam-packed place. First home game, so Lion fans are already rabid about it.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's the Ben Johnson Bears, and not just the Bears always pack him in anyway. And then you usually get a big crowd from Chicago coming in. What about this week? You know, our Lions fans, are they hanging on to this ticket? I'm not selling this ticket. Are you kidding? I get to see the Lions against Ben Johnson. I want to see this, the first game.
You know, they didn't have much to cheer about, but I felt the Lions' presence in Green Bay. You could see it in the crowd. Here's the direct quote from Amon-Ra. Week 2 is going to be so crazy. I promise you, it's going to be electric. As soon as Ben walks in there, we're booing him. I don't give an F. We're all booing him. Now, is that friendly banter?
I'm sure he's got nothing but respect for Ben Johnson, but he's reading the room.
Right.
The room is Ford Field. I suspect that the fans are going to boo him mercilessly. Turned down jobs for years. Now's the time you leave, and you leave for Chicago?
Can't do that.
Boo!
No, Amon-Ra was serious, man. Like, not in a, vindictive, he hates Ben Johnson. He actually likes Ben Johnson a lot.
Yeah.
During the podcast, he said that, because they want to win, obviously. They that's their old coach. He said he'd love to be a fly in the wall in the Bears locker room because he can't imagine how Ben Johnson is as a head coach. He was saying, like, I can't imagine him telling the team what to do. No, being a head coach is different than being an offensive coordinator. And Amon-Ra was sounds like he was like buddy with the guy when he was his coordinator. But now that he's the head coach, it's a different role.
I forwarded the I think we can pull the soundbite, Kenny, if I just sent it to you. So we can find out the tenor of this soundbite and see if it's playful, if it's in jest.
Oh, he wants
it
to. Yeah, I heard. I watched it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he wants this to happen, but he loves Ben Johnson, but he wants everyone to boo the F out of him, just like you just read. Like,
I mean, I guess that's kind of how you could still be tight with someone and have a respectful, but hey, man, guess what? We're not friends right now.
No, I think that's business. That's sports.
Not personal.
Right. No, you before the game, I'm sure there'll be a lot of handshakes and hugs exchanged.
Mm-hmm.
During the game, it'll be war on the field, and then after the game, same thing. Hey, nice job.
You know the sweatshirt he wears about Green Bay, Amon-Ra?
Yeah.
Do you think he'll wear one with Ben Johnson's name on it?
That'd be great if he did.
I'd love it.
Do you think?
I think if he hasn't come up with that idea, I hopefully he's listening or has somebody letting him know, because I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Amon-Ra last year, and I don't know if he did it this year, walked into Green Bay wearing a Green Bay Sucks sweatshirt. It's just a black sweatshirt with the words Green Bay Sucks on it. And I'm wondering, is he going to wear a Ben Johnson Sucks sweatshirt? You don't think he'll go that far, or do you think he might?
Oh, I think he might. Absolutely, I think he might. I'm encouraging it.
And before we get the text, they just need to worry about winning games. Yes,
Thanks.
Of course they need to worry about winning games. You can worry about winning games and also have other things going on in your world. But yeah,
Have
we
fun
get
doing
it. They do indeed need to win this game. Now, will they win this game? Pete Prisco put out his picks. Lions favored by 6.
Is he CBS?
Yep. He writes the following. The Bears are on the road off a short week against the Lions, coming off a road loss. The Lions didn't look good in a loss to the Packers, but now they can get the offense going against the Bears defense that collapsed in the fourth quarter against the Vikings. The Lions win it. Pick Lions 30, Bears 17.
Oh.
So win and cover there. I had a dream last night that the Lions smoked the Bears. Like in the 40s, smoked the Bears. And then I woke up and I went,
Did you make a bet?
I did not.
Oh.
I do not make bets on dreams.
Seems like that's when you should.
You think I should? You think I should
Came to
follow?
you in a premonition.
There's some sort of is this what it is?
I think so. Kang, am I wrong? I mean, you got something telling you that
but
clear.
Doug doesn't dream. Remember the whole lotto thing?
I don't pay-
Us foolish people dream.
I don't pay. I
Doug
don't
doesn't
call
know.
you
Hang on.
foolish.
Doug doesn't fantasize.
Yeah.
This wasn't a fantasy. This was something that came to him in a dream.
Just organically, you mean? Just
Yeah.
it just popped up, right?
It
wasn't
didn't
like you-
cost me anything.
Like, let me ask you this, King.
Might not yet.
If you wake up, when you wake up tomorrow morning and you remember your dream from the night before, and it was that the Lions smoked the Bears, you taking that to the bank?
No, I don't bet the local team. No, I just can't. Do what you do with your money responsibly. But me, yeah, I stay away from the local teams.
Typically, I do as well. I mean, I'll the Tigers games to crank up interest a little bit, $1 here, $1 there on a prop. But
How about the over at least? I mean, you said like in the 40s they're going to score.
yeah, I don't know that the dream should be my guide as to where I bet.
All right, fine.
Do you do that? Do you have a dream and then make a
If
bet?
I did, I would. Yeah.
All right.
If I could, bet, I so rarely remember what I dream about. It's most people don't really remember. But if you do, if something was like that, you wake up like, oh my God,
Yeah.
Lions scored 44 points and they beat the Bears. They hammered the Bears.
Feedback coming in. Kitech on Twitch says, Pete picked the Lions. Pete hates the Lions. Didn't I ask you that earlier today, that Prisco was not a Lions guy?
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Yeah.
I feel like he hates everybody though.
Okay.
He's like one of those negative writers,
Right.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, exactly. Find one, right?
Well, let's see how it plays itself out. But Prisco takes the Lions in this one, 30-17 over the Bears. And I mean, I think the Bears fan base went through that absolute total tease on Monday night. Oh my God, we're good. Oh my God, he's fixed Caleb Williams. Right down the field and scored. Were they up 17-3 in that game? Was it 17-3 or was it 17-6? Whatever it was. And then to have it fall apart in the end, it was an all too familiar feeling from when your football team is trying to get the breakthrough.
It's just too bad. I hate to see it.
It was 17-6.
Yeah, I have found myself completely rooting against Chicago. Completely. When it Monday night, I was really kind of surprised at how much I was rooting for Minnesota.
I was
against Chicago.
I was leaning into it as well. And it happened organically because I went in and go, these are two NFC North teams. I want them to look bad. The game started. Bears go right down the field and score. And I'm like, okay. I was very pleased when Minnesota came back and won that game. Do we have the Amon-Ra sound? We will.
It's trying to transfer right
Okay,
now.
well, hopefully
I'm looking
have it
at it.
soon,
If I
yeah.
stare at it, will happen, right?
All right, yeah, that's how
It's
it
like
works.
Boiling pot.
We'd like to play for the people. Hey, football season is here. The University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better when you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost. You'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started today. Insured by NCUA. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket, 248-539-9797. Okay, we do have the Amon-Ra St. Brown comments. This is from his podcast, right, Kang? They have Roma Dunze on. which is interesting.
Wide receiver from the Bears.
Yeah.
Second-year player.
And the topic of Ben Johnson came up. You will hear Roma Dunze, but we'll get the tenor of this. Is he joking, or is it somewhat vitriolic? Like he's.
This is censored, right?
Yes, it's not uncensored.
Censored.
All right. Here's what Amon-Ra said about Ben Johnson coming into Ford Field. Okay, I think he's joking. I mean, I think he's expecting us to boo him. And I'm sure the people out there are going to take his lead, but I don't think this is a F. Ben Johnson.
No, not at all. This is all just, hey, you're the team coming in, and they're gonna boo him, and fans will be different about it than players will. Players are invested. They played for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Their job is to go out there and play. Fans will be loud as hell.
Yep.
And they'll let them know that you're no longer part of the Detroit Lions family. You gone.
Yep. There you go. 248-539-9797. Okay, here's a question I want to get to the people. There has been a lot brought up of what went wrong on Sunday. Starting with the offensive and defensive coordinator. You could go to roster makeup. Brad Holmes has been complaining about him. There's been serious concern about the interior of the offensive line. The edge rusher opposite of Hutch. I mean, even Hutch, we didn't feel his impact in that game like we have in others. The secondary wasn't great. The run game didn't get going. The downfield passing attack, like there were a whole bunch of, what the hell? That's not who the Lions have been. Here's our question. Out of all of those things, which one do you think is going to be fine in the end? Hey, got it. It didn't look good. But out of all of the criticisms of the performance in week one and the criticisms of the Lions leading into this season and all the criticisms you've heard, which one do you think, okay, that didn't look good or it doesn't look good, but in the end, I think it's going to be okay?
I think for me, it's the pass rush. It was non-existent in the game against the Packers, but because I've seen with my own eyes a track record, of a healthy Aiden Hutchinson terrorizing quarterbacks. I saw it in practice this year. I expect to see that again. I think what happened on Sunday afternoon is an anomaly of sorts. I do expect them to get pressure on the quarterback. Clearly, the Packers were more prepared than the Lions were, and that's disappointing to me. But I also know that that's going to change. So for me, it's the defense because they've got the proven track record of getting after it, Aiden Hutchinson specifically. The offensive line, to me, it's unproven because Tate Ratledge is in his rookie season. Christian Mahogany started, a couple games in his career?
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got a new center who's played at center before for this team, but just sporadically and, in fill-in work. So that to me is still, you got to prove it to me. But the defense, I'm fine with it.
I'm gonna say one that I think I'm probably gonna get slammed for, but whatever. I think Brad Holmes is going to make the necessary moves to add to this team. And I think back, you might not get an All-Pro, but late adds last year included Tim Patrick and Zadarius Smith. They both contributed to winning. They've taken this team out for a test drive. They do it again. They do have cap space. And I think one of the reasons why, the more I start thinking about some of the moves that they didn't make, I think it's in part they want to see what's actually going to be okay, and then make the move and go get the Tim Patrick of interior offensive linemen, right? Or the Zadarius Smith of interior offensive linemen, if that's what they deem is necessary. If it's an edge rusher, they go get the next Zadarius or the Tim Patrick of edge rushers. Because last year, those were 2 late ads, right? And they both helped the Detroit Lions win. So when it comes to roster construction, I think that's the thing I would bet on the most, is that they do have flexibility that he's emphasized. And that's hard to know what that actually means because we don't know who they might end up with. But they do have flexibility to make some changements, as one of our colleagues once said. Kang, what of everything you saw on Sunday, which do you actually think, out of all the concerns, which one do you think is actually going to be okay in the end?
I actually agree with Gator. I think it's the defensive side of the ball. I think the track record's there, like you said. The resumes of those guys are there, especially when healthy. We know attrition to that defense last year, and they were still pretty good.
Yep.
You have Kelvin Shepard just moving up. He knows the style of play that those guys are capable of and what they can do. You saw the play with Brian Branch. The playmaking ability is there. It was obviously called back because of a holding call, but Brian Branch took it to the house once he got his hands on it. I think Hutch that's one of those games where he didn't show up on the stats sheet at all, and I don't think that's going to happen maybe ever again this season. I just can't imagine that happening again. I think that it's more correctable on that side of the ball. I think the secondary didn't look the best because there was just no pressure. And I think they'll find a way to get pressure. I saw the stunts that they were trying to run against Green Bay that didn't get home. There's a couple things to tweak there, but they'll get there. I just don't have the confidence in the offensive line because they don't have the track record. They don't have the resume. And if part of the constructing the team is picking up an interior lineman, that means something went wrong and those guys didn't progress as well as we did. So I hopefully when Brad Holmes, if he does make a move, it's on like the defensive side of the ball just for extra help or something like that, Doug, or maybe a kick return or something, special teamer. But I'm hoping that interior line gets it together. But so far, if I had to pick something, the defense is what I'm not too worried about. I think they actually still lean on their defense as the season goes on. Okay, what was a major concern, didn't show up on Sunday, that you think is going to be okay in the end? 248-539-9797. And, of course, a spinoff of that is so efforts can be made elsewhere. Like this portion of the team I think will be okay. My bigger concern is, whatever that might be for you individually. Let's go to Juan. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing?
All right. I want to talk about the I'm more worried about the offensive line, but the defensive line, I mean, of course, we've been talking about getting Hudson help. That's been a big topic. So one team I think we should be eyeing at, it have to be the New York Giants. And the reason why I said it is because you would think they would want to get draft capital or draft picks. So I'm thinking 3 pass rushers they have with Carter, Thibodeau, and Burns. You would think they would want to give up one. So I would be aiming at trying to get one of their edge rushers. Most likely it seems like contract ought to fit better would be Kayvon Thibodeau. So that's what I want because, we need to put that pressure, man, because that what we seen Sunday was not that good.
It was not. The one thing about the pass rush that is, and you guys both said it was, the defense, and Gator, you said specifically the pass rush. Aleem McNeil will be back this year, and Aleem McNeil is a factor. And you get to the point where we're kind of here where just make the postseason and be your best then, and let's see what happens. Love to be the 1 seed, love to win the division and all that stuff. Yeah, it's tough to go on the road, but I'm getting into the postseason and getting back a healthy Aleem McNeil, who will have several games to most likely to get himself up and back to game speed, helps your argument as well.
Yeah, and I think that we'll look at Aleem McNeil when a time comes for him to come back.
Yeah,
it'll be almost like a trade deadline acquisition because of when he's going to come back, although it sounds like he's going to come back later than when the trade deadline is. But hopefully the Lions are in good position at that point where his addition only elevates the defense even higher than where it is. Hopefully they're at a point where injuries haven't plagued them and he can, kind of be worked into the to the defensive scheme, and eventually the defense becomes a real asset. And not such a blanket liability.
248-539-9797. Regarding Ben Johnson, Coyboy1 on Twitch says, does Ben Johnson have any children we could boo? He writes, Kelly Stafford wants to know. Big Pank 65 says, linemen have to gel together over time. That's why Romo kept saying they will get better later in the season. What was a major concern Sunday that you actually think will be okay in the end? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Wednesday. All right, what showed up on the field on Sunday that you think is going to be okay in the end? You know, we can do the same thing for Michigan and Michigan State, although it's a lot easier for Michigan fans to find things that went wrong than Michigan State fans. But, you know, I mean, whether it's pass rush or whatever for the Spartans, but if you want to include those in, hey, what did you see this weekend that you think is going to be, that wasn't great, but you think is going to be okay in the end for your team? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Tecumseh. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Mike,
are you there? Mike?
You.
No good. Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
So I'm kind of the opposite of Gator. I think the O-line is going to be the easiest fix just because teaching rookies run blocking, I think, is easier than pass blocking. And you can say to Tate Ratledge and Chris Mahogany, this is your guy. Block him into the secondary, and that allows our run-heavy offense to then open up a little bit. So I think if you just say, if Glasgow just points out, you know, go kill this guy, I think that's the easiest thing to fix. But on the contrary, the D-line is what's bothered me the most, especially when I was seeing Aiden Hutchinson, who's our only rush person, was dropping into coverage for some whatever reason. That was about as mind-boggling as watching Jamison Williams throw that pass on that end around in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If he's the only one that's even remotely getting close to home, why is he now playing, you know, guest linebacker? So that's kind of my thought is I think we can fix the front edge, and then that would open up our offense because we're opening up the rushing attack. Then we just got to figure out what the heck we're going to do. I mean, we might as well just drop like 9 cornerbacks and just maybe play 500 with.
Matt, I don't know if you heard this earlier in the show where I said I talked to a coaching friend of mine. I guess everybody didn't hear it, so I can restate it. Because Dan Campbell yesterday, when the morning show asked him what's the number one thing that like needs to and you think will get corrected, and he said communication. And the fact that he like said it, emphasized it, said it 3 times. So I asked a coaching friend of mine, how does that manifest itself on game day when you have bad communication? He goes, well, if you don't recognize or communicate where the pass rush is coming from, if you don't recognize the blitz, your offensive lineman can look terrible because they're blocking the wrong thing. They're looking for the wrong thing. If you have better communication, and Gator, you mentioned that Goff said it in his postgame about taking a bigger role and more responsibility there. Because there was that ridiculous play at the goal line that everybody saw where the Lions just parted like the Red Sea, and David Montgomery was looking at a Packer defender in the middle of the hole completely unblocked. That is it could be a example of dysfunctional communication that should be easy to correct.
You got 2 dogs chasing the same tail. You can't have that.
And it simplifies Glasgow. He only has to point out one protection or one guy, right? He doesn't have to cover the whole line. And we want to run the ball, 60% of the game. So if we can get our legs under us, that's going to make it easier for the offensive line to say, okay, now we're going to do small, simple protections on the pass block. So I feel if we can just, simplify it for Mahogany and for Ratledge, make it simpler so Glasgow only has to point out those guys. I'm not overly concerned about Penei Sewell having a bad day or Decker on the other side. Let's focus on what got us here is our O-line and just literally run the ball down their throat like the team wants to do, and that should basgoing solve the other issues. If I ever see Aiden Hutchinson taking one more step back, I'm going to lose on Kelvin.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. He's done that throughout his career, but when I saw it in the game on Sunday, where it happened not just with him, but also Marcus Davenport, I was like, they can't get any rush whatsoever.
It's a concept of his own blitz, right?
I get it. I understand. Yeah. That play that gets referenced at the goal line, when you watch that play again and you see that the 2 guys go to the player on the right, and maybe what you're not recognizing is the tight end, Sam Laporta, is coming like to pull through the hole. I'm assuming that Ratledge was supposed to take the guy that was maybe on the center and smash him to one lane, and then Laporta ends up lead blocking through the hole. But that didn't happen, and they were very fortunate not to end up with a safety in that situation. But it's a communication thing. I agree, 100%.
248-539-9797. Lou is in Birmingham and next. Hello, Lou.
Hey, happy hump day.
What's up?
I think the offense is the reason we lost that game, and we all know that offense is a 30-point a game scoring. I mean, our defense only allowed 24, and I don't think you can credit all 24 to them because we had an interception. We were forced to go for it on fourth down late in the game and gave them short field.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at one point I was at the game. I looked up at the scoreboard. I think there was 4 minutes left in the third, and they had 34 yards rushing as a team. And we've always had a hard time with running quarterbacks, and we contained Love. So we basically forced him to throw, and he made his throws. Their defense only made maybe 4 or 5 big throws. The one up the middle, the touchdown, the one to Kraft. Outside of that, I mean, we allowed 45 points to Washington in the playoffs. We held them to 24 at Lambeau Field. So if our offense does its job, and then my real main concern is the kick returns. I don't know why they don't use Khalif Raymond or JMO. It's a short field. It's almost like a running play now with the way they're doing this kickoffs. We need somebody with speed because we're starting at the 15 and the 20 almost every time in that game. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they're just running up the middle and just running into a pile and stopping.
That is just to be clear here, did you say that was your biggest concern?
That's my biggest concern of that game because I know that the offense can be, the line's going to gel. Our defense is only going to get better, and they did a pretty good job. I mean, Clete Blakeman was the referee, and he's notorious for bad calls for us. So, like on the Brian Branch pick six, I mean, there was 2 calls that were questionable, I think.
Well, the 2 calls they had to make. One, I thought it was defensive holding on the other defensive back, and the call on Hutch, it's so far away from the play, even though Jordan Love is trying to track it down.
Holding, I saw the flag come out right by Brian Branch. Where was the holding? Because I thought it was on the other side of the field.
I thought it was just inside of where Branch was.
Yeah, I'm like, what is going on? So. And Clete Blakeman's like the worst ref for us. He was the ref, and hopefully we don't see him again this year. I don't know, but I think the kick returns, field position. I mean, look at Khalif returned 3 or 4 last year for touchdowns, and with JMO's speed, who's going to stop him? It looks like there's really easy ways to get holes on the way the kick returns are.
Here's where they started after kick returns: the 24, the 20, the 32, and the 27. Bro, that's your biggest concern? I mean, look, it's week 1. They gave Sailors the job, but did he have a 5th kick return? No, one was a touchback. I mean, look, that's you do you. That was your biggest concern? He averaged 24 yards per kickoff return. Okay. 248-539-9797. Joey is next. Hi, Joey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Good. I just wanted to see, are you guys at all concerned about losing Ragnow and Zeitler and being able to run the ball? Because it just seemed like that's kind of the flattest our run game's been in a couple of years. And I feel like the run game kind of opens up the pass game and keeps their defense on the field and tires them out. And I just didn't see that this past Sunday.
Yeah, they didn't do a good job. The offensive line as a unit did not do a good job at all. They didn't protect the quarterback. They didn't open the holes on a running game. But if it's all communication, I'm sure it's not all communication problems, right? You got to give some credit to Green Bay. Green Bay can be difficult to run against, and despite the fact that they traded away maybe their best run defender in the middle to get Parsons, they made up for it. And Wyatt has turned out to be a pretty good defensive lineman for them. And obviously the addition of Micah Parsons changes things in a pass rush game. But I think that you've got 3 new guys working together in the middle. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to gel and to really get it and to understand. Plus you got, a rookie making his first start in hostile territory. Maybe he wasn't accustomed to how loud it's going to be there. I don't know, but there were clearly communication issues, as the head coach has said repeatedly.
And then when you don't recognize or communicate to one another where the blitz is coming from or what personnel the other team has on the field, you can look really bad.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping it's just week one woes and not a huge drop off in
It
talent.
could be.
But
I mean, that's a concern that I have my fears as well. But the one thing about it is 2 of the 3 components in the middle of the line are young, and the learning curve can be steep.
Well, that's my issue there, guys. The reason I don't have full confidence that it's just going to be okay with the more time they play together is you mentioned 2 of the 3 are young. And Glasgow's also playing a different position, and he's 33 years old now. And with the run game, especially the run game, if one guy misses his assignment or misses his block or doesn't communicate, the whole thing could be blown up. All 4 guys can do exactly what they're supposed to do, but if one guy turns left instead of right, all of a sudden you have a 2-yard loss instead of maybe a possible explosive play. That's so important on the offensive line. On the defensive line, 3 of the 4 guys could just be doing nothing. But if Hutch is the one guy that gets to the quarterback sack, then it looks great, right, overall, because, hey, we got a sack. But really only one guy did his job. On the offense, everyone's got to do their job.
Yeah, but that's the case in every single play in every game. I mean, every team's got to go through that, and I think to me that's the easiest fix is knowing what the assignment is.
Which brings us back to the question, out of everything you saw that was disturbing Sunday, what do you think is going to be okay in the end? Michigan fans, same question to you. Spartan fans, what are things that have concerned you? You're 2-0, but what are the things that concerned you that think are going to be okay in the end? 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
You know, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. I know I've gone through it, and it is not something I look forward to because it's a big investment, and that's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, that means that your investment is protected for as long as you own your home. And even if you sell it, this is huge. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from over thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight, folks. It's built, and it's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. During the commercial break, Kang said, the NBA is doing something you've been calling on for years. What was that?
So according to Shams, NBA writer for ESPN, Shams Charania, he says the NBA now is they want to encourage half-court shots or buzzer-beating shots, right?
Yep.
And players have been reluctant to do this for many years because they're scared of their field goal percentage being affected by this.
Right.
Pride and ego, so stupid, something that might possibly help the team.
Right.
But now the NBA and the competition committees got together and said, for any heave, this is his words, okay?
Yeah.
Buzzer-beating heave, that field goal attempt will no longer count towards the personal player, the individual. It will be a team field goal attempt now.
So it's kind of like taking a knee in football as a team carry.
Exactly.
Quarterback in a shotgun that takes a knee doesn't get credit with a 4-yard loss in rushing. The team takes a -4.
Yes, it's a field goal attempt for the team now, not the player.
But
So
if he
this-
makes it, so he doesn't get credit for making it?
I think it will. It doesn't say in the tweet. I'm assuming he will get credit for making it then, but only if he makes it. Otherwise, if he misses it, there won't be any penalty towards his field goal percentage.
Interesting.
But either way, encourage this stuff. You shouldn't have to be encouraged anyways. I always thought that was the dumbest thing, to not throw a 3-quarter shot because you didn't want your 3-point percentage to be affected, even though it could help your team. And I thought even like, hey, make it a 4-point or whatever. I just wanted players to do it, right? Because it helps the team.
Yep.
This is a way that you can help the team and not hurt your individual stats. So
that makes sense.
yeah, good for the league, good for the team. Now we get maybe possible, even if it's 1 in 100, you know, you're gonna get a possible highlight, which is good for the league and also good for the team that makes the basket.
Gotta pacify the players.
Yeah, it's dumb that it came to this.
Soothe their
Gator.
egos.
Yep, ego and pride. But this is all entertainment, man.
It's easy
You know
for
what it is?
Gator to say
Yeah.
he has no ego nor pride.
That's right.
Right.
Done.
Just a humble man. But yeah, I mean, this is not just basketball, but like you said, Doug, with football, with kneeling, you know, or a guy doesn't want to, laterals at the end of a Hail Mary play. Maybe a player doesn't want a lateral because he's going to get charged with a fumble or something. You know, that's dumb.
Right.
Who cares? You're trying to win
Do
the
what
game.
you can to win
Yes.
the game, yeah. Feedback coming in. Green Bay didn't do anything in the second half. The game was over at halftime. Stop talking about what the defense did in the second half of the game.
Oh, I see. So the Packers stopped playing. Oh, okay. Good. Then I guess I should be really concerned about the defense because the Packers stopped playing at halftime. There's no need. I mean, and what is this stupid thing that people do with the 4 fingers holding it? None of that matters because all they have to do is this. Hold the 2 fingers because it's just the first half. That's all that matters.
Nobody's ever come back from a 14-point deficit.
I mean, come
before.
on. It's insurmountable. You can't do that.
Ha ha, Doug, your optimism. Green Bay is good. They didn't just have a good day. The Lions are not as good as Green Bay. It showed on every aspect of the game on Sunday. Look, I didn't say that was 100% the case. I said maybe, just maybe, they ran into a buzzsaw on that day. Because I got to tell you, when you have an outlier performance like that, and when it's the first game of the year, the panic sets in because it might not be an outlier. It's the only data point we have of the 2025 season. But, like, remember what happened to the Lions in Baltimore 2 years ago? In
That was awful.
2023? That was a brutal, brutal performance in the middle of a season that the Detroit Lions went to the NFC Championship game. And they played a team on a day that wasn't going to be beaten. They were elite that day. And in the end, when it was all said and done, the Lions are playing for the NFC Championship game. And, you know, they rebounded from that moment after that buzzsaw they ran into.
That game was a true ass kicking from beginning to end.
Yep.
This one against the Packers, it was ugly in the first half, and in the second half was whatever, you know, kind of bland in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, people don't want to hear it's been worse.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I love that you bring this point up from a couple years ago because that was that football team was a hell of a football team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this team is really good too. The difference is this team has to prove something. Just from the start of the season, it's something has to get better for sure. And it's the offensive line. You want the pass rush to get better and all that as well, but the offensive line is new because you're introducing new components to it. as opposed to what we've had for years, which was pretty set with your offensive line being a really good unit because you had the best center in the league, the best right tackle in the league, a really good left tackle in the league, and competent guard play. Now it's different. Guys have to earn it.
Look, this is – I feel like I have to explain why I'm not judging an entire team on 1 week, an entire season on 1 week. Does it really need to be explained? It was one game. Didn't we do this in the middle of the season with the Tigers? They're blowing the division.
Yeah, they got to 4.5 games, right?
Yeah. And we were like, okay, we did kind of take a calm down approach. Big picture says that this team is still in good shape. And, I guess you don't have to, you can feel however you want. But I'm sorry, I'm not fully panicked. 248-539. Not yet. I don't love what I saw. Don't get me wrong, but
I think this is going to be something that hopefully improves week to week with the offensive line.
It's like you predict. I thought they were going to go 11-6, which means 6 times this year I thought we were going to have to do a show after a loss. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Happened in week 1. That's what it's like. Everyone brings up the Lions defense in the second half. How much of that is attributed to the Packers not being threatened by the offense? That's from Jordan and Westland. Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I don't remember them saying we took the foot off the gas pedal. But, could it be that Detroit played better? Sure, it could be. Could it be that they took the foot off the gas? It could be. We just getting started here, people. Season just started. Matthew in Sterling Heights. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I just wanted to say that as Lions fans, we need to get used to us starting the season slow. Last year, we barely beat the Rams week 1. We could have started the season 0-2, and we railed off 13 straight wins or whatever we did. We don't play our guys in the preseason, so you're going to start the season slow. That's going to happen.
It's something to think about. I find it hard to believe that 4 or 5 or 6 series or 10 series in the preseason makes that much of a difference. But it is curious that last year, in 60-minute games, they went 20, 16, and 20 points scored in the first 3 games of the year. And those were the 3 lowest offensive outputs of the season. And so, maybe that's just how it's going to be with this team, slow starters. Is it because they sit out the preseason? That was really putting a lot to be, because if it's that, even Dan Campbell though said this week maybe he should have played some guys.
Well, rookies.
The rookies, yeah.
That's what I think it was specific to the offensive line, the younger players in the offensive line.
Yep. So who else sat that could have played? Are we sure we wanted Hutch out there running around?
Yeah, I don't.
Coming off the injury.
It sounded when the guys asked him the question yesterday. Dan Campbell was like, the first thing he said was starters, as if to say, you want me to play the starters in the preseason? And then they said, well, no, more of the rookies. And, okay, well, that's different. We can. And then he gave the answer like, yeah, maybe, which he's open to it.
Which I like when coaches are it just says, hey, I'm not going to be stubborn. We'll look at all things. 248-539-9797. Fred is next. Hello, Fred.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Hey, so the Detroit News online has a great article about why the running game wasn't working. And it included 4 or 5 different videos showing, people coming off the line. And I got to tell you, Glasgow looked, he fluffed, he missed, went the wrong direction. Rutledge, same thing. They run into each other on one of the plays. This is definitely not the running backs. It was definitely the interior of the line. But I just wanted to just point you to that. It is one of the best learning articles I've seen in the paper related to just why something didn't work. It just shows it so clearly. So I just wanted to point it to you guys.
I saw it, and that gets back to communication. 2 guys blocking the same guy, 2 guys going to the same spot, not recognizing where the rush is coming from. Yeah, there was some dysfunction there. And it makes it look like the O-line is terrible, but got to be in the right place to do the right things. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Just to give credit where it's due, the caller previously was talking about an article in the Detroit News that was put together by Richard Silva. It is a very, very good article which shows video examples of what was happening specifically with the offensive line and the run game and the failures, and also talking about successes and communication issues and what can be fixed, and it's good.
Sorry, mic on. I think we're fighting a battle this week against people that think the only plausible explanation is that the Lions now suck. And, or maybe they are woefully shy of the class of Green Bay. The Lions have suddenly turned into a huge underdog. You don't have to be perfect to be good in the NFL, but you better be damn good at some things, like damn good. There's a reason why I started asking about communication when Campbell said what he said. I think this article perfectly exemplifies it in terms of there is no play in the playbook where Graham Glasgow and Tate Ratledge are supposed to immediately run into one another.
Correct.
There is no play design where that is the case. If you talk about being physically unable to play the position and physically unable to get the job done, that's one thing. And there is some concerns. If I am too slow, I am not strong enough, I am not as good as I used to be, whatever it might be. But when you talk about that play and some of these plays where two guys are supposed to go block a player that's not even involved in the play and allow a defensive tackle to have free reign at your running back, there is no play design that looks like that.
No.
Well, I think that's the big concern, though, guys. I mean, everything's been focused on communication, which is half the battle. Once you communicate who you're supposed to block, now you've got to block that guy. And there were many plays Sunday versus the Packers where when they knew who they had to block, they weren't blocking that guy. Glasgow was missing his blocks, or the inside the pocket was getting pushed back where we thought Goff had no time. Apparently had more time than we thought, but had no time to step up and throw, right? But so that's the other half, because Frank Ragnow wasn't just a good communicator. He was a good blocker, and that's why he was an all-pro center.
Glasgow is going to be a step back. It's whether or not in the aggregate you can be better. If you can, there are going to be plays like that. There's going to be plays where you get physically beat. But when you add in what apparently is an exorbitantly high number of these plays, you're going to see what you saw on Saturday.
Yeah,
Sunday.
Miscommunications are frustrating, but they're fixable, right? It takes a lot of studying, a lot of time watching film and working on it in practice to understand what it is you're facing and make those adjustments. Go ahead and do it. Being physically overmatched, that's a whole other problem. Yep. That's a talent problem. Then you got to go find somebody who's going to be better.
Oh.
I don't think that's the case. I think it's way too early to say that's the case.
I would
but
say
it's clear that the head coach thinks there's a communication problem. The quarterback thinks there's a communication problem. The offensive lineman spoke after. Taylor Decker talked about it after the game, that there's communication issues. They'll figure it out.
They better figure it out.
And then we'll know whether or not it's a talent issue.
Bill in Madison Heights. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, man? I texted this earlier, man. I don't know if you guys got the message. You guys are talking about communication, and that was my message. First, let me say this. I only need 2 minutes, 30 seconds of your time. So let me say this.
You're not going to get that long, Bill.
The reason we lost to Washington last year is because we had the bye week. Had we keep playing, we would have beat the stuff out of Washington. That's neither here or there. This week, this year, the preparation separated the Lions and the Packers from last week. I simply expect the pass rush to be superb. I also expect the secondary to be on page as far as communication. Also, Goff had approximately 3.6 seconds to pass the ball. How bad really did our line?
Well,
do?
here's what I want to know about that, Bill. What I'd like to know about that stat that's out there from Next Gen Stats is what exactly does that mean? Because there's no way he had 3.5 seconds to throw.
Those were not pockets that were nearly as good as last year.
If that's simply the time that, like, literally when the ball is snapped and when the ball is released, and is he scrambling for his life to get to 3.6 seconds? Because that's what it felt like to me, more so than he sets up in a pocket. He's got 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000 throw. I don't think that was the case. I think it's a misleading stat.
Right, and I understand that as well.
my last point. I expect the Lions to. I am just as confident as I am with Friday, Terrence Harford and Canelo. I expect the Lions to score 40 points on Chicago this week. 40
same
points.
dream.
At least it's going to be at least 42-17 or 42-21. So,
Well, we'll remember this call, Bill, if it is. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I like the idea of doubling them up, 42-21. That sounds good.
Wow.
That's the over and a cover, Doug.
Just the idea that they could get the offense back to what it was a year ago and what I expect it to be this year after a dreadful performance. Let's go to
Did
Scott.
you have a dream about Canelo?
I did not.
Oh.
I
Scott,
had the
you're next.
pleasure of you. Hey, I appreciate it, guys. I was out in Green Bay, actually. I was lucky enough to go to the game. I didn't run into one person that thought Detroit wasn't going to come in and win. Another thing I got to say is there's been a couple of big game changes there. That third down conversion on their first drive, if we would have held them to a field goal, Anzalone's drop was big. And then where were the deep passes? I didn't see any play design.
Goff said they were called, that they weren't there.
No. Well, Jameson was running up and down the field all day and it didn't get even a ball thrown to him. You know, you got those weapons. You can get guys open with the weapons we have. Another thing, I just knew something was off. Green Bay is like the cleanest town I've ever been in. People are really nice there. We all have a mutual disrespect for Chicago, so if you go there, you'll be treated with respect. But I will tell you, I knew something was off in the third quarter. The chicks that were sitting in front of us brought us drinks. Not only were everybody nice to us, the chicks were bringing us drinks while we were watching football.
Yeah.
Last
awful.
point. This was weird to me. I hate to bring this up, but it's there. Why did the line go from Lions plus 1.5 to plus 3 before the game when 80% of the money was on the Lions? That doesn't make sense.
Well, if it's true, I mean, it doesn't make sense. That's a business. So, are you implying that the fix was in?
No.
I'm not even touching that. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we got another edition of the Big Old Tub of Pretzels coming up. Yes, today at 1:20.
One of my favorites.
What's that?
It's one of my favorites.
Yes, it's 1:20 today for that. We'll talk some college football at 1:30. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Additionally, you can stream through our website, 971 The Ticket, and stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on both of those sites. And when you do, you never know what you put on there that we may read on the air. So all kinds of ways you can take in the show. In the meantime, our football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long. Got Lions Bears this week, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. So you know the formula. Find a heavy favorite and put money down on that heavy favorite to just win the game. That's your $5 bet. You won't get a big return, but you'll get the $300 in bonus bets. Then you can take all the chances you want. But that's a smart play. That's what I'm here to do, is give you the smart play and how to take advantage of this offer. The NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Steve is on a cell, and he is next. Hello, Steve.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Good.
I remember when they went to the NFC Championship game against the Redskins, right?
Yep.
And this off-season after that, they lost a couple of the offensive linemen because it looked like they were going to be good for a while. I remember one guy was actually in his front lawn mowing his lawn.
Right, yeah. Eric Andelsek was killed in the offseason, and Mike Utley was paralyzed.
Like, how?
Yeah, I was terrible.
How does this always happen to us? It was tragic. It was horrible. But I'm thinking to myself, okay, now we lose Ragnow, and he was great. Ragnow's a Hall of Famer. He should be in the Hall of Fame. And our offensive line is terrible at the moment. Yeah, it may get better. Yeah. I understand that. We got a lot of new people. But it ain't happening this year. It takes a little more than a single off-season and training camp to get an offensive line to gel.
Well, it may not. I mean, I don't think, like, if you ask John Jansen that question or TJ Lang that question, I don't think they'd tell you it takes a full year for that to happen.
Well, I don't know. They would know better than me, but from what I've seen over the years, I don't think we're going to be all that great this year.
There's nothing that can replace experience and getting more reps, in-game, full-speed reps. I mean, let's keep in mind there were some real serious criticism when Aiden Hutchinson didn't hit the ground running his rookie year. And in spite of his opening game performance, he wasn't really felt in that game. This is one of the leading contenders for Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL before he got hurt. Things take time, and it's tough to do in the trenches. There is a pretty big ask of these guys in the trenches. So, I think you're right. It does take time. The question is, it's not about being the best version. Hold on for a sec, Stephen. It's not about being great or as good as Ragnow and Zeitler were through much of last year. It's about being good enough to give them what they need to win. He might not ever be that good, but can they be good enough to make this an offensive line that's good enough to win?
I don't know, not this year, but
okay. Well, I guess you've spoken, and that's it.
Steve's given up.
Steve is
maybe
given up.
Next year. He's already in maybe next year mode.
I can almost guarantee that Jansen and TJ would say you can make huge strides during the course of a year. But, it depends. Here's the other thing is we have yet to get solid evidence that Ratledge and Mahogany are indeed going to be good players. Like, that's a scary thought. We're just so used to Brad Holmes' draft picks kind of hitting. It's possible that they won't, right?
Yeah, it's possible, but I think Ratledge is going to be fine. It's just going to take a little time, and I'm hopeful we'll see massive improvement from week 1 to week 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest week of improvement you see in the National Football League is from week 1 to week 2. Now, expect the Bears to get better too. So.
Yeah, I mean, sure. And the Bears have.
The Bears stalled out after a quarter and a half of play.
Totally. Scott writes in, how about some perspective? The Lions suffered a rare loss at Lambeau. Think about that sentence for a second.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where the Lions
were in full-on panic.
They won 6 of the last 8 games against the Packers.
Yeah.
So now, after the loss on Sunday, I mean, they had won 6 of 7. So, understand that this was a team. Remember, they couldn't beat the Packers for the longest time.
Yep.
Well, they've kind of owned the Packers.
Do you guys understand the panic, though? I don't know if it's because of how they looked, right? Clearly, not like losing. They were going to lose games this year. You can't panic after every game, but I think the way they looked, and 2 is last year if they had lost this year with Frank Ragnow and Zeitler on the offensive line, I think people would have been like, you know what, that was a bad game. It happens. This year with new guys, that's why people are panicked and they're worried like maybe these guys aren't ready or not going to get better or whatever it is. It's just different people. That's
I totally understand it, and I think actually the other thing it's coupled with the acquisition of Micah Parsons. You got to go into that perfect storm. What last week was. The Packers are already thought of as being a really good football team. Added the piece of Micah Parsons, and that puts Detroit fans in a little bit of a tizzy because once you find out Parsons was available and the Lions fans wanted him and they didn't get him, he goes to the rival. It adds to all that. So I understand why there's some panic. I'm trying to talk people down from it and say, relax a little bit, let things play out.
All right, let's go to the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day. And if you have random questions, debate points you have with your friends, some issue that you want us to solve, you can text them over right now at 248-539-9797. They get thrown into the bucket. And once a week, we get this tub out and answer said questions. Kang, are you ready?
Yeah, by the way, Kenny and I looked at the big old tub of pretzels to check if there's any date on when this thing came out.
Yeah.
I found a date.
Okay.
September 1, 2018. Now, that might be the expiration date, though.
Be the
so
expiration.
this is older than 7 years then.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
This
That
tub.
It used to have pretzels in it, and we'd snack off them when it emptied. We started putting random questions in there, because that's what one does. All right, we ready?
All right, here we go. First question. Would you rather live in a world with no air conditioning or no deodorant?
This is easy for me.
Oh, man.
No air conditioning. I'd rather live in that world. All right, I don't like turning on the air conditioning, and I swear to God, air conditioning makes me sick. So
I love AC, but when the funk comes out, I mean, there's nothing that helps that funk. I mean, you smell it and you can't avoid it. Once you identify the funk,
so bad.
It's awful. And it's okay. I'll just go in some water. And no, that doesn't clear it up. You need to clean the funk, not wash the funk. Clean it. I think I'm with Doug on this one.
This is a tough one, man. This is a good question. See, I'm not worried about my smell. It's everybody else.
Yeah.
It's the funk. You're right, Gator. Once you smell it off somebody else.
But don't you think that nobody thinks they smell funky?
I do think that.
And
but
you don't smell your own
I know
funk?
I don't.
I think people are aware they've got some funk. They just may not know how much funk it is.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, is that me? And then you go and sniff.
You're like, oh, that's me.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Because, like I said, I'm worried about everybody else. But
I go
man,
through life fearful that I can have days where I'm very pungent, but I don't notice.
I can bust out a fan.
Because I always wonder how super funky guy doesn't do something about
I know.
it.
I wonder that too, Doug. But he's got to know a little bit, right? He just doesn't care, or he doesn't know the extent, like you said.
Some people don't care. They
don't.
Well, I don't have an
care.
elite sense of smell. And my wife, if I have funk here at work, she'll smell it at her job as a teacher. The other day, I had a shirt, and I'm like, honey, do I need to take this to the dry cleaners? Because I don't think it smells bad. I'd worn it once. It was like one of those shirts you get dry cleaned.
Yeah.
And she walks up to it, and she goes, oh, take it to the dry cleaner. I'm like, really? That's bad.
Damn, I don't even know if I can answer this. I mean, nothing feels better than, you were just in Vegas. If you're out in the heat and you walk into a cool room,
it's
it feels
fantastic.
great,
If there was
right?
no such thing as deodorant, I don't know if I'd ever go to Vegas.
This is a tough one. I don't even want to
Facts.
answer this one, man. I'm going to pass.
All right.
Well, you can't pass.
All right, fine. Rather live in a world with no...
I keep myself cool in other ways.
It's everybody else. I'd rather live in a world with no AC. I don't trust you other funky people.
All right, next up.
Funk is real. All right. How many original members of the band have to be alive in the band before it's called a cover band or a tribute band?
Great question.
This is more Gator, I feel like.
It's totally Gator.
I think in large part it depends on the singer. If the singer is no longer with us or out of the
now
band,
it's a cover band?
I think you're taking a giant step towards cover band. But if you got like 4 of the 5 guys, like for instance Van Halen, they just switched singers. It went from David Lee Roth to Sammy Hagar. It was still Van Halen. It's just a different version of it. And they actually had another singer too. For Gary Cherone sang on an album. But I think if you start knocking off members, like the singer's gone, and then the lead guitar player's
that's the
gone.
question,
so now,
dude.
right, I'm saying this is so you're asking when. I think it's if you have the singer, but the other 4 members of the band are gone.
Cover band?
You're kind of a cover band.
All right.
You're more of a tribute band.
Oh.
But I think once you get below 50%.
Oh,
you're-
50%?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. You put a number
But
on it.
what if you have the entire band but a new singer? Cover band?
No, it's the band. It's the Van Halen thing.
Yeah, this is not, I'm not.
Well, Doug, I mean, if you're a paying customer, you like music. So let's say you're going to, pay.
Okay,
a ticket.
I think I'm very simplistic on this. I think it's just the singer. Once the lead singer's gone, like
that's fair.
Fuel wasn't the same.
What?
Did Fuel change singers? I don't know.
Yeah, they did. Their guy lost his voice, and they tried to get somebody new, and it just didn't.
So, like, when you think of Journey, when Steve Perry left the band, and then they got
That's interesting because I don't think of Journey.
The kid from the Philippines.
Yeah, He sounds really good too.
He does.
But he's
is
not the
that
original
Journey?
singer. No, he's not. I don't know. Is
To
it?
Doug's point, I get it. When you change a
But
singer like that,
that means are you charging Journey prices?
They are. They
Yeah,
did.
I know. That's what, but it's a cover. If it's a tribute band, I want tribute prices, man.
We got one more real
All
quick.
right, here we go. All right. Is it an automatic unwritten rule in fights of same-size people you can't hit someone in the junk?
I think it should be. Unless, here's the thing. With a fight, it depends what kind of a fight. Like if it's a fight among friends, like you guys just get into an argument and you start pushing each other and go and you go at it, I think it should be. If it's somebody you don't know, no holds barred.
Really?
You got to, because in today's world, Kang, I don't know who knows what, and I'm fighting to win. I'm fighting to walk away. And if I have to I got to do whatever I got to do. I don't know if this guy knows MMA or not, and if he's going to play by MMA rules and not going to knee a downed opponent. Dude, I'm not an MMA fighter. I got to use everything at my disposal. If that means I got to grab a guy's junk to free myself from a situation.
Grab or
so
kick,
be it.
man. You don't need to grab. Like,
in a situation where if I'm on my back, Doug, and this guy's got full mount and he's raining down elbows, I can't kick him in the junk, but I might be able to grab, and I don't care. I'm going to twist. And here we go.
There is truth in what you're saying. The problem with getting into a fight in 2025 is
you don't know.
You don't know the opponent. You don't know that guy just get released from.
Yeah, does he have cauliflower ear?
Mental facility.
Stay away from that dude.
There's a face tattoo.
Has he got PSD from his recent trip overseas? PTSD. Sorry, of recent trip overseas.
STD.
VCR.
Just got out of the Marines.
If he's got an STD, I'm not going to touch the junk.
You don't know if he's got an STD.
Right, I don't know. Hey, listen, before you hammer with another elbow to the face, do you currently have the clap?
All right. Hey, before we go at it, when's the last time you've been tested?
Look, if I grab you down there, am I fighting more than you? Am I got like a whole seafood
Am I gonna need
buffet
a shot
here?
of penicillin?
What do I got?
All right, that concludes.
How dangerous are these
Big
crabs?
On top of pretzels. Please get your questions
Wait,
in
that's
right
not cauliflower ear.
Get your questions in via the ticket text at 248-539-9797. You never know if we may read it on the air. We swing around the country, college football talk next here on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms, well, they say they specialize in everything, but they really specialize in nothing. And this one, right now, if you're in an auto or truck accident, go to the lawyer and the law firm that has produced the largest auto accident settlement. If you're a lawyer or law firm in Michigan, same thing with truck accident settlements. On top of that, white glove customer service. They'll call you back. Proactive communication, super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Back to your phone calls in a moment. We got a ton of feedback on the big old tub of pretzels.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding how many band members have to be alive for it to be the original band and not a cover band or a tribute band. Scott writes in, anything over 50% of the original members, you're cool. not bands, include Hall, Dash and Stills, the Everly Guy, the Beetle,
The Everly Guy.
the Jackson 2, One Non-Blonde. Don't qualify as the original band.
The Rolling Stone.
My brother told me last year, this is from an unnamed texter.
Kink.
My brother told me last year he's going to see the Monkees. I told him, how is that possible? There's only one member left. You're not going to see the Monkees.
You're going to see Mickey Dolenz or whoever it was that's left.
I told all three of my boys when they were growing up, don't be the stinky kid. If you don't know who the stinky kid is in your class, then it's you. That's from TT.
Yeah, that's
just take.
Is that from Billy Madison? Okay, that's from a movie.
Billy Madison, the kid, he actually was making "Wet Your Pants" cool. I think
that's true.
Yeah, it's the coolest.
Unnamed texter, just take more showers. I need AC. Next text, Doug not being a fan of air conditioning is the most on-brand thing I've heard in quite a while. Guys, I live in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Loads of Amish. None of them wear deodorant. It's funky. I'll go AC because I'm already surrounded by funk. That's from Callan, Pennsylvania. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Joe. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Joe from Sacramento here. I love your show. I listen to it all the time. I've called in multiple times. Gator, I especially love you, but I have to disagree with something you've been talking about.
Go ahead.
You said, the defense for the Lions gave up 27 points. People have combated that, and you're saying, what did the defense quit? The defense didn't play. What's the deal? Well, obviously, the Green Bay offense is the one who dictated what kind of plays were run in that second half. Most of them were runs. Jordan Love threw 16 times in the first half. He only threw 6 times in the second half. And those air yards were 3 yards, 5 yards, 7 yards, 8 yards, and 4 yards. So I think it's pretty disingenuous to say that the Green Bay was actually trying to score. They could have put up 40 if they wanted to. They were scoring like they wanted to.
If that makes you feel good, go ahead and feel that way. I disagree.
Combat it then, Gator.
Did they run as many plays?
What defensive adjustments
they went
did the
3 and
Lions
out.
make?
They went 3 and out on their first drive in the second half. Then they went 8 plays and punted. They scored a touchdown and went 4 plays and kicked a field goal. I mean, they didn't have a ton of plays.
Right.
I don't know if I would say that they dominated in the second half. I think offensively
but if
they
did
in the first half, and in the second half, they got stuffed.
Let's go to Tom, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, gentlemen.
What's up?
I look at the coaching. I really blame this a lot. This first game on the coaching, they just looked like when you looked at the over game, they looked like they weren't ready to play. It looked like a first game, and like maybe they've been working together for a week and a half or something. I thought it was disappointing, and it doesn't. Tell me what you think about this. When I look at it, the offensive line, it's a cohesive unit. They knew there were going to be changes. My concern is with the quarterback. Our quarterback shows that if he's got time to throw and he can stand back there and look things over, what do you have last year, 70% or something like that? I'm concerned that we've got a quarterback that if we don't keep him upright and healthy, this could be a really, really
100% true.
Said 31 other teams in the National Football League.
That's 100% true. I agree with you. Goff is relying on him more than others.
Oh, yeah, because he doesn't make plays with his feet. There's no question about that. But if any quarterback doesn't have the time, they're going to be in trouble. And they can't stay upright, then they're definitely in trouble.
Let's take one more real quick. Bill in Madison Heights. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, man? Hey, I just got one quick thing to say. Hey, I bet everybody in the stadium, I'll send my information over however it go. I bet everybody in the stadium that Byron Brown and the South Florida Bulls beat Miami.
There it is.
All right, good. Strong prediction.
Beat Miami. That's all I want to say, guys. You guys have a nice day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Rico and Mike are here. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Oh, the other
look
Mike.
at that. Look at
Yes.
that. Look at that. It's different Mike.
Yes.
The other white meat.
Yeah. Well played.
Yes.
It's kosher.
Yes, this is the kosher variety.
I'm blessed.
Yes, no pork here. Although I do love me some bacon.
You guys good?
We're really good. Yeah.
What do we got planned coming up next?
Oh, we talk about how worried a lot of Lion fans are, and if the 48 hours since you feel a little better about yourself, and also something that happened last night that we all saw, and that seventh inning. What can you remember seeing anything like that in sports?
Yeah. I coach a lot of youth baseball.
Okay, I mean, like at a higher level, with all due respect to the Cars children.
That seventh inning looked like youth baseball.
Exactly.
That's why I say
Walk, wild pitch,
Yeah.
another wild pitch.
Hit by pitch. Walk.
Only thing missing was the pitcher breaking down and crying.
Triple.
Yes. He's on no Dairy Queen tonight.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was bizarre. But you
know.
take it. You take it.
Absolutely.
And by the way, Mize. The story of the game is Mize.
Yeah.
Mize could be coming along here.
Hopefully, that's 2 good starts in a row for him.
Yeah. So anyway, well, have a great show.
Thank you very much.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Good afternoon. Yes, this is not Mike Valenti. It's Stoney. Mike with the day off, feeling a little under the weather. They got the cough. The bullpen got the call. And hopefully, Rico, that I can perform better than the New York Yankee bullpen, which we'll take last night.
I am so confident, Stoney, that you will perform better than them. Anybody can perform better than that bullpen last night.
Yes.
2 pitchers, 4 runs, not recording an out.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Double, walk. Base hit. The score was 2-2. Base hit makes it 3-2. Walk, 4-2. Base hit, 5-2. Hit by pitch, 6-2. Walk, 7-2. Wild pitch, 8-2. Now, this is before we've even... I have not mentioned the word out yet. Triple, 10-2. Ground out number 1. Intentional walk. Fielder's choice. That's 2 outs. Base hit, ground out. The fielder's choice made it 11-2. I'm telling you, I have never. There have been games that are like ridiculous games in a lot of sports. I don't think I've seen a game, and I know it's happened in history, where like Riley Green came to bat twice in 1 inning with no outs. He led off the inning with no outs, obviously. And then he came up 9 batters later. He was the 10th batter of the inning with no outs. Mm-hmm. It was unbelievable. Can you remember any? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. What in sports? Last night, that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And we'll take it.
Oh, no. Stoney, because the ridiculous part about it was the Yankees looked like the pitchers like Little League. Like I've seen this before, but it was watching, 12-year-olds play, 11-year-olds play, where the Tigers weren't knocking the cover off the ball. It was wild pitch, hit batter, wild pitch, walk. I mean, the only thing missing was, Tyler's drunk father saying, "You're disappointing me,"
or a balk.
Yeah. No Dairy Queen for you tonight.
Yeah.
Like, what am I watching? Like, you guys are, okay, 1 walk. Okay, 2nd walk. Like, it was just, I've seen it before, but anything like that, it was just Little League where, okay, bases, where you literally tell your person, and David, I think you coach, you tell the batter, I dare you to swing. Do not swing. They can't throw a strike. Just let them bury themselves.
You are exactly right. And I was thinking as it was happening last night, when they're hitting the dirt, the pitches, the wild pitches and everything, you're right. I've seen it in Little League where my team, my son, their team can't pitch the ball and you're just shrinking in your seat. Well, they're 11-year-olds. They're 12-year-olds, not major league pitchers. This was awful. And I was in the car as this was happening, and I'm listening to Dan Dickerson and Bobby Scales, and they've seen a lot of baseball, a ton of baseball in their lifetime. And even they're talking to each other like, we've never seen anything like this.
No.
I don't understand what's happening.
It was nuts. I'm watching, and I have a friend of mine, my college roommate, was actually he's from New York. He was at the game watching his Yankees, and he's texting me and saying, I don't know when I might leave. And you also saw where the rule that came in a few years ago, where the relievers had to face 3 batters before you take them out, came into effect. Although Boone let one guy pitch 4 batters, which made no freaking sense.
I mean, at that point, you know what? You made this mess. You fix it.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to keep wasting everybody. Like, can you at least get a strike? Can you get somebody out?
I know.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was funny because you're a Tigers fan and you're enjoying it.
Yes.
But you're just watching. It was a meltdown. It was just like, oh my goodness. It was like what was the golfer Jan
Vanderbilt at the British Open.
Like,
what are you doing?
Like, it almost got uncomfortable. But you're just like, really, just you all. If they could, and baseball could, just call a timeout. Let's gather everybody up and let's just get refocused. But you can't do that.
No.
But it was an epic just meltdown, collapse, whatever you want to see. I saw that before, but I saw it Little League status.
It's, the Tigers actually, not obviously as bad, but in their game against the White Sox on Sunday, they walked 10 guys or something over the course of a game. This was one inning, and it didn't look like. And what's weird is, and if you have no rooting interest in this game, okay, which I had a rooting interest,
right?
It was a really good baseball game. It was 2-2. 2 home runs. Mize was pitching good, except for the Judge hit the home run where he puts the ball right in the middle of the plate. But Parker Meadows with the home run, the great catch by Grisham, who robbed the home run of Trey Sweeney, and then the Yankees did something stupid, I thought, where they had Judge on deck. I think it would have been the bases. I don't remember how many people were on base, but he had Grisham swing at a 3-0 count, gave him the green light, and the Tigers got out of that. It was a good baseball game. And then hell broke loose. Mm-hmm. And it was crazy. It's a great analogy about Little League because you see that all the time.
Right. A 2-2 game in a Little League can become 12-2 just like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen something different sport twice. Same. One goes back to, was it Super Bowl, the 2017 Super Bowl with the Falcons up 28-3. Hopefully Jimmy's not listening. But my goodness, that's a ball game. I mean, 28-3, third quarter. You know what you're doing? You're talking about ring sizes. You're talking about who's going to Disney World. You're talking about celebration.
You're talking about taking the play clock down to 1 second every time, which they didn't do.
Right. At 28-3, you're trying to coordinate who's going to dump the Gatorade on the coach.
Yes.
That's what you're coordinating. All right, who's going to be the decoy? Mm-hmm. And let's get the Gatorade together, and we're going to set them up. You never would have thought at 28-3,
no,
you're going to lose this Super Bowl. So, yeah. It was just a meltdown in the fourth quarter where they scored 19 unanswered points and then another 6 in overtime.
Yeah.
So that, and then when I think, was it Buffalo came back from being down 35-3?
Yeah, and Jim Kelly was hurt. And Frank Wright came in and led them to victory over Warren Moon's Houston Oilers in the playoff game.
And it's just like, are you guys professional out here? But yeah, because that's what it looked like. When you looked at the Yankees pitchers, like, I swear it just looked like somebody you would just get off the sandlot. It was like, because it wasn't as if, like I said, they were just tearing the cover off the ball. It was just walk, hit by the pass ball, but wait, it hit the batter's foot. So go ahead and take your base anyway. Yeah, that's what I saw.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. So we want to ask you, what's the craziest thing you ever saw in sports? Because last night was absolutely bonkers. We'll take it. Tigers got pretty lucky. They had some hits too, let's be honest. But, man, that was freaking nuts. 97 won the ticket.
Football brings out all emotions like we were talking about. But it's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, now that's a feeling. That feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbooks. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses. Guaranteed. New customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, either you're winning or you're winning back fan cash, so that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can just switch to a sure thing? Every single game day now until the October comes with a guarantee. Your old sports book, well, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbooks has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning, it just hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers and Yankees will resume the series at 7:05. We're talking about that ridiculous seventh inning and how crazy that was. And just to repeat, if you didn't see it, Riley Green led off with a double, and then it went walk, base hit, walk, base hit, hit by pitch, walk, wild pitch, triple, ground out, walk intentionally to Torkelson, fielder's choice, base hit.
When did the ice cream truck show up?
9 runs, 5 hits, 5 walks, 1 unintentional, a hit by pitch, and a wild pitch.
Somebody get Billy in center field. You're pitching now.
Well, it's interesting you say that. This text just came through. Last night in my son's 12U baseball game, my son led off the inning with a single, and 11 batters later, he made the third out. We too scored 9 runs of the inning, but it was the 4th, not the 7th, and it's 12U baseball. Bill at work.
That's the only thing that I can think of is like, you guys are getting paid millions of dollars, and you look like little leaguers. So, yeah, occasionally baseball can be very humbling for the Yankees. It was last night.
Can I ask a crazy question? Who plays 12U baseball in September? Isn't that the season's over?
No, there's fall ball. There is fall ball. Yep.
I found that out. I got a couple students who play for LTU, and they're like, oh, no, there's fall baseball. I was like, really?
Well, I know there's like colleges have fall leagues and things like that. I didn't think they did it at the,
Come on, man. Baseball's big time money. Where do you think all Davis money goes to?
That's a good point. 248-539-9797. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen? We have any texts on this besides that one, David?
Oh, yes, we do. Someone says Tatis Sr. hit 2 grand slams before an out was recorded in 1999 versus the Dodgers.
Oh, I do remember that. I don't remember that it was before an out was recorded, but I do remember him hitting 2 grand slams in 1 inning.
The craziest sports thing to me is when the Red Wings destroyed Wah, which led him to leave Montreal to go to Colorado. That is from Cooper.
Oh, yes. What was the infamous Statue of Liberty pose? He didn't have the puck.
Someone else here says, I took my boys to the first Lions game against Baltimore 2 seasons, and that's when Tucker hit the record field goal with no time left to win. Jed in at a DTE.
And also Tom from Tecumseh. That was his kid's first
Sure
game.
was. What a game to be your first.
They converted a 4th and 19?
Yes.
Because, don't spy that Lamar Jackson. He's no good.
No, I know.
One more text here. T-Max 15 points in 20 seconds to win the game back in the early 2000s.
No, you know what? Speaking of that Reggie Miller. Miller and the Knicks, where he just single-handedly buried the Knicks in that game.
What about Isaiah, 1984 playoff game, Joe Louis against Bernard King, when he had, 11, 13 points in 90 seconds? Something crazy like that. That was unbelievable.
But Reggie Miller, that game, I know that literally you knew he was going to shoot the ball. Every person in Madison Square Garden knew, and it didn't matter. He could have shot 4-point shots. He was Steph Curry before Steph Curry, for those who don't know who Reggie Miller was.
And you know what the New York papers did the next day? What? They blamed Spike Lee for it and not the defense from the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, because, Spike defense,
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's first go to Kyle in Northville. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, Kyle.
Well, I got the craziest thing, but before I get to it, I think Detroit fans are really forgetting the Dontrelle Willis days of Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
When he started games and it felt like that 7th inning for a month. It was embarrassing. You felt bad for him.
I know.
Being at the games. But the craziest thing I can remember is in the early 2000s. I think it was Duke playing Maryland when they came back from 12 points down with about a minute left to go with Jason Williams and Battier and Boozer and beat the Steve Blake and Juan Dixon Maryland Terrapins.
Yes, a buddy of mine who was at Maryland, Stoney, you know him. Mm-hmm. I guess the headline was Gone in 60 Seconds because that movie had just came out. It was Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, wow, that was fitting.
It was like 58 seconds. They erased 12 points and won the game.
Yeah. I remember Louisville did something against that. Another game like that too, but that was a great one. By the way, mine is a little different. It's just something that I never thought I'd see, but it did take place during COVID. So if you want to use that as an excuse, but both teams had to fight through that. was when Wisconsin came to the Big House and they rushed the ball on Michigan for 341 yards, and Michigan just couldn't stop them. It was one of the most incredible things I'd ever seen, knowing the history of Michigan football.
It's funny you say that, Stoney, because it wasn't that game. But
there was one against Rich Rod, too,
right?
Right,
Rich Rod, where I think Wisconsin pretty much ran the same play.
Yes.
I want to say, guys, don't quote me, but they rushed the ball 28 straight times.
Yes.
And it was the exact same run. They didn't deviate. It was like a bad video game. You can't stop this play, and until you do, run it again. Run it again. Hey, Michigan, guess what we're going to run? Same play. I remember that.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ron. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Craziest thing I ever saw, I'm old enough to remember John Elway back in the original Mile High Stadium days back in, I want to say 82 or so. And I had the privilege of going to the snow game out there. I can't remember who they played against. I think it was the Giants, but I could be, don't quote me on that. It snowed like 2.5 feet, 3 feet, like to the point that you couldn't even see the field anymore. They gave up trying to brush the lines off. There were no end zones. There were no lines. There were no, and the game had been reduced to just silliness. It was a silly game that Denver ended up winning. I wish I could remember the score, but it was something stupid like 7-3 or something. But I could tell you the people in the crowd at the time were like, what are we doing here? Why, what are we watching right now? And that has always lasted in my brain as one of the craziest sports moments I've ever seen.
It sounds nuts. 248-539-9797. Now, Kenny mentioned one before the show that I was actually in attendance at the Palace of Auburn Hills, and that would be what, Kenny?
Well, I'll mention it because his voice is a little rough today. It is the Malice at the Palace.
Oh, yes.
That one was wild because I was at my parents' house at the time watching the game, and I woke them up because I was like, "What is happening?" I'm like, somebody please turn on the TV. They're fighting. It was a wild event.
It was unbelievable. I was there. It was date night with my wife. It was on Friday night, and I was, whoa, this is incredible.
I remember that because I had a choice. I had 3 things that I had to do that night, and I chose to help out a friend of mine. So I missed the game. As I'm driving home, I'm on 696, and I'm listening to the radio. And they're going crazy. And I was like, okay, this can't be that bad. So I called somebody at the house. I was like, do me a favor. Turn to the Pistons game. What's happening? Oh, my God. I was like, so this is, oh, my God. And that's all I kept hearing. Oh, my God. They're running in the stands now. Oh, my goodness. They're changing. Oh, my. And it was just like, they couldn't finish a sentence. But I was saying, oh, my. I was like, because on the radio, it's like, okay, are they just playing this
because you can't tell, right?
They did a great job, but I'm like, it can't be this bad. And then when I got home and actually saw it, I was like, wow, it really was that bad.
Jermaine O'Neal running with no shirt on, punching fans
my God.
on the court.
Steven Jackson. The guy who Jermaine O'Neal grazed, if he would have hit him straight on, that guy would have been dead.
I always felt that. I was so glad he slipped a little because you're right. He would be gone.
Let's say hello to Dan in Ann Arbor. What's up, Dan?
Stoney, what's going on, man? Rico, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
So, the thing that I recall in television, it was Tony La Russa early years, like 2001, when Rick Ankiel totally lost his control.
Oh, yeah.
And, he was the next, and he was pitching against Greg Maddux from the Braves. And, and Tony La Russa thought he had the stuff. And it was like, he couldn't have been, I think he threw like 20 pitches in the first inning, and 6 of them were about as wild as it could be. It was crazy.
And then he switched. Remember he switched positions? He became an outfielder after that, right?
He went in the minor leagues in the Cardinals for about another 5 years, and then he worked his way back and he had a 10-year career as a center fielder for the Nationals, Royals, Cardinals, group of teams. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, no, that if you listen to Tim McCarver, he butchered him on the radio. It was brutal. Tim McCarver was just awful. He never pitched again. Rick Ankiel did. Never pitched again after that.
Yep.
Which is, and then almost that felt like the Yankees. Some of those guys, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's what their fate is. We'll see. Thanks, guys.
Well, he had a few of them. I'm looking this up right now. It was in the playoffs, too. In game one of the playoffs, and Keel faced 8 batters through 35 pitches. The Cardinals won the game, and he said a record for wild pitches. And yes, it was against Greg Maddux.
Stoney, it was so bad. I mean, the announcers, you were almost just rooting for this guy. Like, okay, you can do it.
Right.
You can do it.
In his next start, game 2 of the NLCS against the Mets, and Keel was removed in the first inning after throwing 20 pitches, 5 which sailed past the catcher, Eli Montero.
Did you just say 5?
Yes.
5 pitches.
Yeah, only 2 were official wild pitches as no runners were on base for the others. And the first sailed over the head of Mets hitter Timo Perez.
It was like watching Wild Thing from Major League. Like, it was that bad. David, announcers, everybody, you're just almost like pulling for this guy because it's awkward. It's difficult. It was like watching last night where you're just like, okay, this isn't even fun anymore.
Was it as bad as Chuck Knobloch?
Yes.
Who couldn't throw the ball?
It was worse. There was another one. Steve Sachs had that for a while. And the Mets had a catcher named Mackie Sasser who couldn't throw the ball back to the plate. To the mound, rather. To the mound.
Somebody else, right?
Yeah, he'd have to throw to somebody else. He couldn't throw it back to the mound.
No,
David, you think he was easy to steal? And he wasn't that hard to steal against either. No. Because he could throw to second base. He just couldn't throw back to the pitcher.
And Keel was worse because he was the pitcher.
Yeah.
So, like, if Knobloch, you didn't hit it to him, you didn't know.
You're safe,
right.
Yeah.
Every pitch, you're like, I mean, it was like everybody is doing the Hail Mary, rosary beads. Like, can you please just let this be a strike? I think the umpires were like, if it's anywhere close, son, we'll give you this one.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your calls, the craziest things you've ever seen in sports based upon what we saw in the 7th inning of the Tiger-Yankee game last night. And coming up around 3 o'clock, has time healed your wounds? 97 won the ticket.
You know what, Stoney? I got one, and I'm going to let you guys decide. It was a sporting event, but it wasn't during a game. But it was one of those, I can't believe what I'm watching and what I'm looking at here. David, I know Kenny probably wasn't alive for this. But
Can you give us hints?
It
I think he just did if Kenny wasn't alive.
Okay.
Right. It happened in the 90s.
Okay.
Down in the ATL. And it happened around 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Was it Richard Jewell?
Yes.
The Olympics.
Yeah, it was the bombing that took place at the Olympic Village.
Right.
During the, because it was just like, wait, they breaking in, like, wait, just what? And it was just like this bombing, and no one knew what was going on, and it was a backpack that exploded.
Yeah.
And that, to me, kind of like the Malice in the Palace, you're glued to sit like, what the heck am I watching here?
I'm going to be honest. That's actually what got me into watching the Olympics. I was 11 when that happened. So that hits the news, and I kind of had, American pride. I'm like, oh, my gosh. Like, we got to show out. Like, this happened in our country. We got to look good, and we didn't. So I wanted to watch the Olympics because of it, though.
Right. Obviously, I'm old enough to remember what happened in Munich.
I was about to say, I was 3. So that was what they just took them hostage.
Yeah,
right?
And they killed some of the Israeli guys in hostage. Yes, absolutely. All right, let's go to Bob. You're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, guys, this guy did 2 things pretty similar, one better than the other. Klay Thompson, 43 points on 4 dribbles. And then he had, this is better, he had 60 points on 11 dribbles. This guy scored 103 points on 15 dribbles.
That's
unbelievable. And when you look it up, my son and I, he brought it up to me, and we look at it, and when you play it back, he wasn't going to the hole. He got it, dribbled once, and shot. 103 points on 15 dribbles.
And that, you know what? That is freaking incredible.
And you know what's funny about that? Every time a stat like you guys are talking about, which I know and I know all about, like you do, Stoney, because I'm almost your age, and my son's 22, so I'm an old dad like you. We bring this stuff up, and we keep calling them the Klay stat. The Klay stat.
That is.
It's unbelievable what that guy did in 2 games. And he didn't play the fourth quarter in a 60-point game.
Wow.
They yanked him in the third quarter because he had 60 points on 11 dribbles, and they yanked him. So think of that bizarre number.
Yeah, he only played 29 minutes in that game.
29? He had 60
Isn't that
points?
crazy?
Wait, 60 points in 29 minutes?
Correct.
Oh, my God.
On 11 dribbles. He was 21 of 33 from the field, including 8 for 14 from 3.
Well, Stoney, were you in Hershey, Pennsylvania?
No.
Okay.
No, I was not
for
there.
the Wilt game.
No, I was not there for the Wilt game. I was 4, I think. I wish I would have been there. I wish there was video of it.
Which is why people say it never happened.
It happened. He was. Anyway, enough of the Wilt. Tom in Frankenmuth, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, you guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey.
Good. It was actually the worst experience I ever had watching a game. It was my first ever playoff game and last that I ever went to. It was about the 2000s, Grant Hill, Stackhouse, Mills. I think they were all on the team for the Pistons. And they played Boston in the playoffs. The score was 64-59.
Yes, you're correct. I remember it was a Friday night, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it was disgusting. You could sit there and watch the threes clank, brick, whatever. Stackhouse was pumping it up from the same spot, and everybody would moan like that ain't going in. Boston's walking down the other end of the floor while they're pumping up open threes. It was disgusting.
I do remember that, but, we were so excited that they made the playoffs that year, right? Let's go to Sam in Madison Heights. What's up, Sam?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Mine is a little bit of a twist, but it was March of 2013, Louisville, and I think it was Duke when Kevin Ware broke his leg.
Oh.
And just the whole arena was paralyzed. I think I took a good 2-year break from basketball after that.
Wow. Yeah, there's injury. If you're going to bring up injuries, that one was crazy. The one that's probably graphically the worst that I remember, there was obviously the Theismann one, but there was a wide receiver, I believe, from Florida or Alabama. Prothrow was his name, or Ole Miss or something. That was unbelievable. And then the Clint Malarchuk, the goaltender, when he got a skate on his throat, and the blood just it was like a geyser. That to me, and that's a whole different ball game. Gross injuries.
Yeah, I mean, as far as injury goes, it's like the one thing that nobody remembers from the end of Trouble with the Snap.
Oh yeah.
But everybody jumped on top of Jalen Watts Jackson. And I mean, his hip
basically
was
basically ended his career, right?
His hip is broken. And imagine 50 players jumping on top of you celebrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all screaming, but he's screaming in a different manner.
Right.
Exactly. Yes. Let's go to Sam. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I got two. The first one is 06 when Kobe scored the 81 points in a game, 55 in the second half. That was a hold my beer moment.
Yeah.
And then the one I know Kenny will remember because he watches wrestling. It was in '99. I was 10 years old when The Rock. It was off the Shiawassee Street Bridge in Lansing. The Rock threw Stone Cold off the bridge into the river.
I wasn't old enough to remember this, but yeah, I definitely, it's a very infamous clip in Detroit.
I don't remember hearing about that.
Yeah,
Shiawassee Bridge in Lansing?
No, he threw him off at Belle Isle Bridge.
I had to look it up. It says the Shiawassee Street Bridge because I thought it was the Belle Isle Bridge as well. But when I looked it up, it said the Shiawassee Bridge in Lansing.
Well, I'll tell you, because my uncle's a fireman. He knew the crew that worked that had to be in the water. It was the Belle Isle Bridge. The information you received is incorrect. It was the Belle Isle Bridge.
Well, and Kenny's part of our wrestling elite here, along with Evan. So.
Oh, I don't have it. Okay, you want to turn this on, Mister? My uncle. Yeah, I'm playing the siren right now. David's just turned it down.
My uncle, the fireman.
My uncle, the fireman, was there.
Well, no, he wasn't there, but he knew the crew. Earlier in the day, he almost ruined it for me and my cousin because he started saying some things. He was like, "Oh, hold on, let me wait," because they were going to the event, and then when it happened, I was like, "That's what he was trying to tell us."
Okay, Derek, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, did your uncle know a guy who knew a guy? I got a couple. There was the one in '79 when Terry O'Reilly and there was like 7 of the Boston Bruins went into the stands after the fans.
And Mike Milbury took off a shoe and started hitting one of the fans with it.
Yeah, and then did you remember the one? I believe it was Randy McKay. I think they were playing Toronto. The Devils were. He was in the penalty box, snapped the glass behind it, and climbed into the stands and went after a fan.
I do remember that. There used to be quite a few of those in the day. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, there was always a highlight on the Rocky side.
Do you remember, if you bring up the Devils, do you remember when the Devils were playing the Red Wings and then Robbie Ftorek threw the bench on the ice at Joe Louis Arena?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember a great one. Too. It was Wings were playing the Bruins, and that's when both teams went out the door at the same time. And Probert just blasted one of the Bruins players into the door, and it was just nonstop. And I remember that because I remember Harold Snepps grabbing a couple guys and just taking them to Pound Town, man.
Didn't have Harold Snepps on my Valenti with Rico bingo card for today, I'll tell you that. Josh, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Good. Hey. How are you?
Good. Late 80s, early 90s, Charlotte Hornets, first major franchise down there. It was a very entertaining team. I want to say this was against Golden State. Mike Jaminski airballed 2 free throws in a row. That's all I've got.
And he was not even a bad free throw shooter, if I'm not mistaken.
No, but he was the slowest man in the NBA.
Yes, he
at the
was.
time. I do remember that.
He played with the Nets and the Sixers as well. Another, gee, what a surprise! A white Duke guy. And Henry, you're on 97.1.
I was hello, how you doing?
Good.
Long time listening, first time calling.
Thank you.
Love your show. Growing up, I was wondering if you remember when Maurice Lucas threw a punch at Dr. J in the championship game and missed him and hit Doug Collins in the face, blocked his eye, and he missed the next 2 games of the championship.
All right, Henry. All right, get the siren ready. First of all, it wasn't It wasn't Dr. J. It was Daryl Dawkins who Lucas hit. Number one. Number two, a person who is speaking to you right now was in the upper deck at the Spectrum at that time, selling Pepsis. And I put my tray down to watch, and I saw that. And I still have, as people know, because I've worn it, the red, white, and blue vending jersey that does not even fit, but it's a fun thing to look at. But yes, I obviously do remember that he hit Doug Collins, and the Sixers won that game and then lost the next four and lost the NBA championship. All right, we're going to go to some football coming up next. It's the Valenti and Rico Show. Stoney in for Mike, 97.1 The Ticket. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Michael A. I'm calling him Michael A now because with his newest podcast, Boomer, and the show he does with him, and this show, and all the Cash the Tickets, he's everywhere. He's like Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, I get it.
So he's
now.
Michael A.
Stephen A. Michael A.
Exactly. But he doesn't yell as much.
Yes, he does.
Not like he used to. He's toned it down a little bit, which I think. All right, David, a little football.
So let's get into it, guys. Football. We have had week 1 in the NFL, getting ready for week 2. And what I want to do is go through some teams here because we all know what the 0-2 start means. In the NFL, just for people that don't know, in the NFL, starting a season 0-2 it makes it pretty difficult to make the playoffs.
It's a death sentence.
Historically, 11% of teams that have started 0-2 go on to make the playoffs.
I believe
that's since 1990.
I believe 3 teams did that last year, though, right? The Broncos, the Rams, and the Ravens, if I'm not mistaken.
In the last 3 or 4 seasons, there's been more of it happening.
Yes,
of course, I don't expect it to be like 1993 Dallas Cowboys where they went on 0-2, won the Super Bowl. 2001 New England Patriots and the 2007 New York Giants started 0-2, all went on to win the Super Bowl.
The Cowboys, though, part of the reason they were 0-2 is because Emmitt Smith was holding out.
Correct. That is a huge detail here.
Yes.
So let's go through some teams here. Let's talk about this. Do they absolutely need to win the game? The New York Jets, they are on 1. They have the Bills, but let me give you what they have after that. At Tampa Bay. So they could go 0-3. They're desperate here, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody thought they were going to be a playoff contender anyway. So mathematically, playoff-wise, yes, they have to win. But as far as building for the program for Aaron Glenn in year 1, I think it's just young players get better. Justin Fields, he played pretty good the other night. Keep getting better. This should be their goal. So in some aspect, yes, they have to win for this year. But other than that, no.
And I'm not writing them off for this game because we remember the Bills' comeback. But the Ravens had them dead and buried. So it wasn't like they were playing great football. They finished the game that way, and the Jets played pretty good. I mean, they were in the second best game of the week with your Steelers, David.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they lost, but they played good enough to beat pretty much
the fumble,
2018.
The fumble kickoff did it for them, and Aaron Glenn cut him.
Yes, he did. Setting a tone there in New York, he is.
That's right.
Next team is also in the AFC East. Now, look, I see what their next game is. It is the New England Patriots. They are going to Miami. Let's just say.
That's a win.
Hold on. But let's just say they lose that game.
Oh, they're done for the year.
Then they have Pittsburgh Steelers and the Carolina Panthers. So they could realistically lose the game and still be 2-2. Will they still be a playoff team?
They got the Steelers and the Carolina Panthers?
After the Dolphins. That's a setup there where
Okay, put it this way. If you lose to the Dolphins,
I get that.
You're in trouble.
That's what I was going to say. So forget the math.
This one. Yes. David, I'm not entertaining this one. We will move on to the next one. If they lose, then Vrabel, you got some question marks.
That is the bigger picture. Yes, I agree with you on that one.
And I can't wait to see Mike because I swear up and down, New England's going to be the team to watch. Lose to the Dolphins, you'll never hear the end of it.
The next team on this list, the Houston Texans. They are 0-1. On Monday Night Football, they play this week against the Bucs. They host the Bucs. Season could be done,
Who
right?
do they have after that?
Let me tell you. Give me 1 second here.
I mean, hosting the Bucs. The Bucs are Baker Mayfield.
Bucs are good.
They are they're a gritty team, and I know we like to coin the phrase "grit" in this town. The game's never over. Atlanta probably should have beat them, but they gave Baker too much time left, and he drove right down the field, hit a Mecca Ibuka for the game-winning touchdown, and then Atlanta missed the chip shot field goal. They should have took it to overtime.
So they host the Bucs on Monday Night Football, then they're at Jacksonville, host Tennessee, and then they're at Baltimore before their bye week.
I'm going to say it's not a must-win for them.
Because they got Tennessee, who's my sleeper
so they can
team.
win. They can beat the Jags, beat the Titans, be 2-2.
Right, and their division blows.
Correct.
I mean, depending on how good you think the Colts are.
Come on, get to the good one.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh.
I mean, they have the Eagles this week.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? The Chiefs look like one of those teams that just could be snake bit with the injuries. I mean, the fact you losing Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he's gone on a fluke play where it was friendly fire, where Kelsey knocks him out of the game.
Well, Andy Reid spoke today, and he said that probably difficult for him to play this week, but they will not put him on the IR.
Okay, you don't have to put him on the IR, but I don't think he's going to be playing anytime soon.
So we know they have to play down the road they play the Lions. We know.
Yeah, they have the Eagles this week at New York for the Giants, Ravens at Jags, and then the Lions. Oh, man.
I would need to see the back end of their schedule. It'll be difficult, David.
They only have to play the Chargers one more time.
That would be December 14th. So
I'm going to say they'll make it because just the experience. They've been there before. They'll be fine.
And there's no, harm for losing to the defending Super Bowl champs.
So the next one here, they play each other. They're in the same division.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Both 0-1. The Dallas Cowboys host the New York Giants.
Oh.
Who needs it more?
The Cowboys. I think the Cowboys need it more because you got Dak. You got a high-priced quarterback. You have Jerry Jones, who has to save face with his fan base for getting rid of Micah Parsons. Nobody outside of the people over on the outside of the glass thought the Giants were going to do anything this year.
Right.
But the Cowboys, remember,
1 week.
For the 30 years and counting, this is the Cowboys' year.
Right. And
1 week.
And they looked okay against Philly. They're at home. They have to win the game. The Giants, nobody really expects anything. And the only thing Giant fans are sitting there hoping, all right, when does Jackson Dart get in the lineup?
And you know what? CeeDee Lamb makes a couple catches, and
I
they
know.
maybe beat Philly.
And the other thing is that it may be, I don't know if this goes into the equation, it's a must-win maybe for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane.
But it's the Cowboys, David.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, that's fair. Let's get to the next one here. They are 0-1. Thought they had the game won until a kicker decided, we don't need overtime. We'll just lose. It's the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday Night Football this week.
They need this game.
Yes, they
Atlanta
do.
needs this game just mentally because it's something about the Falcons. They just never seem like they could put it all together. All the pieces are there, Stoney.
Pretty much.
But they never play a complete game ever. I thought maybe they had it. And then I'm like, okay, you got overtime. They absolutely have to win this game.
I think it's more to them too, because they don't want to fall, especially if Tampa wins, they don't want to fall 2 games behind. I don't know if they're going to have enough wins to be a wild card team. So, yeah.
Because really you're 2.5 games behind Tampa.
Right.
Until you
Good
play them
point.
again.
Yes.
And then I'll finish it out with this one because it is expected on my end that they are going to be 0-2 because of their opponent this week. It is the Seattle Seahawks who have to go to Pittsburgh on Sunday. So they're 0-2. Seattle's 0-2.
Yeah, you know what, David? I hate to say it. Mike, the other Mike, just loves talking about Sam Darnold. He looked awful in the game against the Niners. He looked awful. He had a chance to beat them, and Nick Bosa beats his guy, gets a strip sack fumble, and that's ball game. They got all the way down to the red zone, but he didn't have a great game.
No, and I'm not – if the Rams and your injured 49ers and even the Cardinals win this week, Seattle will be 2 games behind, and really technically by your math, 2.5 behind the 49ers. Seattle has to win this game.
Seattle has a great defense. They picked off Purdy twice, but offensively, nothing. David, are you serious right now? You just going to bury the lead? There's 2 teams that are 0-1 playing each other.
Well, we're going to talk about one of those teams soon. That is in Football Today.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Now, Rico, I know you guys dealt with it on Monday. By the way, it's Stoney here in for Mike. But I worked Sunday after the game for the Lions post-game wrap-up show.
My condolences to you, Stoney. I'm sure that was an interesting show.
Yes.
You and Hammer?
Me and Hammer. Hammer was in Green Bay, and I was here. And I got to say that we all agreed, basically, that the Lions played like doo-doo. They got physically destroyed at the line of scrimmage, maybe mentally destroyed at the line of scrimmage when you see some of the miscommunications that led to some of the plays. But my whole goal was trying just to calm people down a little bit, not about what you saw, but what about might happen in the future. Because as we know from this, watching this league for years and years and years, many times, and I say most times, what you see in week one doesn't correspond, especially if you have a good team down the road. But people are already saying, let's look at the mock drafts. The offensive coordinator blows. Frank Ragnow is a traitor because he should have let us know beforehand. I've heard all sorts of stuff. A lot of it we heard on Sunday. But it's been, let's do my math, 72 hours basically around there since Sunday's loss, something like that. You have Sunday's game going up against Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears, who basically fell apart on Monday night, as most of you know. So do you feel better about the Lions after watching what happened to the Bears?
248-539-9797. Tony, I got to think that Lions fans do, because I'm with you. I can only imagine what it was like Sunday night with you guys on the air, because Monday at 2 o'clock, we got full phone lines. Yeah. And then it was really everything that the Lions told you not to worry about.
Right.
You should have worried about. It's kind of like when that girl says, yeah, that guy that you need, don't worry about him. And the next thing you know, you're like, I should have worried about him.
Yeah.
The offensive line, horrible.
Which was my number one worry going into the season. The coordinators, the schedule, the pass rusher, to me, they were all important, but secondary to the offensive line.
It looked as if it was going to be a long season. But I know every Lions fan, whether you want to admit it or not, you were watching the game against the Bears and the Vikings. And when the Bears went up and the Vikings, JJ was off there looking awful, you're thinking to yourself, oh, crap. Now they're coming to Detroit. Caleb starts off 10 for 10.
Yeah.
What the heck? What kind of voodoo is Ben Johnson working? And then the Bears fell apart. I got to think that after watching the Bears fall apart, after Ben Johnson comes out and admits he made a mistake at the end of the game, crucial mistake that may have cost him the game. Look, it doesn't fix the problems that you have, but the Bears look like a beatable team now. They look like a team that's still being constructed.
Right.
And you didn't know how quickly Ben Johnson was going to make this thing click. It started off well, fell apart. I'm wondering, for Lions fans, do you feel better? Do you feel okay? Do you feel like your team should go out there and win and you actually expect to win? Because like it or not, this is a key game.
Oh, it's a huge game, especially who you play next.
We did the whole 0-1. We just did the whole 0-1 thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to fall down 0-2.
No.
Because it'll be 11% of the teams make the playoffs. You don't want to fall down 0-2 because it means Ben Johnson came in here and beat you on your home field. So there's so much was on the line. But then you watch the Bears and you watch them fall apart and you watch Caleb Williams go, well, Caleb Williams.
Well, it's funny because everybody likes to mention three letters around here, one that starts with an S, right? Well, in Chicago, it's S-O-B.
Right.
Same old Bears. The Bears bared. And look, JJ gets credit for he played very well, but in the fourth quarter. But the Bears were just.
Well, Ben Johnson, I mean, with 2:02 left, just kick it out of bounds. You got one timeout. You said, we're going to go ahead. And you saw he wasn't aware. And I think Ben Johnson found out there's a difference between being an offensive coordinator and being a head coach. Offense, you just worry about that. Head coach, you got clock management. You have so many different things. So, Lions fans, do you feel a little better about this game coming up Sunday after seeing what happened to the Bears. 248-539-9797. Because I got to think that you are. I mean, you got to back away from that ledge a little bit because Green Bay looks like, until you beat them, they look like they're the toast of the kings of the North.
Right.
Okay? You looked ill prepared.
Correct.
It wasn't a close game. Like, you saw the Ravens and even the Bears and like the Jets, they lost close games.
Right.
You didn't.
No.
You were never in this game, and Green Bay kind of took the rest of the game off.
Right.
I think they threw 6 passes in the second half. They were getting ready for the Thursday night game. They got up.
The interception, near the end of the first half, that's when the game ended because the Lions are still driving in. Even if they got a field goal, it would have been, I believe, a one-possession game going into the half. They got the ball, but once that interception was, you knew the game was over. What I think is interesting, and I don't know if you guys got into it on Monday or not, is from a Lion fan perspective. I mean, everybody really wants to stick it to Ben Johnson. I get it, but
He's
in the
the
grand,
X.
I know, but in the grand scheme of things, how you kind of think this division is going to work out and who's going to be a better team or not, JJ or not, whether you believe in him or you don't believe him, I think Minnesota's a better team than Chicago. So I thought it would be better if the Bears won the game. Then they'd come in here overconfident, maybe a little bit, whatever. Because Minnesota, I think, is going to be a bigger thorn in the standings than the Bears, even with a rookie quarterback.
You're right. You're gonna have 2 highly motivated teams at Ford Field this Sunday. The Bears, and they want to fix their problems. Dan Campbell, he wants to fix his problems. Minnesota, that's the problem down the line.
True.
Let's not worry about that because by the time you play them, Jordan Addison will be back.
Yeah.
And they'll actually have more weapons for JJ. So
Right.
let's not focus on that because before you get to Minnesota, you're going to be looking at Kansas City. You're going to be looking at Baltimore. You're going to be looking at Tampa. You're going to be looking at a lot more teams.
This game is so huge because, with all due respect, and I as a Lion fan, but as all due respect to the Lions, they lose Sunday. They ain't going into Baltimore on a Monday night and winning that game, so they're looking at 0-3. And I said before the season, I picked them 10-7. And I said, as long as they're 2-2, because they've Cleveland, I believe, 4th, 2-2 of their first 4 games, they'll be okay.
Yeah.
And they can get
0-3.
in. 0-3, start looking at the mock drafts. 248-539-9797. David.
And I have something, and I'll give it to you next. May make you feel better, maybe not.
Oh, you tease.
Okay,
97
Doug
won
Karsh.
the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, Mr. Hatchet, you teased us. What will we be either happy about or not so happy?
David Karsh.
Yeah, you could take it or leave it. I mean, people probably ignore some of this stuff or it means a lot to you. But the line has moved on this game. It was 4.5 this morning. It is now 5.5 Lions.
Oh.
The
and you know what
devil's
that
number,
is?
right?
The devil's number.
Right.
Infamous 5.5.
So could that mean anything to people that maybe you're not worried? Because Vegas may be telling you something here. Also, I have a quote here from Taylor Decker. Because we're talking about the offensive line and the miscommunication. Jeremy Reisman, who covers the Detroit Lions, Taylor Decker says that both he and Ratledge were running one play and the other 3 offensive linemen were running another. Communication has been the buzzword this week, and the Lions are committed to fixing it.
Okay.
So I think that's the goal line play he's referring to.
Yes.
They were running, Ratledge and him were running something else, and the other 3 were doing a totally different thing.
Yeah.
That's a miscommunication, I would say.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not. You know what? They should probably have these games before the season starts where you can kind of do a dress rehearsal. Oh, wait. No. We don't need to do that. We have those scrimmages and the practices against other teams. Yeah.
See, I will say this because Dan Campbell was on the morning show a couple of days ago, and they did ask him. I believe it was Cookies that asked him about preseason because some fans were saying, should you play? And to be honest, and I liked his answer, Dan Campbell basically said, you know what? Maybe we should.
Yeah.
Well, more for the rookies. He said starters. He was like incredulous. And then Jim said, no, maybe the rookies. He goes, yeah, that's something we need to look at.
Something we should look at, yes.
This offensive line, yes, you 5 need to get out there. Now, once again, last year, none of them needed to go out there and play because you knew exactly what they could do. This year, it was brand new. So guess what? The miscommunications would have happened in a preseason game that you can go back and fix.
Correct.
And then, the line moving.
It could be something or nothing.
I think a lot of it is you saw the meltdown in Chicago, and you're like, okay, maybe they're not quite ready yet. You're probably going to get second half Caleb over first half Caleb.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Did the Chicago performance change your mind about the Lions, and is this a must-win on Sunday at Ford Field? Dre, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I have to tell you, I do not take comfort in seeing the Bears lose, and I'll tell you why. It's because, in my opinion, we looked worse, and to add insult to injury, just like every other caller said, and everybody on the phone, everybody on the show said, everything that we saw with the team was exploited. Every weakness, every concern that we had was exploited against the Packers. And the Bears look like they're just a few minor adjustments away from being better than us. But I could be a little bit off on the deep end with that one. But at the end of the day, the Bears looked more polished than us. And that was a concern for me. So,
yeah,
so it still hasn't changed your mind, Dre. You still feel a little concerned.
I feel concerned, but I'm not happy to see the Bears lose because at the end of the day, I don't want to be tied at the bottom. Like, oh well, we're tied. We're battling between who sucks the least. No, that's not a win there. So,
no, I get that, but don't forget, and thanks for the call, Dre. The Bears haven't exactly, for the most part, when they come into Ford Field, they usually play them pretty tough. Last year, Thanksgiving, they should have at least had a better chance of winning the game. Their coach screwed up time management and lost his job, right?
Yeah, went to overtime, or would they have won the game?
I don't know, but they screwed up and he lost his job.
Right. I remember watching Dan Campbell look around like, is this guy not going to call timeout? Are we really going to win this thing like that? Going back to the earlier in the show, Stoney, that was probably something I never thought that I would see before. When the opposing coach, Dan Campbell, almost wanted to call timeout for him. Like, dude, you gonna take this back on the plane with you to Chicago?
So they could have kicked the field goal to take it to overtime.
Right. Yes, that's what I thought. They could have gone to overtime, and instead the clock is just ticking. And Caleb, I get it. He's a rookie, but yeah, as soon as I saw, I was like, he's fired. You can't not bring him back. But we do wonder, Lions fans, you watched that game Monday night. Do you feel a little better about this team? And then David says the line has moved to Lions are now 5.5-point favorites coming up this Sunday. Do you feel better after watching the Bears and how they blew their game?
To me, I don't feel any better because I just expect the Lions to look better. And the Bears, they'll probably improve like every team should from week 1 to week 2. Look, they had some chances in that game, even, when they came back. I mean, Caleb missed that wide open guy down the left side of the field. I mean, that could have won the game. You talked about the clock mismanagement. The Bears are not a bad football team. They're not. We'll see how healthy they are, especially in the secondary. And I wouldn't imagine the Lions are going to have just, Gibbs is going to rush for more than 21 yards, I would think, right? Harold in Southfield, what's up?
I was mentioning I didn't like the play calling in the first half of the last game. I think Johnson is better at determining the defenses, and you learn to play with the players you have. And I think that with all the beautiful receivers we have, he could have sliced and diced the opposing team.
Well, you have a good point. However, I do believe, and I could be wrong, that a lot of the slicing and dicing and play calls were called. Goff said that with Doug and Gator yesterday. But let's be honest, because of the poor performance of the offensive line, and it wasn't just Glasgow and Ratledge, Penny Sewell did not have a great game either, and the good work by Green Bay's defensive line, there was really no time for any of these plays to really develop. So let's give it another week or two before we automatically say that John Morton's not a good offensive coordinator.
I think he's a good one, but I think they missed the boat on this one.
What do you mean by missing the boat? What do you?
In other words, when they were getting beaten at the line, I would have changed the playing calls. Statistically, you know what Chicago can do. I would have changed the play calls, and I would have had a little more passing.
Well, my point was that they couldn't really pass the ball because they didn't have time. I mean, that's not giving John Morton an excuse. It's probably accurate because the offensive line was so poor.
Then that's why I still go back to, I know you had the control scrimmages, and I'm beating a dead horse here, but yes, with a new OC and a new interior offensive line, you needed to go in there and you needed to see what happens in an actual game so you could sit back. The control scrimmage, you can blow the whistle, blow the play dead, and do it over again.
Right.
You know what you can't do? You can't do that in the game.
Right.
Okay? You blow it, and now all of a sudden it goes from being 2nd and 3 to 3rd and 18 because of your mistake. Now how do you fix that?
The one difference where I will say I agree with controlled scrimmages because they're usually are one team's ones versus the other team's ones. If they're playing in preseason, chances are they're going against 2s and 3s. And, yeah, it might get the game flow in your mind a little better, but the competition level's not going to be the same.
It's not. But, Stoney, at least your guys are playing together, and these are people who can come after the quarterback and hit the quarterback. Right. So even though you're going up against the 2s and the 3s, it's still you're going out there, and the action is happening. So, like I said, I'm just curious for the Lions fans. It was gloom and doom Sunday night.
Yes.
Monday. Oh, my goodness. It was chaos. You saw the Bears play. Mm-hmm. We talked college yesterday, so we really didn't get a chance to talk about this. But now, 48 hours later, you've seen the Bears play. You're playing them this Sunday. Do you feel better about this team and that you should go out there, handle business, and go 1-1, getting ready to go into the game against Baltimore?
I think we saw all weekend long, especially if you follow the maize and blue, how important an offensive line is. Because in both situations, both in Norman, Oklahoma, and in Lambeau Field, offensive line, in my opinion, really determined the football game. 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys. Matrix Basements. Hey, they came and took my unfinished basement, and they are tricking this thing out. They met with me. They came up with the design. We tweaked it, and now it is coming to life. As a matter of fact, They're finishing it up now. They just did the painting and the molding, and this thing should be ready in just probably another week or two. You need to give Matrix Basements a shot. You got to give them a chance because they're going to get this thing done, and they're going to turn your basement into something you're going to be proud about. Whether you have an unfinished basement like me, or you're trying to add a room, a bar, a game room, an exercise room, whatever it is, Matrix Basements can get the job done for you. Check out matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas. Get a free consultation, and trust me, you will enjoy everything that they'll do for you. Matrix Basements will turn your basement dreams into reality.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. David, we have some ticket texts.
Sure do. Dorian on 94 text in. I'm sorry, on the 94 text in. I feel better about the game against the Bears, but not about the entire rest of the season yet. I need to see what they look like on Sunday and then after 4 games, and then I'll let you guys know. Someone says this feels like Anthony Lynn all over again. I do not feel better at all. Okay.
You got to give it more than one game.
Well, see, that's the other thing. If Ben Johnson comes in here,
right, I agree,
and does a miracle with Caleb Williams and beats you and outperforms you, that's where I don't want to be Johnny Morton or John Morton, because then everybody's going to turn on him. He will have 0 supporters. His wife and kids may look at him differently. Like, yeah, you want breakfast? Go cook it yourself. Mm-hmm. I'm not cooking you breakfast. I cook breakfast for Ben. I ain't cooking it for you.
I was a little worried during the beginning of the Bears game about the Lions facing them this week, but let's not make this into a double digits disco situation. Okay.
Cookies isn't calling for a double-digit disco Sunday, is he?
No, here's what happened. We got the lights in the lobby.
Right.
So Kenny set up the disco lights. So when they came in here, Cookie saw it and was like, is this God telling me disco lights? Maybe I should go full double-digit discounts. And I think Jansen was like, or he's telling you, just wait a minute. Just hit the pause button. You know what? This Sunday, win by 1. Don't care if you cover or not. Just win by 1. Get that first victory. I don't think this city is prepared for the Bears to win this game. I thought it was going to be difficult because coming off of the Washington loss last season, Stoney, this town, they just kind of meandered their way through the summer. It was a hangover. And then you lose the way you lost to Green Bay, and Micah Parsons goes there and helps to beat you and gets a sack, and he's not a Lion. But I don't think mentally this city can handle losing to Ben Johnson, because now where do you go from here? Oh, you're looking at Baltimore and Lamar and Derrick Henry? Good luck with that.
Yeah. And
Monday night, good luck.
The following week, you should beat Cleveland.
Yeah, by that time, people are going to be trust me, I don't think you're going to be hearing the Jared Goff chants.
No.
I think that you won't be seeing the Lions takeovers anymore. And, yeah, you'll get the number 1 Carson Anderson mock draft.
Let's say good afternoon to Angelo. You're on 97, won the ticket.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey.
So I just I just tuned in, but I wanted to call about because it's been weighing on me. Remember the Texans game last year? Lions could barely move the ball. I think Decker was out. Goff threw 5 interceptions. We were getting blown out. Or not blown out, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Branch got the interception, changed the whole game, right?
Yeah.
Imagine that same thing happened against the Packers. Could have been a whole different game.
Yeah, that's true, but unfortunately, Rock Yassin held.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is they had an awful game. That the Texans, they just squeaked away with the win, and it could have went either way that game. Though it could have looked the same way Packers did. They came back next week and blew the Jaguars out by what? 52-6.
That's true, but
it's the Jags, right?
Yes, exactly. The Bears, I think, are.
But I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Texans were still. Texans aren't as good as the Packers are this year. Last year, but the Lions looked awful last year against the Texans. We squeaked away with the win. But people would have been saying the same thing they're saying about the Lions now had we lost to the Texans that last year.
It was. I don't know, because you already knew the Lions had a really good team. A lot of people, not me, aren't sure now.
There was a more short thing last year, but I think they still have a really good team. It was just, they couldn't pull away. They couldn't come away with a win. I think they cleaned it up against the Bears. Obviously I'm hoping, but that's why I did say that the Packers was a must-win, because that's kind of a lot of pressure. But I still think they pull away because the Bears they look rough.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Yes, I believe, like Rico, this is a huge / must-win game. And some people will be sitting there saying, how can you say that? Just look at the percentages.
I think most people in Lions fans are pretty damn realistic about what's going to happen Sunday. I know Ben Johnson's a little worried. I mean, he says playoff atmosphere. He says there's going to be a lot of silent counts.
Yeah. Stoney, it's a must-win game for like at least 3 reasons. One, we broke it down. You don't want to go 0-2.
Correct.
In the NFL, you got 11% chance of making the playoffs. You don't want to lose this game because it's Ben Johnson, your former coordinator, who left. And that means that he's having more success with Caleb Williams right now than what you're having. And you don't want to lose this game because if you do, you're 0-2 and you got to play the Baltimore Ravens. And you saw look, they lost the game. They beat everybody else in the league, and it took Buffalo to have this miraculous comeback. Chances are you saw the AFC Championship game that day. You don't want to. This is a must-win game in week 2, it or not.
And you remember the last time, granted, teams are a little different, but you remember the last time the Lions went to Baltimore, don't you?
Over before it started.
Yeah.
That was it. It was over before it started. And they didn't have Derrick Henry then. And now, if Derrick Henry doesn't fumble, they should have killed the Bills.
Yeah. And you don't think that place is going to be jacked up for a Monday night game? Oh.
and your defensive line kind of got off scot-free because the offensive line was worse than they were.
Yes.
But, yes, Lamar, Derrick Henry going up against that defensive line, man, good luck.
By the way, speaking of defensive lines, I'm just looking at a little video here on Twitter of Zadarius Smith is practicing with the Eagles today for the first time, wearing number 52, and Jadeveon Clowney
he's visiting
with Dallas.
Yeah.
Ed, you're on 97 The Ticket.
Yeah, I was just saying how the Bears' O-line the first quarter was really dominant. So I don't think that Lions defense is going to get good enough on Sunday.
Well, you hope so, but you're right. The Bears looked really good early because Minnesota wasn't really getting close to Caleb either. And when they did, he has this, really good escapability deal and great legs.
The thing is that Caleb Williams has feet. He can run around, and I don't know. I don't think Aiden Hutchinson's foot is healthy enough to fucking catch up to Caleb.
First of all, Aiden Hutchinson's leg is fine, okay? He can catch. He's not as fast as Caleb Williams anyway, all right? So I'm not going there. Let's go to Andy in Westland here in 971 The Ticket. Andy, what's going on? We'll go to Andy a little later.
I got ticket text here. Someone says, maybe nothing, maybe something. But golf is 0-19-1 with coordinators not named Ben Johnson or Sean McVay. Yeah, I heard that. I think Doug or somebody used that earlier in the week. So
0-19-1?
Correct. Wow. Good afternoon, fellas. No, I don't feel any better. We have the same offensive line in the Bears game. We just choked. Okay. Someone else says, I'm getting so sick of hearing about what the problem was. The problem is simple. They were not ready to play that game. That's it. For whatever reason, they weren't ready to play against Green Bay. I guarantee you they will not look that way on Sunday. From Cooper.
Okay, you know what, Cooper, I'm not buying that. How are you not ready for game 1 in division at a place where you won 3 straight games? If you told me they took the Saints for granted, if you told me they took the Panthers for granted and they thought they would walk over them, maybe. How are you not prepared for this game? I'm not buying that.
Well, I think people believe that because they got out physical and it looked like they were just not ready to play physically and mentally. I think, and that's a valid argument. All right, let's go back to Andy. What's up?
Stoney, you're a trip, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple things. One, first of all, they just signed Micah Parsons, so they're going to be jacked up for one thing, okay? And two, the Lions only gave up 96 yards in the second half, so they definitely got better. And it's the first game with that offensive line intact as it stands today. So they showed improvement in the first game that they played with each other. And don't make a line out of that. But anyways, I don't think there's a biggest problem as people are thinking.
What do you think?
Time.
So, what do you think their biggest problem is?
Well, I think Dan Campbell said it best this morning was, the conversations between each other. Frank right now used to call everything up front, right? He was the best at it that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And now all of a sudden they got all this new things going on. Green Bay's jacked up. It's at their home. And I'm not worried about it. I'm really not worried about what they're doing. And I think they'll get it back under control today or Sunday.
I think they'll win on Sunday too, but I am a little concerned because even forgetting about the communication, all that, physically, talent, ability-wise, that offensive line is not as good as it has been. I mean, it's fact, unless out of nowhere, Graham Glasgow can get like the body of, the fountain of youth, and, Ratledge becomes like the offensive lineman rookie of the year that we've never seen before. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's still going to be a pretty good player, but it takes time.
Yeah, they're learning on the fly.
Yeah.
And, I mean, what you're going to see is basically this. I don't think that either defense is lights out right now. So which offensive coordinator, which team is going to outscore the other? Plain and simple.
All right, coming up next, you've heard of the coaches poll. You've heard of the AP poll. Coming up next, it's the Rico poll. Professional edition. 97.1 The Ticket. 247.
Don't give away your home number.
No, there's no area code that I know like that. 248-539-9797. All right. It's time for Rico's poll.
You know what? That's going to be the first and last time we ever will use that drop.
Oh, no, it won't.
Yes, it will.
You listening, Mike? You listening?
Something that kind of like the college poll, where you come up with the top playoff teams. I came up with the top, after week one, the top 14 teams in the NFL.
Ooh.
Has nothing to do with AFC or NFC, just the best 14 teams in the NFL.
14 is because that's how many
playoff teams are in the playoffs in the NFL. So let's start off with number 14. It took a comeback victory by one J.J. McCarthy, but I have the Minnesota Vikings at 14, coming off their 27-24 victory at Chicago.
14, maybe. That's pretty. I might put him a little higher, but I got to see who else I would shoot down a little bit.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
At 13, we have the Denver Broncos, a 20-12 victory over the Tennessee Titans.
They struggled a little more than I thought, considering I had them in a survivor pool. But they are a team that many people think will do very well this season, so that's pretty accurate. I think the fact that they struggled is the reason you have them only at 13.
Right. And the reason why the Vikings were 14th is because they played like ass for the first half.
Correct.
And then the Bears just couldn't do anything right in the final couple of minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm.
At number 12, we have the Los Angeles Rams. They got a victory over the Texans, 14-9.
See, now this one, I guess I still have to wait and see who is above them, but I would have them higher. I definitely would have them higher.
David, I guess because I thought it was going to be more scoring. It came down to a fumble that they needed.
Yeah.
So,
but their defense is underrated as well. So maybe the defense is why they're 12.
And the next one, I thought about tying them, but I don't want to do ties. But it's pretty much the same carbon copy game that the Rams had. I got the 49ers 17-13 over Seattle. They found a way to win. They got a defensive turnover at the end of the game, very much like the Rams. I got them at 12.
Well, with Kittle getting injured, if you're looking at this going forward,
it's just this week. We're not projecting.
Okay. So just how they played in week one.
Next week, the Vikings could be number one.
Okay.
We're not basing it. This ain't like the college polls where only the privileged can move. No. This is everybody.
Yeah.
Week to week.
All right.
At 10, we got the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh.
20-13 victory over New England.
You have your Geno Smith underwear on or something?
He does. That's exactly why they're here.
Wow. I'm sorry. New England was the media darling to make the playoffs, and the Raiders beat them.
And they beat them on the road, so I'll give them that. But
And Brock Bowers got injured, and they still found a way to beat them.
Well, who do you think is better based upon last week, the Minnesota Vikings or the Raiders?
The Vikings.
Yes.
No, the Vikings didn't. The Raiders played a better game to me than the Vikings.
Okay.
Vikings played a great fourth quarter, but the first three, not so much.
All right, you said it's week one.
Yeah,
all right.
We agree to disagree. Yeah.
At number 9, the Indianapolis Colts. 33-8 victory over Miami. Now, I know it was Miami.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
But the fact that Daniel Jones set a record that I didn't even know existed, or that every possession ended in a score.
The fact that he has that record. Daniel Jones, not Brady, not Montana, not Elway.
Right. And every possession ended in a score. No kneel down, everything. So at number 8, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Victory 23-20 over the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's a good win on the road. I really like that team. I think I picked them to play the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, actually.
Anything?
No, I like that one. No, I'm good with that.
Okay, just making sure. At number 7, the Pittsburgh Steelers. 34-32 victory over the New York Jets. Stoney, it was the game that no one knew that they needed on Sunday, but we got in the first round of games. It was must watch. I didn't think that this game was going to be that compelling. Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns.
Right. Justin Fields played really well. I will disagree with you on one thing. I might flip them with who you had before them.
Tampa?
Yeah, I think Tampa's a better team.
I don't even know who he has at number 1, but I would definitely flip number 1 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are the best team in the NFL right now.
You're right. They are. You're exactly correct.
4 touchdowns, Aaron Rodgers. Come on now.
Against the New York Jets.
David, will you? I will put them at number 1 next week.
And they needed a fumble to do it.
Hey, man.
David, I'll put them at number 1 next week, but that means you got to buy an Aaron Rodgers jersey. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah. What's the next team?
Okay. All right. The next team will be the Washington Commanders. 21-6 victory over the New York Giants, and it could have been worse than that.
No problem.
It should have been. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so we're good on that one.
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just want to make sure. At number 5, this is the only team that lost, the Baltimore Ravens.
I wondered where you're going to put them.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens lost a game, but honestly, it was a 41-40 game to Buffalo. To me, they shouldn't have. They fell apart, but I still think they're better than all the teams that I've named that did win a game.
They're better, but it's like because you think they're going to be better going forward, but based upon based upon the gag factor and their defense falling apart. I mean, their offense was great, except for Derrick Henry's fumble.
Right, but I mean, he looked like he was full vintage Henry.
Yeah, I got no.
Yeah, he was Tennessee Titan Henry right there.
At number 4, your Philadelphia Eagles, Tony.
Yeah.
They started the year off a 24-20 victory over the Cowboys.
Yeah, they didn't look great.
Minus Jalen Carter.
That's right. He'll be fired up this week against Kansas City.
Don't be too fired up.
And to a certain extent, minus A.J. Brown, who is the highest paid decoy in the NFL. He did catch the one pass at the end that they needed.
But you know what? I figured he would go full diva wide receiver.
No.
And I haven't heard
because they
anything.
won.
He's reading books now.
Because they won.
All right.
And Jalen Hurts is terrific.
At number 3, we go all the way to Brazil, the Los Angeles Chargers.
It's a good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
27-21 victory over the Chiefs.
Yeah, that Justin Herbert looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, he did.
Their defense looked good. And considering that Slater's out, Joe Alt flipping sides, they look good. And I know a lot of people love these guys, or some people don't, but that staff, Harbaugh and Minter and Clinkscale even, they've really done a really good job.
At number 2, the Green Bay Packers. 27-13 victory over Detroit Lions. Really, it was 27-6. It wasn't even that close. Just it was a domination, utter domination.
Yeah, but they played a team that really, listen to everybody. They weren't ready to play. They should have beaten them by more. But no,
I look at them like how everybody talked about the New England Patriots. This was the Detroit Lions. Like if you beat, the Dolphins, the Saints, okay. Those are the Lions.
Yeah, I think I know they lost, but I probably would swap Baltimore with them.
You would put Baltimore too?
I think Baltimore and Buffalo are the 2 best teams in the NFL, even with the loss.
David, you got to be penalized for losing the game.
I got you. The way they lost it too. So.
And number 1 is the Buffalo Bills in the comeback victory at home, 41-40 over the Ravens.
So we understand how you feel about defense.
No.
I mean, Baltimore gave up 41, right? Buffalo gave up 40.
No,
and they're your best team.
It's not a defensive thing, Stoney. It's just more of when I look at this, who do I think would win? And right now, I think Buffalo would have beat everybody that I picked ahead of them. So that's how I did this, NFL.
Looking back, I pretty much agree with the teams, except for there's one team I think should be on there.
Okay.
That's not.
And I think Cincinnati's better than Indianapolis.
No, they're not.
they're not?
No, they're not.
Okay.
No, they're not.
All right.
Defensively, they look like trash, and they couldn't move the ball.
Stoney, I think, what did they have, like 6 yards passing? or
Yeah,
something?
it was bad.
Stoney, they played the Browns.
I know.
The Browns did everything they could to lose that game, including missing a field goal. And no, if they would be at the bottom. If I did a bottom 5, even though they won, that's what they would be, Cincinnati. Anyway.
Fair enough, but I still think the Browns are better than the Dolphins.
All right. That's the NFL Power Rankings 97-1.
248-539-9797. By the way, the Lions injury report is out for today. Those of interest, Terry and Arnold with his groin injury, full practice. Also full practice, Vaki. Vaki was limited practice. Safety Daniel Thomas, full practice. Limited practice, like I said, Vaki. Trevor Noweski, the linebacker with an elbow. No practice. Taylor Decker, shoulder. Jack Campbell, ankle. We'll get the Bears injury report.
Okay, yeah, that's wow. That could be very concerning.
Yes.
Taylor Decker, that offensive line, not great. You can't afford to lose either one of your tackles. I guess if there's one that is injured, it's the right one, though you don't want anyone.
Correct. Now, he did say that he thinks he will probably be able to play. So we shall see. And by the way, Rico, for your favorite team, Kyle Shanahan said
everybody's dead.
Purdy is extremely doubtful for this week, and it might be a couple of weeks.
Well, they're playing the Saints, so I think that's probably if they were playing the Rams, he'd play. They're playing the Saints, so you got to figure Spencer Rattler and the boys. You got enough to beat Kellen Moore's team.
So we're about to see Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Yeah, I don't know who the strength and conditioning coach is for that team, but you probably just need to be fired right next to Jake Moody. Just saying.
See, all right, I'm going to argue with that. Not Jake Moody.
Oh.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that, which just shows the team should never take kickers above the 5th round. That's number one. That's all.
Take backup QBs who were injured.
Yeah, whatever. Anytime a team has injuries or whatever, they always blame the training staff. Like, they had nothing to do with a lot of these injuries that take place.
Yeah, Stoney, but you know what? That's how life goes.
I know.
Coaches get fired, OCs, DCs get fired.
Yeah,
so your job is to make sure all my players are healthy. So when they start falling and dropping, I got to question, what the heck are you doing? What am I paying you for that half the team's injured?
But most of the time, 95 to 99% of the time, guys get injured because something happens. There's nothing to do with prevention of injuries or treatment of injuries.
Understand, Stoney, but it's a job that you know if people get injured.
But you're smarter than that.
You're going to get fired.
You're smarter than that.
I know, but somebody has to be the scapegoat. It's him. Every year, it's like,
David,
Stoney, hold on, David.
Go ahead.
Stoney, if it happens like what happened with the Lions.
Right.
Okay, it was a fluke thing, everybody on defense. But if every year you're seeing injury after injury after injury to star players, you have to wonder, what are you doing in the offseason? What kind of things are you giving these players so that they can be ready? Because you don't see this with other teams.
Well, McCaffrey was injury prone when he was in Carolina. I mean, that's the big one. I mean,
I don't really know if a strength and conditioning coach can help Trent Williams' knee.
Right.
He's old.
Okay, yes, he's old, David, but it's just like, okay, it's this, it's that, it's a hamstring, it's a toe.
Yeah,
it's
I don't
like
think the strength and conditioning coach is helping Kittle. I just don't think that's happening.
Right. I think that's something that you're so much smarter than that.
I will say though,
that's beneath you.
No, it's Stoney. It's really not, because it's to the point where like this is every year. It's like half the team is getting injured. What is going on?
What are the injuries? Some of them are bone breaks, right?
No.
Well,
no. Most of them are soft tissue injuries,
shoulder, knee, calf.
Okay.
There are no bone
and toes and shoulders.
You break your bone. Yeah, like what happened to Aiden.
Okay.
That's not a trainer thing. That just happened. That's unfortunate. But it's just like, God, what are we? You get paid to do one thing: keep these guys on the field.
Well, and I think the answer truly is they just need to get younger. That's really probably the issue.
They did, David. Their entire defense, minus Warner,
and Bosa,
and Diamador Lenore, other 8, all rookies.
Now, did bad training injure Brock Purdy's toe?
Yes. Yes, it did.
Might be the turf, actually.
He didn't put more toe jam on it in spring training.
No, but
training camp.
but no. In all seriousness, it's one of those things that I remember. It was. Man, this was like 20 years ago. Now that I think about it, but for a while, every year, MSU hoops was going through stress fractures, and players were getting stress fractures, and it got to the point where they're like, "Okay, there's something going on here. Why every year are we the only ones?" And they went and they started looking at the shoes. They did everything. They worked with Nike. They're like, "You got to come up with some better things for us because it's reoccurring." So,
all right.
Sorry, I let you down,
No,
Stoney.
yeah, you did.
I'm sorry.
You let me down. Martin, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Top 5 stupidest takes I've ever heard in my life. Blaming trainers for injuries in the NFL, where it's a collision sport, where it's a car accident every play.
Well, Martin, first of all, stick around because I'm probably sure I'll say something else that you'll say top 5.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
And
You
second,
just reached the top 5 today.
And second, Martin, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. We're having fun. Yeah. You're allowed to have fun. Remember that word?
Yeah, it's entertainment.
People used to have it. It's entertainment. But hey, Martin, take it for whatever it's worth.
You got it, man.
You have a great and fantastic day, Martin.
Thank you, Martin.
All right. Go kick some puppies.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of fun, Kenny and David, particularly just Kenny, had a revelation while watching a Tiger game the other week. And we'll get to that and how it, how it actually translates to me and other people. 97 won the ticket.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And I mean any fitness journey. Why? Because Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time so you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and Supine benches, free weights, cable towers, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. The only thing missing from Planet Fitness is you. So what are you waiting for? They got convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine, and you even get free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. There are over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area, so I guarantee there is one near you. And right now, you get a classic membership, $1 down, $15 a month. That's it, just $15 a month. But you got to hurry. This is a limited time offer. Go find your nearest Planet Fitness to sign up, or you can go online, or you can even use the Planet Fitness app to sign up. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. I am Stoney in for Mike, who'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Rico, of course, here as always with Hatchet and Kenny. Now, I think this topic that we're about to delve into was probably saved just for me.
You were excited about this one, Stone, when I brought it up to you pre-show one day.
I know, with evil intent, but
actually,
yes.
it was not. It just so happens to coincide with you being here today.
I know.
So
Kenny,
full disclaimer.
Kenny, start us off.
So me and David were watching a baseball game. There was a day game, I think last week it might have been. And I started to complain, as I often do during a baseball game. I realized that I have an old man opinion. And my old man opinion
is as a married man?
As a married man, I have a married old man opinion. That is, I hate the two outcome or whatever you want to call it baseball, where it's either you're striking out, you hit a home run, and that's basically what happens in baseball now. I hate that there's no more, dance around the base paths. I hate that it's the two outcome system because I'm watching Torkelson take these massive swings. I'm watching Riley Green take these massive swings. There's no intent to put the ball in play unless it's over the fence. I don't like that about baseball now. I miss what baseball was when I was a kid. And yes, that is an old man take from a person that is only 31 years old.
Wow. Kenny, I'm glad you've moved over to the dark side because I think, baseball purists, the baseball elite, kind of agree with you. Now, what you saw last night in the seventh inning is, I'm sure, marching around the bed.
Also not what I want.
with walks. So, all right, that's an old man take, so
Kenny,
to speak.
Well, I know for mine, the person you're filling in for hates it and always like, oh, my goodness, hey, the 1970s call. Stoney, to kind of go along with what Kenny said, I got two. But as far as baseball-wise, I grew up and I used to like, especially the National League and how they would play small ball and how it was a chess match and how they could manufacture runs. And it was this thing called a bunt. And I mentioned that in this room, and these three hyenas just all look at me like, a bunt? Well, tell us what that was like back in the day. Yes, you move the runner over, or if you're really fast, you can just bunt the ball and get your way on base and score a run.
I used to be exactly like you. I used to bitch. I used to want like Leland to bunt like Ryan Rayburn in the second inning because I didn't think he was very good. So at least you get. But analytically, it makes no sense most of the time. However, like when they get to the 10th inning and you're at home, if you don't bunt the guy over to third, you're an idiot.
Oh, that Rieger and I have gotten into just arguments over that. Yeah. No. You got to go up there. And I am not, I will be the last person who will embrace the analytics. I like baseballs. I like the managers who just use their gut to come up with. That's why when AJ does, I'm not mad. I mean, I wish they had more people, but I love the fact that AJ just goes with his gut sometimes, and it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But I like that instead of, I got to do this and play the percentages and blah, blah, blah. And I realize
he does that a lot.
He does that a lot too. Yes. But it's still, I just like, I like small ball baseball where you just can manufacture a run. Kind of like Kenny, where it's not just softball city. Who can hit the most home runs?
That's even a bridge too far for me, though. I'm not a small ball guy.
You're a big fan of like the '82 St. Louis Cardinals with Willie McGee and that team that kept the ball in play and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's strategy.
I know.
And that strategy is gone. Now it's just, all right, strike out, home run.
Okay.
Basically, the world is Riley Green. Either you strike out or you hit it out the park.
Okay. So and by the way, 248-539-9797. What are your, feelings on sports that you kind of wish, that might be, as Kenny says, and even Kenny is a young man at 31, is an old man take, an old person take.
I don't know. Compared to Rico's, I think mine's more of a middle-aged take.
See?
Okay.
I told you, I bring up the bunt and they just automatically. That's why. You ever wonder when you guys watching the baseball game, you're over there and I sit over here? I don't even want to sit next to you guys.
He's right.
I never sit next to you guys. I'm like, I don't want to hear it.
Well, I have one take that actually incorporates two sports. And you'll all laugh at me. You'll all definitely call me an old man. But
I like wood. And I'm talking about in tennis, bring back the wood racket so you have more rallies back and forth. If you're watching a major, none of this just serve and volley, the point's over in 3 seconds. Wood rackets, you don't hit the balls hard. I grew up playing with wood rackets. And wood, I want wood in hockey. Get rid of these damn graphite sticks where they blade breaks half the time. Good old wood sticks, Sherwood, Victoriaville, Coho. It might be more cost prohibitive. I don't know. I like my wood,
Kenny,
even in my age.
Kenny, you still think mine's pretty old?
Yeah, I think we just got a little younger, Rico.
Wood. Who doesn't want more wood?
I want the horsehide baseball back.
I think Stoney just won the drops tournament in one segment.
Well,
Rico's poll, actually.
No, we're going to move on. There's also, I got another one. Dave, you want to go? Because I have another one as well, and it's not baseball-wise, but it's dealing with college, whether it's football or basketball. My old man take is, I hate whether it's the AP or the coaches poll, preseason, get rid of them.
You're so correct.
Because you have no idea what these teams are. Hey, this team's ranked number 3, and by the end of the year, they're 4-8.
But hold on a second, though, and I agree with you, but that's not really an old man take because that's been going on for years.
Right, I want them to get rid of them.
Okay, well, that's different.
You know what? The first one should come out and the first week of October because now you know. Because in theory, this is what burns me up. It's all based on the program, the team, or the coach. It's not based on what you actually done on the
what
field.
you did the year before.
Because South Florida has the best wins this year, and there's no way they're going to sniff the top 5.
No.
They beat 2 ranked teams.
Right.
And you're not going to give them, well, they did everything you're supposed to do, but because Ohio State went and beat the brakes off of Grambling and they were already number 1, we're not going to drop them because the preseason poll, they knocked off Texas, who's not that good. Anyway, I'm done. Sorry. Go ahead, David.
Well, Rico, you mentioned analytics when it comes to baseball. And my old man take is a basketball take because I get so angry when you have a 2-point basket, but you pass it up because you want to take the 3.
Oh, easy.
I am sickened by this. Just take the points. I don't need you to pass it around or, we're on a fast break. I'm going to stop and take a 3. The 2-point basket is right there.
The worst is when it's an easy layup and you're so right.
It's a 3-on-1 break and the one is so out of position you could go in for the dunk. Nah, we need the dagger Steph Curry.
Well, Rico, you don't understand. 3 is more than 2. I know, but it's also a 2 layup is an 85% shot as opposed to 35% for a
you're
good
still scoring.
3-point. Yes,
I'll take it.
Yes,
David. Hey, you know what? Kudos.
That's a good one.
To add to that, David, especially in college, because the pros they pretty much understand, but college is this: you're up 3. The other team has the ball.
Thank you.
With like 8 seconds to go. You foul them.
Thank you.
It's math, people. The math be mathin'. It works.
It's unbelievable because it's easier, I believe, for have somebody to hit a 3 and tie the game than it is for them to make one free throw, miss the second, get the rebound, and put it up to tie it or win it.
Stoney, you don't know how many countless hours I've wasted with a certain basketball coach in East Lansing over this topic.
I'm sure it makes no sense to me.
Well, no. What if you make it and then they get the rebound and then you foul them and they put it in and then they get another one and it turns into a 4-point play? And I'm like, and what if you get 2 consecutive onside kicks? You got a better chance of that.
I know.
It's math. You're up 3, you foul. They can never catch up. If they hit them both, they foul you. You got your best free throw shooters. You win the game. That's simple.
248-539-9797. We'll take your calls. What is your old man or old person take on the world of sports that you would like to see come back? 97.1 The Ticket.
wood sticks in hockey and wood rackets in tennis.
Okay. Sure.
Yes, what's your old man take? Because Kenny, not an old man, wants to return to the way baseball was meant to be played, in his opinion, which is not go for the fences on every pitch. And I somewhat agree with him because it becomes pretty monotonous. You see a lot more strikeouts. You see guys swinging at tons of bad pitches.
And by the way, I don't hate home runs. Don't misconstrue. I love a home run. Everybody loves a home run.
Right.
But lots of strikeouts, lots of these like mammoth swings. Look at Kerry Carpenter. It looks like he's trying to hit a home run every single time he swings the bat.
It's all about the launch angle, baby. All about the launch angle. All right, 248-539-9797. Before we get to the phones, some text, Mr. Hatchet.
An old guy take. I like baseball better when pitchers batted. It added another strategic aspect, and it was fun to watch.
Look.
Wow.
Growing up in the National League City, I agree 100%.
That wasn't fun watching pitchers. Certain pitchers could bat. Other ones.
Right.
Talk about the Little League. It looked like the seventh inning last night. They would just get up there.
That happens. So
they would get up there with the jacket on.
That's right. Remember that? That's what people forget.
The pitchers are wearing jackets to keep their arms warm.
Yeah.
And they would just swing at the first three pitches. And that was it.
I forgot about Rico ain't lying. Some pitchers did.
Old man take. Get rid of shootouts in the NHL. I'm even happy getting rid of overtime.
Oh, you want to bring back
games, ends, and ties.
You know what? I don't disagree that much. However, when you are at the arena, when there is a shootout, it is really exciting.
I'll tell you this. As hockey, quote-unquote, elite, people might want to take my card away for this. I don't mind the shootout.
I don't mind as long as they never get it to the playoffs.
100% agree. Continuous overtime is the way to go. 5-on-5,
yes.
That's playoff hockey.
Yeah.
But shootout in the regular season, I don't know that much.
Kenny, at least you could yell, shoot the puck.
You could do that every single time.
I would actually like. Well, so it's not an old man take, but if the way they do overtime now, I'd like to see it 10 minutes rather than 5 because then you'd have less shootouts.
I'll compromise with you on that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Couldn't agree with you more, Rico. Preseason polls are worthless. It's just the hype for ESPN. We don't need it.
It's preseason polls are based off of the helmets and the uniforms and the logos and what you did 15 years ago. It's not based off the team right now because you have no idea who this team is.
Right.
And then here's a sad reality. If you're a have-not, you have to work twice as hard just to crack the top 25.
Correct.
Whereas if you lose, look, David, no offense, Michigan shouldn't be in this poll.
No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't be in the top 25 poll.
They shouldn't. I thought it was I thought, Missouri, and then I realized I thought it was in the Missouri M.
And then if you're going to do, then South Florida should be ranked high because they beat Boise. They went and they beat the Florida Gators. And yet, still these other teams. What did they do? They beat ranked teams. You're playing nobodies.
Right.
You're playing check games that you're winning and scoring 70 points. Ooh, that's great.
Can you tell me if this is an old man take before we get to the phone calls real quick? Me, Mike, and David were talking about this either yesterday or the day before. Bring back the channel ESPN Classic.
Oh,
I loved it. That channel.
I totally agree with you.
Great channel.
Because I can watch. That's one thing the Big Ten Network does that's good. They'll show old games.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like watching those Big Ten Classic games of Oregon.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Oregon and Penn State.
Yeah. Andrew in Detroit, what's up?
What's going on, fella?
Hey,
How
man.
are you?
So I have two, and they both on football. My first one is my old man take for college football is college football is a farce. Once upon a time, we used to be able to see college football players and be able to they're going to make good pros. Nowadays, some of the best players in college make horrible pros, and it's downright diabolical.
Well, that's happened for decades, so that's not really anything new.
Yeah.
Go back to Andre Ware and people like that.
My second take is I'm tired of seeing the little people in football. Don't get me wrong. Speed kills. It is true, but it's a reason why football is a gladiator sport. Some of the smaller folks, even though they have all the speed in the world, they can't take the punishment. And then they go out there, and when they do get a hit, now it's all type of rules and regulations change, but it's primarily for the smaller person who really didn't belong out there in the first place.
But you know what there, Andrew? If people had your point of view back 30 years ago,
You wouldn't
Barry
have
Sanders, Barry Sanders ain't around.
Stoney right there. That's Barry.
Now, there are, no, don't get me wrong, it's a handful of folks that, that's going to last, but as a majority of the fact, a lot of them don't. If you're under 5'10", under 180 pounds, you don't last in the league.
Let's discriminate. I love that.
Exactly.
Okay.
I absolutely love it in football.
I mean, at that
nope,
point,
you can't make. Nope, no, I'm sorry, you're not going to make it.
Yeah. Okay.
Ben, what's up?
Guys, how we doing? Thanks for having me.
Hey, Ben.
Thanks for calling.
Okay, my bone to pick is not with how the game is played, but this logo redesigns, okay? I love the culture, the history, and the identity that these classic logo designs are, and I'm sick of them changing. The Detroit Pistons, Toronto Raptors, Utah Jazz, Miami Dolphins, all better old logos, and they keep changing them.
That's a good point.
No, that's actually,
like
Ben.
that
That's a good old man take because
Yes.
I mean, but then again, Ben, I like the Bucks redesign. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they got rid of the creamsicles.
That's fair, but those jerseys are crazy though.
Yeah,
I like the creamsicles.
You know what? But when I see the creamsicles, all I think about is just losing.
That's true.
Losing and losing.
It's a good point.
I see Steve Young just in over his head.
Glenn, you're a 97 on the ticket. Glenn.
How you doing?
Good. What's up, Glenn?
What's up, Glenn?
Nothing much. What up, though? So this is my old man take. I'm so traditional, so I guess particularly with the NBA, when you go see the Pistons play, traditionally they wearing their white jerseys. Now it's like you just see them wearing white, they wearing blue, they wearing red. It's like it seems like the white should be like how we defend our home court. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to Boston, you know what I'm saying, they wear white, Lakers wear gold. Now they just wearing whatever colors. I don't like it.
The Motor City jerseys that's got green in them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, the cream ones look nice. I get it. Maybe what they should do is you wear your white at home and then they have fun. Yes, and you have maybe five games, let's say, where you wear something else. That's it.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm like, when did they change? Like, I'm with Glenn. I did like Pistons. Like everybody wore their white jerseys at home, colored jerseys on the road.
Because now, if you put on a game on television, as soon as you switch it on, wait a second. There's a Piston logo, but there's dark. You don't know the difference.
You pretty much have that in the NFL still. Like the Cowboys were the only team.
Right.
They wore white all the time.
Most of the time, yeah.
Until the Eagles back in the day switched them up. I still remember the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
And made them wear their dark blue
great.
jerseys.
It worked.
That was gamesmanship right there.
Absolutely. Let's say hello to AC. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I talked to Kenny, and I was just remembering when third base back in the day, it seemed like Greg Nettles was taught to dive at every ball that came his way. And I just remember, I just thought that third baseman had to dive at every ball that they got hit their way.
He was a great defensive third baseman. There's no doubt about it. Yes, and he did do a lot of diving. You don't see it as much. You're correct. I don't understand why that is. But I think they get to the ball a little quicker than they did back in the day, so to speak, too. All right, let's say hello to Lamar.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Lamar.
Man, I love y'all show, man. Like my stepdad put me on y'all, and I listen to y'all when I go to work, leaving work. I don't even listen to no music no more, so appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
No, I just want to say one thing, though, about NFL. Why did they change the kickoff? Like, no one can return the ball, never. Like, what happened to a player being able to take it out of the end zone and actually try to, make a good return? Now it's just kick it out 99% of the time. You know what I mean?
Well, they adjusted it a little bit this year where that if you kick it into the end zone, it goes to the 35 now, right? So now you're incentivizing players to run the ball, have more returns.
And Lamar,
so it's gotten better.
I will say this. I'm with you because it's like, concussions. And it's like, okay, guys, we're missing the boat here. It's like, why is the extra points now moved all the way back to it's a 35-yard field goal? Like, that's not going to stop concussions. Like, why are we doing this?
No.
You're right. They're slowly getting back to where you're seeing kickoff returns, Lamar. I'd rather them just go back to the way it was because here's the funny thing. All Saturday, you just see regular kickoffs in college. You don't see this new rule.
All they do the fair catch a lot more in college than they used to, as far as where they get the ball.
That's
by the
right. Get the concussions and then fire the strength and conditioning coach for it.
No, David. Here's the thing. No, there's so many other things. I know there's so many other things that if you want to be concerned about player safety, the extra point. I can't recall too many people other than Grammatica getting hurt on an extra point.
That's right. By the way, if you want to go back to old man football, I remember the day when the home team didn't have a linebacker returning kicks. 97 won the ticket.
So let's get into it, guys. Football. We have had week 1 in the NFL, getting ready for week 2. And what I want to do is go through some teams here because we all know what the 0-2 start means. In the NFL, just for people that don't know, in the NFL, starting a season 0-2 it makes it pretty difficult to make the playoffs.
It's a death sentence.
Historically, 11% of teams that have started 0-2 go on to make the playoffs.
I believe
that's since 1990.
I believe 3 teams did that last year, though, right? The Broncos, the Rams, and the Ravens, if I'm not mistaken.
In the last 3 or 4 seasons, there's been more of it happening.
Yes,
of course, I don't expect it to be like 1993 Dallas Cowboys where they went on 0-2, won the Super Bowl. 2001 New England Patriots and the 2007 New York Giants started 0-2, all went on to win the Super Bowl.
The Cowboys, though, part of the reason they were 0-2 is because Emmitt Smith was holding out.
Correct. That is a huge detail here.
Yes.
So let's go through some teams here. Let's talk about this. Do they absolutely need to win the game? The New York Jets, they are on 1. They have the Bills, but let me give you what they have after that. At Tampa Bay. So they could go 0-3. They're desperate here, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody thought they were going to be a playoff contender anyway. So mathematically, playoff-wise, yes, they have to win. But as far as building for the program for Aaron Glenn in year 1, I think it's just young players get better. Justin Fields, he played pretty good the other night. Keep getting better. This should be their goal. So in some aspect, yes, they have to win for this year. But other than that, no.
And I'm not writing them off for this game because we remember the Bills' comeback. But the Ravens had them dead and buried. So it wasn't like they were playing great football. They finished the game that way, and the Jets played pretty good. I mean, they were in the second best game of the week with your Steelers, David. Yeah. Unfortunately, they lost, but they played good enough to beat pretty much the 2018.
The fumble kickoff did it for them, and Aaron Glenn cut him.
Yes, he did. Setting a tone there in New York, he is.
That's right.
Next team is also in the AFC East. Now, look, I see what their next game is. It is the New England Patriots. They are going to Miami. Let's just say.
That's a win.
Hold on. But let's just say they lose that game.
Oh, they're done for the year.
Then they have Pittsburgh Steelers and the Carolina Panthers. So they could realistically lose the game and still be 2-2. Will they still be a playoff
so
team?
They got the Steelers and the Carolina Panthers?
After the Dolphins. That's a setup there where
okay, put it this way. If you lose to the Dolphins,
I get
you're in trouble.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm not even going to entertain
this
one. Yes. David, I'm not entertaining this one. We will move on to the next one. If they lose, then Vrabel, you got some question marks.
That is the bigger picture. Yes, I agree with you on that one.
And I can't wait to see Mike because I swear up and down, New England's going to be the team to watch. Lose to the Dolphins, you'll never hear the end of it.
The next team on this list, the Houston Texans. They are 0-1. On Monday Night Football, they play this week against the Bucs. They host the Bucs. Season could be done,
right? What do they
right?
have after that?
Let me tell you. Give me 1 second here.
I mean, hosting the Bucs are Baker Mayfield.
Bucs are good.
They are they're a gritty team, and I know we like to coin the phrase "grit" in this town. The game's never over. Atlanta probably should have beat them, but they gave Baker too much time left, and he drove right down the field, hit a Emeka Egbuka for the game-winning touchdown, and then Atlanta missed the chip shot field goal. They should have took it to overtime.
So they host the Bucs on Monday Night Football, then they're at Jacksonville, host Tennessee, and then they're at Baltimore before their bye week.
I'm going to say it's not a must-win for them.
Because they got Tennessee, who's my sleeper
so they can
team.
win. They can beat the Jags, beat the Titans, be 2-2.
Right, and their division blows.
Correct.
I mean, depending on how good you think the Colts are.
Come on, get to the good one.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh.
I mean, they have the Eagles this week.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? The Chiefs look like one of those teams that just could be snake bit with the injuries. I mean, the fact you losing Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he's gone on a fluke play where it was friendly fire, where Kelsey knocks him out of the game.
Well, Andy Reid spoke today, and he said that probably difficult for him to play this week, but they will not put him on the IR.
Okay, you don't have to put him on the IR, but I don't think he's going to be playing anytime soon.
So we know they have to play down the road they play the Lions. We know.
Yeah, they have the Eagles this week at New York for the Giants, Ravens at Jags, and then the Lions. Oh, man.
I would need to see the back end of their schedule. It'll be difficult, David.
They only have to play the Chargers one more time.
That would be December 14th. So
I'm going to say they'll make it because just the experience. They've been there before. They'll be fine.
And there's no, harm for losing to the defending Super Bowl champs.
So the next one here, they play each other. They're in the same division.
Ooh, I wonder who that could be.
Both 0-1. The Dallas Cowboys host the New York Giants.
Oh.
Who needs it more?
The Cowboys. I think the Cowboys need it more because you got Dak. You got a high-priced quarterback. You have Jerry Jones who has to save face with his fan base for getting rid of Micah Parsons. Nobody outside of the people over on the outside of the glass thought the Giants were going to do anything this year.
Right.
But the Cowboys, remember,
1 week.
For the 30 years and counting, this is the Cowboys' year.
Right, and
1
they,
week.
and they looked okay against Philly. They're at home. They have to win the game. The Giants, nobody really expects anything. And the only thing Giant fans are sitting there hoping, all right, when does Jackson Dart get in the lineup?
And you know what? CeeDee Lamb makes a couple catches, and
I
they
know.
maybe beat Philly.
And the other thing is that it may be, I don't know if this goes into the equation, it's a must-win maybe for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane.
But it's the Cowboys, David.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, that's fair. Let's get to the next one here. They are 0-1. Thought they had the game won until a kicker decided, we don't need overtime. We'll just lose. It's the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday Night Football this week.
They need this game.
Yes, they
Atlanta
do.
needs this game just mentally because it's something about the Falcons. They just never seem like they could put it all together. All the pieces are there, Stoney.
Pretty much.
But they never play a complete game ever. I thought maybe they had it. And then I'm like, okay, you got overtime. They absolutely have to win this game.
I think it's more to them too, because they don't want to fall, especially if Tampa wins. They don't want to fall 2 games behind. I don't know if they're going to have enough wins to be a wild card team. So yeah,
Because really you're 2.5 games behind Tampa.
Right.
Until you
Good
play them
point.
again.
Yes.
And then I'll finish it out with this one because it is expected on my end that they are going to be 0-2 because of their opponent this week. It is the Seattle Seahawks who have to go to Pittsburgh on Sunday. So they're 0-2. Seattle's 0-2.
Yeah, you know what, David? I hate to say it. Mike, the other Mike, just loves talking about Sam Darnold. He looked awful in the game against the Niners. He looked awful. He had a chance to beat them, and Nick Bosa beats his guy, gets a strip sack fumble, and that's ball game. They got all the way down to the red zone, but he didn't have a great game.
No, and I'm not. If the Rams and your injured 49ers and even the Cardinals win this week, Seattle will be 2 games behind, and really technically by your math, 2.5 behind the 49ers. Seattle has to win
Seattle
this
has
game.
a great defense. They picked off Purdy twice, but offensively, nothing. David, are you serious right now? You just going to bury the lead? There's 2 teams that are 0-1 playing each other.
Well, we're going to talk about one of those teams soon. That is in Football Today.
As you just heard, man, football brings out all the emotions. It's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit, well, and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatic Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game now until October, new customers can get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses. Guaranteed. New customers also can bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, whether you're either winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for in the Fanatics universe for things like apparel and tickets and bonus bets and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can switch to a sure thing every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee? Your old sports book, and they're out for the season. Fanatic Sportsbook has your back. Go check them out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here in for Mike, who should be back tomorrow.
Yeah, Michael Stone with the pinch hit. And we appreciate you coming in,
Thank
Stoney.
you very much. The crafty left-hander.
You know what?
Although I'm a righty, so that makes no sense. But
And for the callers on hold, we're going to get to you real quick. But, David, we just finished up with that blitz.
Mm-hmm.
You left off two teams, David.
Yes, you did.
You left off two teams, both at 0-1.
Yeah, there are two teams. It's Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions. They're 0-1, yes.
Yes.
They play each other on Sunday.
And I would simply say this for the Lions, Stoney. Tell me if you agree or disagree. This is a must-win game for the Lions. You do not want to fall 0-2 because you will be looking, I think, swiftly at 0-3 Monday night against the Baltimore Ravens.
I very rarely believe the second game of the season is a must-win. But I tend to agree with you, Rico, because of what you just said. Now, if they were playing Cleveland in week 3, I might feel a little differently.
Yes.
But because they're playing Baltimore, they can't go 0-3 into coming back home. And then all of a sudden Cleveland becomes a must win.
Well, here's another thing, and we'll find out by Friday. We'll know, because if the Packers win Thursday night,
yeah,
and they're sitting at the top of the division at 2-0,
right,
and you're at 0-2,
right,
and then you got the Ravens, you're playing catch up. Now, chances are you won't be king of the North. Now you're just trying to be hoping to get a wild card spot.
Yeah, and I think they'll win the game. I know the point spread has changed from 4.5 to 5.5. But yeah, it's a must game as games in week 2 could be, because of what happened Sunday and how good Green Bay looked and how mediocre the Lions looked most of the game. Yeah, they can't fall behind 0-2, two divisional rivals. You're losing a home game. You know, you've actually over the past couple of years probably been better on the road than you have been at home. But that said, Ben Johnson coming in here, you really want to win that game just to avoid the possibility of going 0-3. Mm-hmm. And yes, I know it's not a guarantee 100% that you would lose in Baltimore, but I certainly would think the Ravens would have an 80% chance of winning that game, depending on what happens with them their next game. And look, I've said before the season, it doesn't mean I'm right. I could be wrong, that they're going to end up about 10-7, and I was just hoping they'd be 2-2 after 4 games, because I didn't think they'd win last week. Didn't think they'd look as crappy as they did. Didn't think they'd win last week before even Micah Parsons, and I didn't think they'd win in Baltimore. So I had them winning Sunday and against Cleveland in week 4.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring that up because we didn't get to that game, because that's what the game I thought Dave would.
Yeah, you would think that'd be the game that he would highlight.
But yes, it is a must win, and especially if the Packers win Thursday night, it's extremely. You got to go all in and get this thing done.
I'm looking forward to that game Thursday night.
I am. 2 good Thursday night games. I don't need the 2 Monday night games.
No, I agree, because they're not. Well, first of all, they're not that good.
Right.
Great contest, right?
Yeah, give me 1 good Monday night game and I'm fine. The 2, why?
I know.
I don't.
Wow, like everything else in this world, it's all about the Benjamins, so to speak. All right, we were talking about old man takes, and a couple people hanging on the line and wanted to give theirs. Kenny wants baseball back to the way it was when he was a kid, where everything wasn't a strikeout or a home run. Let's go to, and I just, I want wood. Wood hockey sticks, wood tennis rackets. And you know what? I wouldn't mind wood golf clubs for the drivers either, but that's a whole different ballgame. I'll just stick with tennis and hockey sticks. Joe, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going, Stoney and Rico?
Good.
Hey, Joe.
So I have a few, because I've been thinking about this. Speaking of baseball going back to the good old days, I think they should allow steroids back in baseball. Or at least let the steroid users get into the Hall of Fame, because there's no way in hell in my mind that Barry Bonds or Clemens shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
How do you tell the story of baseball without those guys? I totally agree with you, and it's
although I do think Pete Rose should be in as well, it's completely different because we don't know how many other players were using steroids at that time. And back before the non-steroid issue, I mean, the players were popping greenies, amphetamines. Well, what's the difference?
Exactly. And my other one, I'm really glad Mike's not here for this, but horse racing's not a sport.
I'm
glad because I would have gotten chewed up by Mike.
Well, you know what? You'll get chewed up by me because I was raised on horse racing too in the East Coast. Horse racing is great. Secretariat's one of the greatest athletes of all time, and it's a sport.
Who's the athlete? The horse or the jockey?
The horse is more of the athlete than the jockey, but it's the horse. And horse racing, it's fun to bet on. It's great. I mean, they are these huge specimens. They're great. And
they are, yeah. But the one I really called about was I'm sick of the streaming services. Like I miss Fox Sports baseball. I miss being able to watch a Tigers game every other night on my television. That's what I called originally for.
But you know what? You were in a sense paying for that as well, but because of cable.
But like, I don't want to have to get Apple TV to watch them play the Twins. I think that's a little weird.
I totally agree with you. And the thing that I don't like about streaming, and I know people say, thanks for the call, say, shut up, Boomer, is I just don't like the inability with streaming to go back and forth as quickly as you do with cable. And we still have our cable.
I know. First world problems.
I know.
But yes, I've gotten used to the streaming thing before.
It's fine to watch one game. But I mean, I'm not like Costa, who's he probably streams everything, but he probably has like 4 different like iPads and stuff, and and besides his big TV.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I do: computer, iPad, phone, TV. What's wrong with that? Love that.
The church AV stuff.
Where do you watch?
Hey, I did that on Sunday to start the Jets Steelers game.
David, roll that footage. Wait, why are we watching the Steelers?
Okay, so if you're sitting in your living room with a big TV. So your iPad may be on another table. What do you have, your phone on your lap, and you have all tables?
It's all around me. Okay. All around me. I needed to do that on Saturday night with Michigan State,
right?
And Michigan being at the same time.
We did that. We had an iPad for the Michigan State game.
It was the first time I ever have done that, and I got to say it was annoying because I had to go back and watch the Michigan because I'm at the game. I'm in the press box.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the State game, and I got the Michigan game up on the laptop, and it's just like, wait, why is Oklahoma celebrating? Oh, okay.
No, you're right. You do have to do that. I had to go back and see some of the moments in both games, and that's because I'm switching, and I want to make sure I see.
And that's when I realized, as I told Rieger earlier that day when I was driving, I'm just going to watch one game. I'll record the other game, and then I can fully give it my attention. Because trying to go back and forth, I'm missing out on plays. Like, okay, I don't even know what just happened here.
248-539-9797. Steve, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, I got 2 for baseball. One, I'd like to see the takeout slide come back into play. No more easy double plays. And also, I'd like to see the catcher be able to block home plate and see those collisions again.
You know what?
Sorry, the Buster Posey got hurt.
Steve, you are so right. Because and it's not as much as it used to be because they've taken away the collision, but I contend, even though baseball compared to the other 3 are probably the least exciting sport, for me, as a fan, the play at the plate is the most exciting play in sports, any sport.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I love the play at the plate, and also with the takeout slide, you went ahead the Odor-Batista fight, which was also great to see, too.
Chase Utley stuff,
I want to see baseball be more... Yeah, I want to see baseball be entertaining again instead of this snooze fest stuff. So they can bring back a little bit more of the physical nature of the game. I'd love to see it.
You're right on, Steve. You're not an old man for thinking that.
Steve hit on something that I want to kind of agree with a little bit, is I hate that hockey is moving away from fights. I'm not saying it should be old-time hockey where there's bench-clearing brawls every night, but them trying to actively make fights just disappear from the game slowly because they're alive to the game.
There's been more fighting. There was more fighting this past season than there has been. They're kind of slowly allowing it more than they used to. But Kenny, there's this documentary about a team that used to fight a long time ago that won 2 Stanley Cups 50 years ago. You should watch that one day. Yes, the Broad Street Bullies. I've told Kenny about this 5 years ago, and he refuses to watch it. Refuses to make me happy.
It's for the bit at this point.
I know. 97 won the ticket.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, we're going to tell you about a little celebrity encounter friends of mine had last night and ask what yours are. Okay? But first, let's say hello to Vince. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Vince?
Good evening, guys. Hey, listen, in baseball, the only pure stat is the single. Look at the stadiums. Nothing is alike. Remember when the Yankees got that kid from Kansas City? He comes to the Yankees. He never hit over 30 home runs. He hit 60 to tie Mickey Mantle, of all people. Do you remember that? I can't think of his name. Cabrera would have hit 100 at Yankee Stadium.
You talking about? Are you talking about Roger Maris?
Yes. Remember that?
No, that was even so long ago. I was only 2.
I know, but you should remember. You're the guru.
You are the guru.
Home runs. In Yankee Stadium. Okay, Cabrera would have hit 100 at Yankee Stadium. You know, fences are not alike.
I know. That's what makes baseball wonderful.
At the Yankees. Right. And the Yankees, when Whitey Ford, he pitches 6 innings, he wins the game. Ryan Doring comes in.
All right. Look, Vince, I know I go back, but you can't bring up Ryan Duran. Nobody, and I barely know who he is. I know he had glasses.
But, you know, I'm making a point, okay? I'm making a point that the single is the purest stat in baseball. Nothing else is. You know, no stadium is alike. The fields are different. Center field,
you know what, Vince? Vince, that's something that I've angered a lot of people about.
What?
That whole stadium. That baseball is the only sport where it's not uniform.
I think that's cool.
Soccer is the same. Football is the same.
Right.
Hockey just about is the same. Baseball, the owner decides the size of the field. What the hell is that?
Well,
look, I will say this. I've often said that you didn't go to Lambeau and find out the field was 128 yards, okay? It's 100 yards. No matter where you go, except Cass Tech, it's 100 yards.
You beat me to it.
Just so, Kenny. Here we go.
It's 100 yards.
It's about to happen.
It's 100 yards. I've often said that, like, it should be uniform. But Vince did make me think of something else, my old man take, and I think maybe some people will agree with this. The pitchers who have to come out of the game in the 5th and 6th inning. I mean, I missed the good old-fashioned, the Verlander, threw a complete game.
I mean, look at what...
Yeah. Once you get to 100 pitches, he threw 140 pitches, a complete game. Yeah. And guess what? His arm didn't fall off.
Yeah. All right. Last night when the Tigers beat the Yankees, and we talked about the game actually in that inning where they scored 9 runs, 5 hits, 5 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and a wild pitch. Friends of mine were at the game. My friends from New York, my college roommate, and another friend of mine. And my friend texted me and he said, check this out. So he's sitting next to this guy and a kid, and they had pretty good seats. And they were talking, the guy was from Kentucky, and he was a big Kentucky fan, and his kid was a Louisville fan. I said, kind of like Michigan State. He goes, yeah. He goes, and we're talking about sports and things like that, obviously, just, hanging out. And he goes to the guy and he says, you look like the governor of Kentucky. And he turns to my friend and says, I am the governor of Kentucky. And it was Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, who I really like. He's kind of a centrist, moderate.
Now, your people are from Kentucky, I take it?
No. They're not. They just he happened to be sitting there. They didn't go together.
Well, no, because they were Kentucky, Kentucky, and a Louisville fan. So right. I thought maybe they were from the state of Kentucky, that they knew the governor was.
They were just talking. So anyway, my point is, when have you been anywhere where you have? I'm not just talking about you saw a guy walk through the airport and it was somebody famous, whatever. Have you ever had a celebrity encounter where you've had actually somewhat of a conversation with somebody and it turned out maybe good, maybe bad?
You know what? I actually did, and I was telling this story the other day. We're at Notre Dame, and it was MSU Notre Dame, and I was down on the field, and I was there with then athletic director Mark Hollis, and we were sitting there, and we looked over, and it's Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn's tall, by the way.
Huge Notre Dame fan.
Right. So we're sitting there, and I forgot, I think that Couples Resort movie had just come out, and we were laughing, and he was telling us about it, and, we were just going back and forth, and I remember he's a huge Notre Dame fan, and Hollis was like, hey, if I get you some Michigan State gear, you mind taking a picture with me? And he was like, I'd rather not. I actually, there's many things in life that I'd rather do than wear that. I'm never going to wear that. But he did it like in that Vince Vaughn. Oh, it was hilarious. He's like, actually, how about no? How about we never do that again? It's Notre Dame. No, it's all about the Irish. So, but he was cool. He was funny. He's a cool dude. He was just kind of standing there standoffish. And it was one of those like, you know what? Because I'm like, I don't really like to bother him.
Right.
It's like, hey, but he came up and was just talking with us. So I'm like, okay, well, it's fair game because I wasn't going to bother you because I don't like being that person.
248-539-9797. David, you ever meet anybody really famous besides Valeni?
Not that I've interacted with. I've seen plenty that I just leave alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like I saw Lindsey Hunter with his kids. This is actually the day after he got traded.
Oh,
I said famous.
But I didn't. I left him alone. But you're funny,
Lindsey. I tease you, but you're not.
So no, I don't think I've ever interacted with anyone famous outside of Rico and Mike.
Mike.
Kenny?
So through work, through my dad's work, we got to skate on the Joe Louis Arena ice surface with the 02 championship Red Wings.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I have a picture with Steve Eisenman when I was like 7 years old. It was awesome.
Wow. Amazing. So did he talk about the Iser plan back then? Frank in Sterling Heights, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Hi, guys. How you doing? You guys were just talking about the most famous people you see. I actually saw Wojo in the airport. It's like 10 years ago. And I yelled out to him, Wojo, how's it going? He looked at me like I was crazy.
You mean he didn't sit and talk to you?
No, he was I was going one way in the airport and he was going the other way.
Okay,
Frank, kind of like David, I'm going to have to say, not famous.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're talking like, I mean, this guy, my friend, met the governor of Kentucky who might run for president one day. John, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey there, guys. Hope everything's going well.
Yes.
So about a month ago, I was in Italy. I went to, me and my wife had a Vatican tour.
Oh.
And it was an early morning tour. We had to get there at like 6 a.m. And we're waiting there. We're waiting for the last two people to come by. And I see this guy walking down the street. And I go to my wife, hey, I know that guy. Turns out it was Liam Cohen, the coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
And we did this whole 3-hour tour with him, and we had breakfast with him. I didn't tell him I knew who he was. I wanted to keep it cool.
Oh.
But that was really cool.
I'm sure he would appreciate it. I mean, the Vatican knowing who Liam Cohen is. And by the way, I wondered about this, and don't take offense to this, John. Why do so many people pronounce the Jaguars Jaguars?
That just might be a Michigan Midwestern thing.
Maybe. I don't know.
It could be. I mispronounce a bunch of things.
Well, so do I. But, Tua Tunga. I always screw that one up.
Iamaliava?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you do that one?
No. All right, 97 on the ticket.
Specs at LTU. It's located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Why am I telling you about Specs at LTU? Because if you want a career in the entertainment field, whether it's television, radio, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can get you started on your career path. But you need to sign up to get ready for the winter semester because the fall has already started. Specs at LTU offers 3 certificate programs: the Broadcast Media Arts, the Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Media Arts program. And you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the industry because you're going to be taught like people like myself who are actually professionals in the field. So not a lot of theory stuff. It's going to be hands-on approach. That's what makes Specs at LTU so much better than other places. Here's what you need to do. You need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future. Go to admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu, or 1-800-CALL-LTU. You know what? That's going to be the first and last time we ever will use that drop.
Oh, no, it won't.
Yes, it will.
You listening, Mike? You listening?
Something that kind of like the college poll, where you come up with the top playoff teams. I came up with the top, after week one, the top 14 teams in the NFL.
Ooh.
Has nothing to do with AFC or NFC, just the best 14 teams in the NFL.
14 is because that's how many playoff
That's how many
teams?
teams are in the playoffs in the NFL. So let's start off with number 14. It took a comeback victory by one J.J. McCarthy, but I have the Minnesota Vikings at 14 coming off their 27-24 victory at Chicago.
14, maybe. That's pretty. I might put him a little higher, but I got to see who else I would shoot down a little bit.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
At 13, we have the Denver Broncos, a 20-12 victory over the Tennessee Titans.
They struggled a little more than I thought, considering I had them in a survivor pool. But they are a team that many people think will do very well this season, so that's pretty accurate. I think the fact that they struggled is the reason you have them only at 13.
Right. And the reason why the Vikings were 14th is because they played like ass for the first half.
Correct.
And then the Bears just couldn't do anything right in the final couple of minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm.
At number 12, we have the Los Angeles Rams. They got a victory over the Texans, 14-9.
See, now this one, I guess I still have to wait and see who's above them, but I would have them higher. I definitely would have them higher.
David, I guess because I thought it was going to be more scoring. It came down to a fumble that they needed.
Yeah.
So,
but their defense is underrated as well. So maybe the defense is why they're 12.
And the next one, I thought about tying them, but I don't want to do ties. But it's pretty much the same carbon copy game that the Rams had. I got the 49ers 17-13 over Seattle. They found a way to win. They got a defensive turnover at the end of the game, very much like the Rams. I got them at 12.
Well, with Kittle getting injured, if you're looking at this going forward,
it's just this week. We're not projecting.
Okay. So just how they played in week one.
It's next week, the Vikings could be number one.
Okay.
We're not basing it. This ain't like the college polls where only the privileged can move. No. This is everybody.
Yeah.
Week to week.
All right.
At 10, we got the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh.
20-13 victory over New England.
You have your Geno Smith underwear on or something?
He does. That's
Yeah,
exactly why they're here. Wow.
I'm sorry. New England was the media darling to make the playoffs, and the Raiders beat them.
And they beat them on the road, so I'll give them that. But
And Brock
no.
Bowers got injured, and they still found a way to beat them.
Well, who do you think is better based upon last week? The Minnesota Vikings or the Raiders?
The Vikings.
Yes.
No, the Vikings didn't. The Raiders played a better game to me than the Vikings.
Okay.
Vikings played a great fourth quarter, but the first three, not so much.
All right, you said it's week one.
Yeah,
All right.
we agree to
Week
disagree.
one.
Yeah.
At number 9, the Indianapolis Colts. 33-8 victory over Miami. Now, I know it was Miami.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
But the fact that Daniel Jones set a record that I didn't even know existed, or that every possession ended in a score.
The fact that he has that record. Daniel Jones,
Right.
not Brady, not Montana, not Elway.
Right. Every possession ended in a score. No kneel down, everything. So at number 8, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Victory 23-20 over the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's a good win on the road. I really like that team. I think I picked them to play the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, actually.
Anything?
No, I like that one. No, I'm good with that.
Okay, just making sure. At number 7, the Pittsburgh Steelers. 34-32 victory over the New York Jets. Stoney, it was the game that no one knew that they needed on Sunday, but we got in the first round of games. It was must watch. I didn't think that this game was going to be that compelling. Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdowns.
Right. Justin Fields played really well. I will disagree with you on one thing. I might flip them with who you had before them.
Tampa?
Yeah, I think Tampa's a better team.
I don't even know who he has at number 1, but I would definitely flip number 1 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are the best team in the NFL right now.
You're right. They are. You're exactly correct.
4 touchdowns, Aaron Rodgers. Come on now.
Against the New York Jets.
David, will you? I will put them at number 1 next week.
And they needed a fumble to do it.
Hey, man.
David, I'll put them at number 1 next week, but that means you got to buy an Aaron Rodgers jersey. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah. What's the next team?
Okay. All right. The next team will be the Washington Commanders. 21-6 victory over the New York Giants, and it could have been worse than that.
No problem.
It should have been. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so we're good on that one.
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just want to make sure. At number 5, this is the only team that lost, the Baltimore Ravens.
I wondered where you're going to put them.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens lost a game, but honestly, it was a 41-40 game to Buffalo. To me, they shouldn't have. They fell apart, but I still think they're better than all the teams that I've named that did win a game.
They're better, but it's like because you think they're going to be better going forward, but based upon based upon the gag factor and their defense falling apart. I mean, their offense was great, except for Derrick Henry's fumble.
Right, but I mean, he looked like he was full vintage Henry.
Yeah, I got no.
Yeah, he was Tennessee Titan Henry right there.
At number 4, your Philadelphia Eagles, Tony.
Yeah.
They started the year off a 24-20 victory over the Cowboys.
Yeah, they didn't look great.
Minus Jalen Carter.
That's right. He'll be fired up this week against Kansas City.
Don't be too fired up.
And to a certain extent, minus A.J. Brown, who is the highest paid decoy in the NFL. He did catch the one pass at the end that they needed.
But you know what? I figured he would go full diva wide receiver.
No.
And I haven't heard
because they
anything.
won.
He's reading books now.
Because they won.
All right.
And Jalen Hurts is terrific.
At number 3, we go all the way to Brazil, the Los Angeles Chargers.
It's a good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
27-21 victory over the Chiefs.
Yeah, that Justin Herbert looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, he did.
Their defense looked good. And considering that Slater's out, Joe Alt flipping sides, they look good. And I know a lot of people love these guys, or some people don't, but that staff, Harbaugh and Minter and Clinkscale even, they've really done a really good job.
At number 2, the Green Bay Packers. 27-13 victory over Detroit Lions. Really, it was 27-6. It wasn't even that close. Just it was a domination, utter domination.
Yeah, but they played a team that really, listen to everybody. They weren't ready to play. They should have beaten them by more. But no,
I look at them like how everybody talked about the New England Patriots. This was the Detroit Lions. Like if you beat, the Dolphins, the Saints, okay. Those are the Lions.
Yeah, I think I know they lost, but I probably would swap Baltimore with them.
You would put Baltimore too?
I think Baltimore and Buffalo are the 2 best teams in the NFL, even with the loss.
David, you got to be penalized for losing the game.
I got you. The way they lost it too. So
at number 1 is the Buffalo Bills in the comeback victory at home, 41-40 over the Ravens.
So we understand how you feel about defense.
No.
I mean, Baltimore gave up 41, right? Buffalo gave up 40.
No,
and they're your best team.
It's not a defensive thing, Stoney. It's just more of when I look at this, who do I think would win? And right now, I think Buffalo would have beat everybody that I picked ahead of them. So that's how I did this, NFL.
Looking back, I pretty much agree with the teams, except for there's one team I think should be on there.
Okay.
That's not. And I think Cincinnati's better than Indianapolis.
No, they're not.
No, they're not?
No, they're not.
Okay.
No, they're not.
All right.
Defensively, they look like trash, and they couldn't move the ball.
Stoney, I think, what did they have, like 6 yards passing?
Yeah, it was bad.
Stoney, they played the Browns.
I know.
The Browns did everything they could to lose that game, including missing a field goal. And no, if they would be at the bottom. If I did a bottom 5, even though they won, that's what they would be, Cincinnati. Anyway.
Fair enough, but I still think the Browns are better than the Dolphins.
All right. That's the NFL Power Rankings 97-1. So the other day, I'm over a friend's place. He's pumped for football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game. He claims he's a big fan, but I kind of feel like I was fanfish, kind of like catfish. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you have to have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in front of me in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K. Man, it's so clear. I feel like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once because, why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house, and every time I need it. The next game day, make sure you're a big fan and you're not a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
The telephone number, 248-539-9797. Rieger will be here at 6 o'clock, leading you up to Tiger Yankee baseball. And just for those of you who didn't see it or don't know, this is what the Tigers did in the 7th inning, or what the Yankees allowed them to do.
Riley Green led off, obviously, lead off an inning, no outs. Double, walk, single, putting them ahead 3-2. Walk, putting them ahead 4-2. Single, putting them ahead 5-2. Hit by pitch, ahead 6-2. Walk, ahead 7-2. Wild pitch, 8-2. A triple by Kerry Carpenter, making it 10-2. Finally, Riley Green comes back. Riley Green comes up for the second time in an inning without any outs. He grounded out. Then an intentional walk to Torkelson. Fielder's choice makes it 11-2. Base hit and a ground out. Yes, 9 runs, 5 hits, 5 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 1 wild pitch in that inning. That was incredible. Hopefully the Tigers will get some of that mojo tonight. I don't think so. You can't. That's a once in 100 years type of thing.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to see that in a while. That was Little League at its best. If that was in Williamsport, I could believe that.
Yes. We also talked about at that same game, friends of mine were sitting next to somebody who they were just chatting with about different things, and they were from the guys from Kentucky, not my friends, this guy and his son. And my friend goes, yeah, you look like the governor of Kentucky. And he said, I am the governor of Kentucky. So, yes, Andy Bashir, who I think he was on one of the late night shows last night, Seth Meyers or whatever.
Seth Meyers.
Yeah, was in New York. And so we were asking, what any type of celebrity encounters you had, not just where you're walking down the air and you see somebody, cross you in the airport or something like that. Something where you actually sat down. I know sometimes it happens in casinos. I remember he ended up passing away. I believe. Yes, a friend of mine told me that he was playing blackjack, I believe, or poker with Ray Liotta for like 3 hours at one of the casinos here when he was in town for a movie, and he said he couldn't have been nicer. Let's go to Tony in Richmond. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Tony.
Hey,
man.
So a little different story. Kind of grew up with a celebrity that I didn't know would become one. I worked at a pizzeria back in 94, 95, 96. Actually, I'm back there now for the last 8 years. But so this guy, he was a crazy guitarist. Like, just took it super serious. Like, he wouldn't even use a knife at work. And he ended up going down to Hawaii, I think it was in 2000, 2001, and trying out for Our Lady of Peace. And he's been the lead guitarist ever since. Steve Mayer, he grew up in a little town in Richmond over here.
What band's he in?
Richmond, Michigan.
What band?
Our Lady of Peace.
Okay.
Our Lady of Peace.
Okay.
Yeah. And haven't seen him much since then, but crazy story, Like, he took it so seriously, he wouldn't even use a slicer, like, took a knife in his hand. He practiced 8 hours a day, every day.
Wow. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, and the beauty of it, like back in the day when I worked at Fox 2, I got to see a ton of people who came through there.
Yeah, I mean, we have an advantage over most people because of what we do for a living. I remember I still have a picture of, what was this? The wrestler, the big
Hulk Hogan.
No, the
Andre the Giant.
No, he was John
Cena.
No, he was a big tall dude. I forget his name.
He's a big tall dude.
Oh my God! I wish where's Kenny when I need him.
That actually reminds me. That actually is the last celebrity or the guy I met.
Oh yeah, Hulk Hogan.
That was the guy. I went and talked to him, had a picture and everything. Wow.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. I think
I had a brain fart there.
I think probably still for me, David, it was still Obama when he was on the campaign trail.
I still can't believe that story. I can't believe that story.
I never heard
it. He was a cool dude. So I was working at Fox 2. He was doing a campaign speech, and then he was going to a Rite Aid warehouse. So limited people got, and the Secret Service taps me on the shoulder and says, hey, give us your phone number. You've been selected. You can go to this place. We'll wait for us. We'll call you. And so I'm waiting on the Coney Island. I go there. It's just like 5 or 6 people. And I get video of it. I'm at Fox 2. And so we're sitting there. He's got his bus and he's just joking. He looks at me like, so what do you think? You think I should put some spinners on this? because that's back when they were big. He's
Right.
like, I think I should put some spinners on this bus. I'm like, man, you can do whatever you want. But it was just, he was just cool. He was just regular folks. It was like, okay, I kind of see why people like you. But yeah, this was before he, got big and became president. So, yeah.
He's certainly became a very big, important person.
He did. So
He always seemed, no matter what your politics are, he always seemed like a cool guy.
Right, and that's what I was saying. He just
Kind
seemed
of like in a weird way. Like I always talk about, you think about presidents. What president would you like to hang out with?
Clinton.
I was about to say Bill Clinton still.
George Bush Jr. I'd
probably would.
I'd sit at a beer.
You know what?
I have beers with George Bush Jr. forever.
It would have been him, and when he was alive, because I think he would just have some really good stories. Was McCain? I just think he would have some great stories of just stuff like that. You just like whatever happened with this. Funny you ask.
Yes.
Let me tell you what we didn't put out there in the media.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, Bush, yes, Clinton, yeah. You going to the club? Take Bill Clinton with you.
Jeff Rieger is here.
How you guys doing? What's
Good.
going on?
What's your most famous celebrity encounter? Where you actually had
Every
a
day when he does a show with Wojo.
That's right. That's a good point.
When you have a conversation with the person.
I remember a couple times I talked to Kate Upton back when Verlander was pitching here.
Right.
Used to see her in the bowels of Comerica Park. That was kind of cool. Oh, I know what I got. It was 8th or 7th grade. I was going to Florida to my grandfather's place in Sarasota, and I got to fly alone. And at Metro Airport, I saw Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan. And Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man.
Wow.
And I'm an 8th grade kid, right? I walk up to them. I thought they were like imposters. I thought they were fake. And the Hulkster was amazing. Gave me an autograph, so cool. Ted DiBiase, total jerk. Did not give me an autograph.
Made you pay for it?
No, he just said
Do you
no.
still have the Hulk Hogan autograph?
No, I don't think so.
See,
Maybe.
I thought you were going to say J.K. Simmons because I heard he's at Tiger games.
Yeah, I've never seen. Actually, I have. I saw J.K. Simmons one time before he threw out the first pitch. Oh, I remember interviewing Kirk Cousins before a Tiger game. Does that count?
I guess.
Yeah.
You know what? Man has over $200 million. Yeah. That counts. And a kick-ass fire pit.
I was very close to Stoney's guy, Bruce Springsteen. That one concert we went to, we saw Stoney in the pit. I was inches away.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm talking about where you actually have a conversation with somebody.
Yeah. No, that's probably it.
Jamie Foxx.
Oh, I mean,
Ice Cube.
Eminem.
I've never met him.
Kid Rock.
I met Kid Rock.
I had a little conversation.
Yeah, I know
with
you
Kid
had a
Rock.
conversation
Yeah.
with Kid Rock.
Leave me alone, Stoney.
Pretty close to that.
Oh, do you remember Erin Cummins from
Yes.
Detroit 187?
Yeah, she used to be around all the time.
Oh, yeah.